to trial. Ooh. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause SweetP's on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when SweetP's in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Melody and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. SweetP's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know SweetP breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. SweetP's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. SweetP says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. SweetP's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Let's see here. Hey, Christine, first in the house. Christine says she first in the house. She has pressed that like button and she's sitting down. She got her seat. She got her coffee. Very important. I got my coffee. I hope everybody else did. Next coming up in the place is Allison. Good morning, Allison. How are you? Then we got Lynn. Hey, good morning, Lynn. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Jason. How are you? Good morning. Jason said he up in here. Said what's going on? They talk about football. I didn't get to see the football game, but it sounded like it must have been something from what I could see. I see some saying that the game was crazy. Good morning, Merelda. How are you? Good morning, Dr. Rachel. Let's see who else we got up in here as we go down here. Pretty brown girl, good morning. How was your weekend? Hey, therapist. The therapist, did you know that I know, right? Hey, Tanya. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, so I hope everybody had a wonderful and lovely weekend. I don't know what we're doing this week. I do know that we do have Monica Farris that we are going to take care of today. Yeah, we got Monica. Monica, I didn't call her Monica. I didn't put her Monica like Melody. Oh gosh. I didn't I'm so bad with names. I'm terrible. I like to rename everybody. I think I want her to be Monica Cimatelli. So when I think of a person with an M name that's on trial, I'm probably gonna call her Monica. Oh gosh, whatever. Melody Farris will. Okay. So it looks like we are going to be going into the defense case today, from what I can see. From what I can see on the trial channel's feed. In all fairness, I'll put them in the they did ask for them. I think they already asked for the motion to, like, acquit, blah, blah, blah. The defense came in like, hey, she didn't do these crimes. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let's acquit her of all these charges. Of course, they got denied, right? The trial channel, they cut it down to like specific testimony. So we won't see that part of it, but I mean, I can reenact probably what happened without seeing it. They asked for acquittal, talking about the state hasn't proved enough, and the state got up there and said, oh, no, 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 no. Yes, we did prove enough. And the judge was like, look, this is my first trial. I don't know what's going on, but it seemed like there's enough for it to be sent to the jury. And he denied it. I'm paraphrasing that part for you guys because we probably won't see it. So let's see here. And then I guess I will figure out how we should handle the rest of the week. Because I haven't figured out what we're going to do Tuesday and Wednesday. But I do think that we're going to probably get through this today. Yeah, I was kind of still editing. I was editing this video early. But yeah, but I think I'm going to go ahead and play it, what I've edited so far. So I put a survey in a chat or in our stream at some point in time, so we can kind of determine what we want to do. I know the case that's next is going to be the Apple River, like our case, right? And then we'll have some filler busters that I have put in for us. We'll go back to our Holly Bobo investigation. We will go back to the beginning of how this recant began. If anybody has not caught up on Holly Bobo, Zach Adams' first trial, please definitely go check out the channel. We have each day on the channel. I can't even remember. I don't remember how many. I don't think it was that many days, but don't take my word for it. If you want to catch up there, and then we're going to go back to the post-conviction hearings that started in May, and also cover like how did it get to the post-conviction, some things that led it to there. And what I mean is that we'll listen to Jason Autry's recant testimony, some things that they have on Trial and Error podcast. We'll go look at some of that stuff that they have. They have some good in-depth information on their channel, and so we will go over there and take a gander and peek around, and definitely make sure that you guys check them out. They're doing a very good in-depth, like they have people that's testifying for that are sequestered in regards to this. So we'll definitely use Zach Adams as a filibuster as we do the Apple River redrum trial. You really had that? You had that? No. I got girls home. Girls. No school. Of course, it's Christmas break. So I guess they can hang out with me for a little bit, just a little while. Just a little while. Just a little while. Okay. So let me get us in here and let's start our testimony that we have today. For our Melody, I think that we're going to really be getting into the defense case, and I'm interested to see. I'm glad they're going to be putting on the case, and I'm interested to see what kind of case they're going to put on for us today. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Okay, let's get started here. No, I can still hear the music.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I may have said something. I don't know if y'all were in here when we were talking about it, but we have another Zoom witness, and we were working on that for the last few minutes, and we have that up and running. And so based upon us getting this witness up and running and everything seems to be working at the moment, and the defense is going to call this witness, the state and the defense have agreed to allow the defense to call this witness out of order, primarily so we don't have to keep sending y'all back and forth to the jury room, and that it'll become more clear what's going on when this witness's testimony is over. All right. So, Mr. Ray, you can call your witness.
We call Cameron Bruce. Ms. Bruce, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear and affirm the testimony you'll give before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Put your hand down.
Okay.
Howdy. There is a guy here who is taking everything down that we say, okay? So if you'll just keep your answers verbal so that he can take down what you're saying, okay?
Okay.
All righty. First off, state your name and spell your first name since you have a different type of spelling.
Cameron, Kamryn, Bruce, Bruce. Okay.
And Miss Bruce, how old are you?
18.
Right. And you're currently in school?
Yes.
Where are you going to school at?
NC State.
Okay. Do you know Melody Farris?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She's Amanda's mom.
Yeah. And who's Amanda Bruce, formerly Amanda Farris?
That's my stepmom.
Okay. And who's your dad?
Chad Bruce.
Okay. Do you recall the events? Well, before I ask you that, did we send you a copy of your transcript from an interview you gave back in 2019?
Yes, I have it on my phone.
Okay.
Do I need it?
No, not right now.
Okay.
But did you read it?
No.
Okay, that's fine. If I was 18 and somebody told me to read that, I wouldn't read it either. If I need to point you to a specific page to refresh your memory, I'll just tell you to turn to that page and where to read, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And if he tells you to read something, read it to yourself, not read it out loud.
Okay.
Yeah, basically the way it'll go, if I need you to read something, I'll say read it to yourself, and then you just look up when you're done reading, and I'll ask the question again.
Okay.
Okay, this should be too short. I don't expect to take too much time with you. Do you recall July the 4th of 2018?
I mean, I recall fireworks. Is that enough?
Well, do you recall going to Lake Lanier with Chad and Melody in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who all was there with you at Lake Lanier?
Kind of.
Okay. Well, tell me who you kind of remember.
My dad, Amanda, and then Melody.
Okay.
I don't remember any of those.
Okay. And just so the jury knows, how old were you in July of 2018?
10? Is that right?
I don't know. That's about to
Wait, I'm 18 now, so how many? That's -6. But it was right before my birthday. I was 11. I was about to turn 12.
Yeah, about to turn 12. Because your birthday is July 6th, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Do you, on July 4th of 2018, Do you recall what time y'all left Lake Lanier? Okay, that's fine. If you don't know, you don't know, okay? Not a big deal. Did you leave with Amanda and Chad, or did you leave with Melody?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you recall going back to the farm on back to Melody's farm, July 4th, 2008?
Yes.
And do you remember what you were going to do at the farm?
Well, Addison was coming over. We were just gonna hang out.
Okay, who's Addison?
I guess my step cousin.
Yeah, I think that's right. They live up in Maine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you and Addison and Ellie would hang out when they would come down from Maine?
Yes.
All right. And because all of y'all are similar age?
Right.
Okay. Did Addison make it to the farm that day?
Yes.
Do you have any type of time of day that you and Melody made it back to the farm from Lake Lanier?
No idea.
Was it was it in the morning or was it in the evening?
I mean, we spent the day at the lake, so it couldn't have been. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, if you spent the day at the lake, then it couldn't have been in the morning, right?
Right. It couldn't have been morning time.
Okay. Do you recall how long were you there before Addison got there?
Not that long. I feel like it was only a little bit.
Okay. Do you remember what you and Allison did, or Addison did, when she got it?
We just hung out, and then I think we might have went in the hot tub, or we wanted to go in the hot tub. I don't know.
Okay. Did y'all ever go outside?
I have no idea.
Do you recall going to see the horses or anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you could, on your transcript, look at your phone and go to page 17.
So mine isn't by pages. Mine is just one long.
Yeah, it should on the page in the bottom right corner there should be page number.
I have no page numbers. It's just one long receipt.
Okay. Can you count through till like a page, or there's no break in it whatsoever?
There's no break in it whatsoever.
Okay, give me just 1 second. If you will, like we said, to yourself, if you'll read from here, for the pointer, can you see the pointer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, from here, just hold that, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So do you recall going outside and seeing the horses and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to put her back on the screen?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. So hide your share. Or stop sharing.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. I've never done that. Okay. Got it. All right. And y'all were outside for quite a while?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And then was there a point where you and Addison began to look for Gary?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Do you recall where all y'all looked for Gary on July the 4th?
I think we just looked in the office and maybe his bedroom.
Okay. And do you remember, was that on the main floor of the house or down in the basement?
That's the basement.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anything like blood in the basement?
No.
Do you remember seeing any bullets in the basement?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything weird, or did Melanie not allow y'all to go outside that you recall?
No.
Okay.
Not that I remember.
At this point in your life, I knew Amanda and Chad weren't married. Had you spent a good bit of time with Melody?
Yes.
Okay. Did she seem any different that day than she did any other day?
No.
Okay. Do you recall if you and Addison went to the hot tub or snuck out of the house to go to the hot tub on the 4th?
I think we did, yes.
Okay. All right. And do you recall how long y'all were in the hot tub?
Probably a good bit, maybe an hour
Okay.
or so.
Do you remember, did anything strange happen while you were in the hospital?
No,
Okay. Do you remember what you did after the hospital?
I think we just went to bed.
Do you remember what time you woke up the next morning?
I mean, we didn't sleep in super late, but I don't remember waking up early.
Okay. You're probably not going to know. What is a 12, 13-year-old girl's idea of not early, but not late?
Like waking up around 9.
9? Okay.
Not very late.
Okay. All right. Was Melody there when you woke up?
Yes.
Okay.
I think.
And did y'all have plans for July the 5th that you recall?
No. Not that I remember.
Do you remember who was going to come pick you up from Melody's house?
I'm pretty sure my dad was.
All right.
He was already on his way.
All right. Did Amanda eventually show up at the house?
Oh yes, Amanda was also. Maybe Amanda was going to pick me up, and then my dad was on his way. They both ended up there.
Amanda and Chad ended up at the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, just so the jury's clear, we're talking about July the 5th, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, July the 5th, Amanda shows up. You recall what happened after Amanda got there?
She wanted to see Gary, so we started looking for him more.
Why start looking for Gary at this point in time? Did somebody say that they didn't know where he was?
Because Amanda wanted to see him.
Okay. So,
They just didn't know where he was, and she wanted to see him because she was there.
okay. Where all did you look?
We looked back in the basement and in his room, and then his car was in the garage.
Did you ever go outside and search around the property?
Yes.
When y'all went back down in the basement on July 5th, did you notice anything out of order then?
No, because I remember we looked at, he didn't take his CPAP machine, so, because we were trying to see if he left town, but his stuff was all down there.
Okay. But you still didn't notice any blood or bullets or anything in the basement?
No, it looked like normal.
All right. Clean?
Mhm.
Okay. And yes or no, okay?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. All right, do you remember after Amanda arrived, do you remember who arrived next?
I think it was either Scott or Chris. I'm pretty sure Scott.
Okay. Do you ever recall Scott talking about a gun missing from the basement?
No, I don't. I think that might have been when they put us inside.
Okay, put you inside. Did you ride on the ATV with Chris and Ellen? Or I'm sorry, Chris and Addison?
I thought it was Scott. Maybe it was Chris. I guess. I was on an ATV, but I don't know who was driving.
And I said ATV just because that's what my mind goes to. It's kind of like the RTV thing, right?
Like a golf cart type thing.
Yeah, let me just, we've got probably 1,000 photos of it, I think. That thing?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you wrote on July 5th?
Mhm.
Okay. Did you notice anything weird about it? Did you notice any blood in it or on it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, eventually, you and Addison were directed to go back to the house, right?
Right.
And eventually, I believe you went with Jenna. You and Addison, Jenna picked you both up.
Yes.
Going back just a little bit, if you had gone to see the horses and things, would y'all have went up to the barn on July the 4th? Or, I'm sorry, July the 4th.
If we went to see the horses, we probably were up there.
Okay. Because remember what I just had you read? Y'all went and saw the horses, so y'all would have been up at.
Yes, we did.
Okay. And obviously, I know this has been a long time ago. You were actually interviewed in 2019, right?
Right.
Okay. So essentially a year after all of the events on July the 5th.
Correct.
All right. And do you recall Melody ever telling y'all that you're not allowed to go outside on the 5th and trying to keep you in the house?
I don't recall that.
Judge, at this point in time, I have no further questions.
All right.
And Ms. Bruce, the prosecutor may have a few questions for you, so just sit tight, okay?
All right, Ms. Frankish.
I don't have any questions, John.
All right, anything else?
Cameron, enjoy college.
Thank you.
All right, you can be excused.
Okay. I don't know how to leave.
Best of your memory.
He would pass me.
Probably shouldn't have just, oh, I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go because it'll just go right in there. You know, this is,
We'll skip that for now. All right, Mr. Weaver, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. We call Joanne Warfield. Please raise your right hand. Do you so solemnly swear or affirm that in the matter pending before this court, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Right, lower your hand. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Joanne Hill, JoAnnNNHILL.
All right, Ms. Hill, I want to briefly talk. I don't think this is going to be very long. I just want to discuss a email relationship or text message relationship that you were in with Gary Farris back in 2018. All right, could you tell me how that started, how you met him?
In January of 2018, he gave me his business card and asked me to call him.
Okay.
And then I ran into him multiple times, but in March.
Let me slow down.
Okay.
Did you guys, where did y'all work? Were y'all in the same building?
Yes, we worked in different law firms in the same building.
Okay, and where was that?
At Wells Fargo building at Atlantic Station.
Okay. All right, so go back to the phone calls.
And then he asked me to call him. I didn't call him. I ran into him in March, and he asked me to call him again. And eventually in May, I sent him an email.
Okay, do you remember what that email said?
Something to the effect that here's your elevator friend reaching out.
Okay. Did he respond to you? Did he comment on did he call you pretty, things like that?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury? To the best of your memory.
He would pass me and then text me later on and say that he saw me and I looked good.
Okay. So did you believe that Gary was attempting to start a relationship with you?
Possibly,
something
possibly, or just get to know me.
Okay. There was some discussion, was there not? I believe you told Detective Kuykendall that you would have pursued a relationship, but I think you kept using these words, extenuating circumstances.
Mhm.
What did that mean?
I thought maybe if they were separated, or maybe if he had a wife that was terminal in a hospital type thing.
Okay. What did he tell you?
Well, when that conversation took place about him being married, the doors opened. He did say he was married, and then the elevator doors opened. There was somebody standing there, and he didn't get to finish.
Okay. Did he wear a wedding ring?
No.
Okay. So you had no idea he was married.
Right.
So my question is that did he hold himself out like he was married or not?
It's hard to tell through the brief times we would run into each other on the elevator or in the lobby.
Okay. And earlier he asked you to send him some pictures of yourself.
No.
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 Okay. But he did call you pretty in messages and emails, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys were continually talking from January of 2018 all the way to his death?
By running into each other. Text messages didn't start until May. I was sort of avoiding that because he was married. I had found out 2 different times he was married, once in March, and then so I wasn't pursuing that, but we would casually run into each other from time to time.
Would y'all take smoke breaks together?
No.
Okay. Did you know his paralegal, Angela Phillips?
I knew who she was.
Okay. Do you ever remember telling her that Gary was cute?
No, I've never talked to her.
Okay. Any of your friends that would have told Angela that?
That he was cute?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. No.
Hey, did you tell any of your other friends that you were trying to pursue a relationship with Gary?
No. I mean, I was interested in if he was married or not.
One second, Your Honor. That's all, Your Honor.
Ms. Farris.
Good morning. Mr.
Hi.
Ward. It's Ms. Hill,
Yes.
right? Okay. My name's Megan Frankish.
Hi.
You don't work at Byrne Foreman,
I do not.
but at one point you possibly became interested in Gary Farris,
I did.
and he didn't wear a wedding ring, so you inquired to see if he was in fact married,
Correct.
and you exchanged some flirtatious messages with Mr. Farris at one point.
Yes.
But you never met up in person?
No.
Did you ever meet up outside of work?
No.
Did you ever become physical with Mr. Farris?
No.
In fact, you were informed after inquiry that he was in fact married,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and you brought that to him as an
Yes.
issue for you. And his response was, that's the right thing to do. Yeah, you have to
Yes,
speak out loud.
yes.
The defense has been characterizing your flirtation with Mr. Farris as an affair. Would you characterize it as that?
Absolutely not.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right, can you
No
redirect?
problem, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Okay.
We call John Lambert.
I don't know. That witness seemed like she was a bust. Like, I don't even know why the defense called her. She was not supporting anything in regards to having an affair. I know what they wanted to come out of that, but if you prepped your witness and you asked your witness questions, they wouldn't. It just sounded like she basically was confirming, "Hey, I found out he was married, and I backed up. I stepped back. I did not entertain it. I didn't call him cute. You know, I didn't say I wanted to be with him or anything like that." Okay, Dr. Rachel says that they were just trying to show that Gary was trying to pursue other women and that he and Melody had separate lives. You say pretty brown girl. Say, shit, they're gonna mess it right there, right? She not messing with no married man. I don't know. I guess my thing would be is that I guess because when I'm thinking of them living separate lives, maybe I was thinking that maybe they were gonna show that he was actually having an affair with somebody. And it seems like all we have here so far, rightfully so, is just him pursuing. But let's see who our next witness is. Shout out to the trial channel for their footage. Let's go in here and let's see.
Sir, raise your right hand. You swear to affirm any testimony you give before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He better not talk about him and Gary was trying to pursue each other, because they not about to be marching all these people on the stand talking about who tried to pursue who, are we? I don't know.
I do. All right, have a seat. And when you get comfortable, state your name for the record.
John Lambert.
All right, and Mr. Lambert, what do you do?
I work for a home automation, low voltage contractor, doing smart home technology.
How long have you done that for?
Probably 20 years.
Where's it located out of?
Current company is located in Atlanta.
Okay.
Where do you live?
I live in Forsyth County and Cumming.
Okay. Do you ever do security installs and things
Yes.
such as that in Cherokee County?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the property 2155 Purcell Lane?
Yes, we didn't do the original install. We've only serviced it, but yes, I'm familiar with the property.
When did you start servicing that property? I know it was a long time ago, so best.
Yeah, maybe 2012-ish, best guess.
Okay, so presumably around the time they bought the property, to the best of your knowledge.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
Did you service that property around 2017?
Yeah, sometime around the end of 2016, 2017.
Did you ever have any interaction with Gary Farris?
Yes.
How about Scott Farris?
If that's his youngest son, I don't know the family very well. I know the last visit I was there, his one son was just back from the service, just
Okay.
came back from the military. If that's Scott,
You don't know a name?
I don't know. I don't know any names.
Okay, so we'll just clear that up a little bit.
Yeah.
You're aware there is a son who was in the service and he was the youngest son.
Correct.
Okay. Did this person, this youngest son, did they live on the property?
I think he was above the barn or something on the property.
Okay. Did you ever have any interaction with him?
That one visit, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and just jump in real quick. Tell the jury what your interaction with, well, let me ask you this first. Did you ever have any interaction with Gary and the youngest son together while they were together?
Yeah, that one time on the last visit, I was at the house.
All right. And tell the jury what that visit was like.
I mean, it was a little weird. I can't remember what they were bickering about, but they were kind of bickering about something. And I have kids. I bickered with my parents. It happens, but I would never do it in front of somebody working in my house or somebody that wasn't in the family. So I just thought that was weird. That's all.
All right. Do you recall any statements that the other son made?
Not word for word, not exactly, but it was something like he couldn't wait for them to go, both of them to go, so he can just have that property to himself. Something to that effect. Again, it was over 6-7 years ago. So,
did this interaction between Gary and the youngest son, did it cause you any concern?
It felt weird. I just thought it was a little bit weird. At the time, no, but and then after I heard the news, but it made me think of it, and that's when I reached out to a friend to say, hey, just have the detective call me so I can just say say my last interaction with him.
So after you initially heard about there being a death on the property, you had made some type of contact to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever interviewed by law enforcement?
It was over the phone, quick phone call. I believe that was it.
Was it one of the Cherokee County deputies?
Yeah.
Do you know? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but it was one of the Cherokee detectives.
Okay. And you also told the deputy something about hearing gunshots.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, it was, I guess it was July 3rd, 2018. And I don't remember if it was 9 or 10. It was a little bit later, 9 or 10 o'clock. It wasn't fireworks. It was just a couple gunshots. Weird at the time. I would say maybe 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Now, where were you staying at when you heard these gunshots?
I was at my ex-girlfriend's house, which is about a mile away from the Farris's house.
All right. And did those gunshots that you heard cause you any concern to contact law enforcement?
At the time, no. It's North Cherokee County. You hear gunshots once in a while. In Forsyth County, you hear gunshots once in a while. Just that close to that late at night was just a little weird. But at the time, no.
Okay. And did you also hear any fireworks about that?
Not around the same time, but that night, I'm sure either earlier or later that night, there was fireworks.
And going back to when you were at the residence, did you ever see any type of odd behavior between Gary and Melody Farris?
Not that I could recall. I think I maybe saw Melody once or twice in all the visits over there, and nothing that I could.
Okay. So the only interaction between any of the family members that you saw that gave you any concern was between Gary and Scott?
I just thought I had a weird feeling from it. That's all. But,
okay.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. This court. Ms. Lammer, how are you this morning?
I'm good. Yourself?
Pretty good. You don't want to be here, do you?
I don't think anybody does, but
yeah. Never thought you'd come in and be testifying in a murder case, would you?
No, I mean, when I talked to the detective in 2018, that's the last I'm not a big person on the news. I had no idea until I got subpoenaed a few weeks ago and totally forgot about it.
Right. Well, you agree with me that you just had a gut feeling something was just not right, so that's why you contacted law enforcement?
Well, between hearing the gunshots and the interaction I had the year before, and it being in Gary Farris, was limited interactions, only services, maybe 4 or 5 times been to his house to services. So, but he was always a nice, genuine, great guy. Right.
You just want to give law enforcement any information that you had, right?
Yeah.
And it was those gunshots that concerned you, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was unusual.
It was unusual that night, and you were you were a little north. You were staying in a home a little north of the Purcell Lane, Scott and Gary's residence?
Correct.
And Scott's who we're talking about, the son that was there?
I don't know the family members' names, the youngest son that just.
Yeah,
got
the
back
one
from
lived there, right?
yeah.
Worked on the property? Yeah, that's Scott.
Yeah.
Tall guy.
Yeah, tall.
Yeah, and you agree with me that they were not about to get in a fist fight or anything like that?
No.
In fact, I think when I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being fisticuffs, 1 being nothing, you said it's around a 1.
Yeah, I mean, parents bicker with kids. The only thing that I just felt weird doing it in front of.
Right.
First time meeting me doing it, like if I argue with my kids, it would be with my kids and nobody else in front of an audience.
I mean, you're not saying that.
No, but yeah, it was just.
You agree with me, parents and children argue, right?
Of course, yeah.
And sometimes we argue with our parents in situations where we may not want to. We go back on and look and say, well, maybe I should have said that with other people around.
Of course, yeah.
But you never felt like Scott was threatening his dad or anything, did you?
No.
Never felt like it was a violent incident or anything like that, right?
No.
It's just when you knew that there was a murder on the property with Gary, and you knew what you knew, and then you heard those shots, you felt like you should just contact law enforcement, right?
That's it. It's just maybe think back to that last visit there, which I hadn't even thought about until I heard the news, and say, hey, let me just at least,
Fair enough.
say
Now, those
what
gunshots, that was Tuesday, July 3rd, 2018, around, I think it was 9 or 10 o'clock.
sometime around then, yeah.
And it was 3, 4 shots. You remember how shots you heard?
It was a couple. If I have it written down when I talked to the detective back then, it's over, 6 years. I don't recall now exactly what it was. If it was written down on whatever I spoke to the detective back then, pretty sure it was a couple, maybe 2. I don't remember for sure.
But it was such a time of night that was odd that gunshots were being fired then, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't hunting time or shooting time or anything like that, right?
Yeah, and I don't know what shooting time is or when hunting season is, but Cherokee County, Forsyth County, you hear gunshots once in a while.
But not when it's night.
Not when I'm laying in bed at night. It was a little late.
You agree with me? It was those gunshots that gave you concern that you called law enforcement.
Yeah, but once I heard that they found Gary, that's when I wanted to say, hey, I heard gunshots at night. I wanted to talk to somebody, just let them know I did hear gunshots that night.
No, thanks for doing that. We appreciate it. Have a nice day, okay?
Two follow-up questions. All right. Mr. Mayor, to the best of your ability, can you recall to the jury what you remember Scott saying?
I can't tell you what they were arguing about, whether it was taking care of the property. I really don't remember, but he said something to the effect that, when his parents go, can't wait to just take over the place. Something to that effect. Again,
Not a quote.
I'm trying. Yeah, it was something to that effect, but I can't remember exactly from 6 years ago, but what was said.
I completely understand. Last thing is, when you heard these supposed gunshots on July 3rd, were you, first, how far away is your residence approximately?
About a mile.
Okay. Were you inside or outside of the home?
Inside, and it's an older home that was built in like the 20s, which doesn't have much insulation and with old windows. It was an older home, so it wasn't. Yeah, that's all. You hear every noise in the house.
Okay.
Outside.
No problem, but you were inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions,
Judge.
All right, you can be excused. Thank you, sir.
Don't sit down. Raise your hand.
Don't sit down.
Just want to affirm the testimony you give before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, put your hand down. Go ahead and you can have a seat. State your name for the record.
David Thomas.
All right, what do you do, Mr. Thomas?
I currently work for a food distribution company here in the Atlanta area. Also own my own company.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Farris?
I do.
How do you know her?
Through a close friend, Alan.
That Alan?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you meet Ms. Farris?
I met her, I think it was in the end of October, November of 2018.
And you're aware of Gary Farris's death?
I am.
All right. How much did you interact with Melody after you met her in, what'd you say, October?
At the end of October, the beginning of November.
Okay. In 2018?
Yes.
All right. How was Melody at that point in time?
As far as your first question, interaction, over a number of months after I first met her, we became really close as far as friends is concerned. And when I met her, she was at Alan's house, and I was renting a downstairs apartment at Alan's house. So I could tell upon the first time I ever met her that she was very depressed. And the interaction I had with her was that she was like, you know, this lady needs a friend. She needs somebody to talk to. She needs some hope. I didn't know the real details of her husband's passing, other than the fact that he'd been, you know, found in a burn pile, and that was about it.
And at that point in time, did you and Melody become friends?
Yes, we became friends. I slipped a note in her, inside of her open purse with my phone number, and I asked her to give me a call because at that time it was approaching Christmas time, and my friend Alan was fighting stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And I wanted to talk to Melody about that. And what I decided to do at that time, and it was my decision, is that I wanted to throw a Christmas party for Alan because I felt that Alan was extremely depressed. He'd already been through one surgery, was about to go to another surgery. He was on chemo, and basically Alan was at death's door.
Was Melody, I gotta break you up a little bit. Did you ask Melody to help you plan this Christmas party?
I did, and the reason I did that is because I didn't want to celebrate Christmas anymore. My dad died Christmas Day a few years earlier, and unfortunately, my mom also died at Christmas a few years later during the COVID crisis. But anyway, I asked Melody if she would be willing to help me, because I started thinking, okay, you've got 3 depressed people, Alan, myself, and Melody. And I said, Christmas is a time of joy. It's a time of celebration. And I wanted to get her to be involved. I wanted to give her some hope. I wanted to try to make her smile. And we both had one common goal. And that common goal was to lift the spirits of our friend, Alan.
What did y'all end up doing then, having the Christmas party?
We had the Christmas party. But Melody helped me to orchestrate it, to decorate the house. And basically, we had Alan to go away from the house. We had the neighbors and the family members to come over and decorate the entire house, including moving in a baby grand piano, having a Broadway star to come down the staircase inside, and having a band inside the house to play for the Christmas party. You know, I really blew it out. I didn't have a lot of money, but I did everything I could to try to surprise my friend.
And I'm assuming that you funded this Christmas party.
I funded this, yes.
Okay.
And, you know, it was Melody that stopped me from putting the nativity scene out front, because she did have a mule and some goats, and I decided that may be taking it too far. But anyway, she was a great help to me. It did help her to come out of her shell a little bit, and it lifted her spirits, but it also surprised and lifted the spirits of our friend. And
Did y'all remain friends after the Christmas party?
yes, we did.
Was there ever, because you had mentioned the baby piano, do you play the piano?
I do.
Was there ever an instance where you had to have Melody help you try to move a piano?
Yes. I'm a classically trained musician, and she helped me and the neighbors to move it into Alan's house. And then after the Christmas party was over, I think it was sometime in January, maybe the beginning of February, I needed to move the piano out of his house because he was trying to get ready to sell his house at that time. And I had no place to put the piano. I was also engaged to be married at that time, and I didn't know exactly where I was going to be living. I did not want to put the piano in just any rental unit in town. Melody said, why don't you just put it in my garage until you can figure out what to do with it.
Did you in fact move the piano into her garage?
I did move the piano into her garage. I borrowed a farm trailer that she had and moved it out to her farm. Alan could not help us unload it, and it was just me and Melody and Alan had just had surgery. So Melody and I were trying to get the piano off the trailer, and the trailer has, if I remember right, kind of a wire mesh on it like some of the rental trailers have. And it almost turned over, and she really had a hard time lifting it. I had a hard time lifting it, but we were able to finally get it off. And the piano weighs 400 or 500 pounds. So we were able to get it off and get it situated in her garage.
Okay. And that was mainly with your help?
My help. She helped to balance it, but it almost turned over because of how I had it on the rollers. And with a baby grand piano, you move it on its side. With the legs off of it. There's a certain way to move these things, but it's a lot of weight.
And you rolled it?
And I rolled it, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Melody's children?
Say that again?
Do you know Melody's children?
I have met them, yes.
Okay. Which ones have you met?
I've met Amanda, Scott, and I've met the son-in-law, Chad.
When you were moving the piano into Melody's garage, did Scott come over?
Yes.
What happened with that?
We had moved the piano. I had backed the trailer up to the front of the garage, and we had moved the piano into the garage. And I was getting ready to leave, and I had disconnected the trailer from my car. And then out of the blue, Scott comes from the barn area where he was living, and he rushes up the road and he comes toward me, and I had never met him. I did not know who he was, and he was screaming and yelling at me and Alan and Melody, and basically Scott was screaming very loudly at me like, "Why are you here? Who are you? What are you doing on this property?" Like he owned the place or something. And
was
then
Melody there with you?
Yes, Melody was standing in a proximity of where I was, and he was screaming, "Don't you know there's been a murder here? Why are you here?" And then he and his mother got into it, and I said, "Son, I'm sorry about your dad." I said, "I've lost my dad, and I understand what it's like to lose a father, but I have nothing to do with this. Why are you yelling at me?" "Well, you don't understand. No one's supposed to be here. This is a murder scene." And I said, "Son, I'm sorry."
And just to clarify for the jury, what year was this?
This would have been probably 2019. This would have been after the Christmas party.
And so sometime between January and February of 2019?
Yes.
Did Scott eventually just go back to the barn, or did he leave?
No, he kept hanging around there, and he was very, I don't like to talk about anybody that I don't know, but he was very out of control. I mean, to a point of where it was like, if I came up to you on the street and started yelling at you for no reason, that's the type of craziness that was going on.
Was that your first time at Melody's house at 2155 Purcell?
I think that was my second time, because I'd been out there once before, I think with Alan, and it was for a Christmas, not really a Christmas dinner, but kind of a Christmas, come have some pie and cake type thing. Just the three of us, Alan, myself, and Melody, and I think there was another lady there. I don't know what her name was.
Did you ever have to help take care of the farm, feed the animals, or anything like that for Melody?
I did, but I want to say one other thing about the Scott situation, if I may.
Okay.
So when I got ready to leave, Alan was in his vehicle, I was in my vehicle. We got ready to leave the property. Scott followed me for 3.5 to 4 miles at a very high speed, and I couldn't understand why. And it made me upset and nervous, and I thought, why is this dude following me? Well, I haven't done anything. And I called 911, and the only response I got from 911 was, "What county are you in? Where are you?" I couldn't give them any information because I wasn't using GPS on my phone at that time. And the only way I got away from him was to make a right-hand turn at the very last moment. But it was very intense, and even to this day, I don't know why he was following me off the property.
Thank you for that.
Sure. What was your other question? I'm sorry.
Did you ever have an occasion to have to either assist Melody with taking care of doing farm chores or feeding the animals, anything like that?
I did know about all of her animals. She had chickens, she had goats, she had a mule that they called donkey, and she had probably three or four horses on the property, if I remember correctly.
Did you ever have to feed them?
I did feed them about 3 times, and after Melody was arrested, I went back out to the farm with her son-in-law, Chad, to change the locks on the house because there was an issue there where some things were coming up missing. And I went out, I told Chad, I said, something's wrong, something's not right. And Chad was a little bit hesitant for me to go out toward the barn area. And I said, Chad, I'm going out to look at the animals. And the donkey did not look healthy. The horses did not look healthy. And I went out there and the water troughs were all completely dry. They had not had any water for, I don't know how long, probably a few days. I put water in the water troughs, and the horses literally came running up toward me. The donkey came running toward me. There was no food. I ended up privately going and buying hay and food for the animals.
When was this?
This was right after, I think right after she was arrested, and she wasn't at the property because it was just Chad and I, whatever the time period were.
So sometime the summer of 2019, does that sound about right?
Probably. But I went out there, I probably fed the animals 3 different times. I know I went to the fence, I think, and threw a bale of hay over. And I called animal control at least 3 times to get somebody out there. And I think there is something written up where I did call animal control.
Did you ever see, while you were out there tending to the animals, did you ever see Scott Farris out there?
No, it did not.
Okay. That's all I got, Judge.
Brooks?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
I'm Jeffrey Fergus. I think we talked on the phone several weeks before trial started. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
And you're in, not show business, that's wrong, media, is that right?
I spent 24 years in broadcasting.
Okay, what'd you do?
13 of those years I worked for NBC Nightly News, or a local affiliate in Birmingham, Alabama. And then I worked for a software broadcast company for a year. And then I spent 10 years at the Weather Channel as their main commercial coordinator.
All right. And I think you told me you won some awards and things?
I have 2 Emmy Awards for my writing. As far as that is concerned with the television station I worked for. And I don't know what else you want to know.
You enjoy the media and things like that?
I did at the time, up until the time that it was time for me to do something different with my life.
And fair to say that you have had lots of conversation with the defendant, Ms. Farris?
During the time that she and I were friends, from the time I met her to the time she was incarcerated.
So you've had lots of conversations with her?
Yes.
Okay. By phone calls?
In person and by phone calls.
Text messages?
Probably.
How many times do you think you text her between when you came back into her life until today? If I was to look in your phone or your history, how many text messages are between you two?
During that time that I knew her, I have no idea because I had a lot going on in my life. I was in the process of getting married. I was in the process of moving. I was in the process of helping to take care of my friend Alan.
Well, when you were in the media, you actually had to pay attention to details and grammar and syntax and things like that because you got an award for writing. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you do pay attention to details, right? I mean, professionally, that's what you're trained to do.
Right.
So how many text messages are between you and the defendant since she came back into her life? You can round it up, 1,000, 2,000, how many?
I don't know. Probably, I would say probably under 100.
And how many times have you talked to her? How many conversations have you had with her?
It just depends as far as, I'm trying to remember because it's been, what, 6 or 7 years ago. It's a long time ago. And I would probably say, you know, as far as my physical interaction with her and talking to her, probably every other day, just to say, hi, how are you doing? That sort of thing, making sure that her safety is okay. She was concerned about her safety.
So can you answer my question? How many times you think you talked to her?
I don't know, maybe a few hundred.
And how many times did she tell you she wanted you to make a police report or make a statement about Scott or do something for Scott?
She never told me to do that.
How many times do y'all discuss you making a police report or something like that?
I don't know that there was any of those times that she did.
Well, obviously I had to tell her about it for you to be here, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You have to tell her about it for you to be here. The attorneys didn't know about those before, outside of her, would they?
I'm not clear on what you're asking.
You testified today that you had to call, I guess, something with law enforcement when Scott was following you, and I think also.
Yes, I called 911 because I couldn't understand why he was calling me. Why he was following me, excuse me.
So you two talk about at least that, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're here today because of what you've told her. Would that be fair to say? I mean, you didn't know her attorneys before this event, did you?
No.
So you didn't tell them outside of her about all these incidents, right?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you're here based on what you've told her or what she's told you, right?
During that time period.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified to 3 main things: a Christmas party in 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
And you did that because you are a nice guy, correct?
I try to be.
Yeah, and you feel for the defendant, right?
I feel for Melody because I've been through a Great Depression in my life. I know what it's like to lose family members. I know what it's like to be extremely depressed.
And you seem like a reasonable person. And you talk about depression and feeling sad and things like that. And you talk about this trailer incident with Scott. But you could also, if you put on kind of an objective hat, you would agree with me that Scott, he also could be sad and be depressed and be upset when he believes his mother murdered his father.
Well, I think that the whole family would be disturbed and upset during this time period. And, you know, but the interaction that happened that day between Scott and myself, that wasn't depression. That was control. That was anger.
So that would be no, you don't understand that Scott could be upset because he believed his mother killed his father, or yes, you believe he could be upset?
No, I do believe he could be upset.
And then finally, when he followed you on public road, right?
That's correct.
He never laid a hand on you, correct?
Never laid a hand on me.
Never threatened you, right?
Well, I don't know. When someone follows you at a high speed, don't you feel threatened by that?
No.
So if you left this courtroom and you went down the street and a stranger started following you, you wouldn't feel threatened?
No.
I see. Okay.
He never said, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you, anything like that, right?
No, it was just basically he was yelling and screaming. I didn't know him.
So when you're on that public road and he was following you, you were in your vehicle, correct?
I was in my private vehicle, yes.
And you were driving away, right?
That's correct.
And if he felt like you were doing something improper on the property, whether stealing something or helping his mom to take something, you could understand that he may want to follow you and see where you go, right?
No.
Okay.
Because I wasn't doing anything wrong.
But you can understand how he feels about what's going on with his mom because of the murder, right?
No, because I will say this. After that interaction and seeing how he was acting, it was very close to being violent that day. And I felt threatened as far as that arena is concerned. And anytime you leave a situation like that where someone's yelling and screaming, you don't know what they're capable of doing. You don't know what they're going to do. That's why I called 911.
And that's based on how you felt, right?
Yes, that's how I felt.
And you're basically saying that you were scared of Scott. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So let me get this straight. You thought Scott was violent, and Scott was out of control, and he was very upset but yet you went back to the property not once, not twice, but 3 times by yourself when Scott could be there?
No, it was not by myself. I always had somebody with me. I would never go on the property by myself.
You're so concerned with him that you went back and fed the animals when he couldn't possibly be there?
I always had a family member or somebody with me because I'm smart enough to know that you don't go on private property without somebody's okay or without a family member or a police officer or somebody. My concern was for those animals. Those animals were not being taken care of during that time period. I grew up on a farm with my grandparents in the summertime, and I understand what horses go through. I know they can get colic. I understand when an animal looks hungry and acts different, they're hungry. And you probably have pets. I have pets, and your pets are going to come to you when they're hungry. Those animals during that time period, whatever he was doing, wherever he was, were not being fed.
That's your opinion.
That is my opinion. And when you have an animal to run up to you begging for water and food, yes.
Nothing more.
Just one follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Thomas, have you spoken to Melody since she was arrested?
I went to the jail to see her a few times.
Okay, let me break it down a little bit. Have you talked to her any in 2024, either on the phone or in person?
No.
2023?
No.
2022?
I don't know what year she was in jail, or she would have been in jail. What was it? The year 2019. Maybe I spoke to her in 2020.
Okay.
I had a lot going on. My mom died in 2020, so there was a lot of. I don't know the time period during that.
But you haven't talked to her recently
No.
or any relevant portion before this trial?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Have you talked to Alan sitting right there recently?
He is a good friend of mine.
That's not my question. Have you?
Yes, I've always talked to Alan.
Nothing more, Judge.
All right. Anything else? All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, y'all ready for another? Y'all got another witness ready to go?
Yeah, we actually can talk after Cindy, but we're relatively short.
All right. Okay.
Please sit down, raise your right hand. You swear to affirm the testimony you give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat. State your name for the record.
Thomas Pinion.
All right, and what do you do, Mr. Pinion?
I'm the Chief Deputy for the Cherokee Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been in law enforcement?
30 years.
All with Cherokee?
Yes, sir.
30 years. So you started in what, 1990?
1994,
under Sheriff Garrison?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you post-certified?
I am.
How long have you been post-certified?
Since September of 1994.
All right. What were back in 2018? I'm just going to jump ahead. So you know what you're doing, right?
Yes,
You've been a cop a long time. All right. What do you do right now as chief deputy?
I'm responsible for the day-to-day operations of the entire sheriff's office.
Okay. How about in 2018 when you were a captain?
I was responsible for the day-to-day operations of the criminal investigation division.
Okay. You were the head of CID.
Correct.
Did you ever go out to 2155 Brazil Line?
Yes, sir.
On July the 5th?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any interactions with Miss Farris?
Yes.
Okay. How about with Scott Farris?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get there?
Would have been after lunch. I don't recall exactly what time.
Okay. Were you one of the first officers to arrive?
No, sir.
Do you know who was there before you? Who was there when you got there? Is the easier way to say
it. I don't specifically recall who was there. There were several law enforcement officers there, though.
Had your the crime scene technicians, have they gotten there yet?
One of them arrived with me.
Oh, arrived with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive all the way down the driveway at Purcell Lane and go up to the house?
Oh, sorry, guys. Thank you, therapist. Yeah, so I wanted to catch this before we went into this next witness because I was listening to the last person's testimony. First of all, I want to thank you to Film. Thank you so much to OnlyFans. Y'all could tell, like, if it's in 5 months, that means I've been here for day one, and I definitely appreciate you guys for being members for 5 months. That means that y'all, they was here from day one, from the day I got monetized. Yeah. Can y'all believe it's been 5 months? Y'all sick of me already? Nope, absolutely not. Of course not. Okay, so my bad. Yeah, I was trying to catch this before we went into the next testimony once so I can do the shout outs in order for the members that are supporting the channel. I truly appreciate it. And to talk about this testimony from the last witness, well, first of all, I do not appreciate how our prosecutor man, little shorty doo-wop, as I want to call him, how he get up there and he talking about how he gonna react if somebody was chasing him down that he didn't know. How does he say if somebody is scared of somebody or not? Like, I'm like, the nerve of him. I don't care if he lying or not lying, but the man said he was scared of this man. Why can't he be scared of him? I thought that was quite rude, quiet as kept, but it definitely appears that they all had some emotional shit going on around the time, and everybody was trying to help everybody, and they all had issues, deep-rooted issues with the loss of his father, and then, you know, Scott with the loss of his father. So it just seems like everybody had a lot of things going on. Yes, and I do definitely agree that, yeah, I think therapists put it in there that hopefully he got some therapy because it appears that he's still like on the Ferris wheel with the Ferrises, clearly, right? Because he's testifying and he has had contact with her since this incident has happened, since she has been in jail. And it seems like he's definitely down for the cause. But I just really wanted to stop in and make sure that I gave a shout out. Yeah, you know, calling these courthouses is like, oh, it's nerve wracking. And unfortunately, with us being live, I have to, they're open now, right? And they're on the other side of the world. So that means I have to call them while we're live. So anywho, hopefully they'll call me back. All I keep doing is getting the voicemail. So whatever. All right, here we go, guys.
I did go to the house. We parked a good distance away and walked.
Okay. Is that when you were walking in? Is that when you encountered Scott Farris?
Yes, you're near the house.
Okay. Was that when there's been some testimony before you, I know you haven't been watching the trial, that was he sitting on the back of his truck when you got there, or do you recall?
I don't recall.
Right. You recall talking to him?
I do.
And during your conversation with him, you were just trying to get some just background basic information?
He approached me and started speaking.
Okay. You didn't ask him anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Did that conversation did he just continue to keep talking?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been there before you encountered him?
It was immediate.
Immediate?
Yes, sir.
Did he come up to you like at your car, or you actually got to walk up to the house?
Walk up to the house.
All right. Let me show you. This was previously admitted. I'll have to click through and find the right one, but these are aerial. So in this one, this is aerial 4. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can see this. This is the road that goes off to the barn, and then it goes straight. Did you park around this area?
I was out near the main roadway.
Just up from there?
No, sir. Looks like down in the bottom part of the screen, just where the main roadway is.
Yeah.
We would have parked out there somewhere.
Okay, so you parked on the road and walked down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall where Scott came up to you at?
It was up near the house, maybe to the left of the house.
Okay, so you did make it all the way down the driveway?
Correct.
So how long did it take you to walk down the driveway? Just a couple minutes?
Yeah, less than that probably.
And then immediately here's Scott Farris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, I know you had written in your report that since he just started talking, you were trying to get some basic information, and then you didn't prompt him to keep talking, did you?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. And I think you actually wrote in your report that Scott completely changed the direction of the conversation.
Correct.
Right. Was he blaming or seemed like you throwing anybody under the bus immediately?
He was recounting a domestic dispute that he had witnessed recently.
Okay. And that would have been between Melody and Gary?
Correct.
Okay. He was also, did he allude to you anything about any affairs?
Yes.
Okay. And those were Melody's affairs, correct?
Correct.
How about, oh, a gun? Didn't he also talk about there's a gun missing?
He did.
Okay. Did he describe the gun to you?
He did.
Did he even tell you where it was or what he thought it should be?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And he even told you about why he was downstairs looking for it, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I'm assuming at this point you were able to, for lack of a better term, kind of get away from him to go check on your other agents or other deputies.
Yeah, after we finished speaking, I did.
Okay. And was that, do you recall, because I mean, I know you were there as everybody's supervisor, really. Were you able to record this?
No, sir, I was not.
Yeah, because you didn't have your recorder on you, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. But you did write it down in a report.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then after this interaction, you went off and did whatever captains do at crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Just 1 second, Judge. Just a couple of quick things. With you being the head of CID, would you be the person in charge, for example, if y'all wanted to call in the GBI to investigate this case or any case?
Yes, sir. That's part of my responsibilities.
Okay. Why did you not contact the GBI to investigate this?
We've got very competent detectives, crime scene technicians, and you know, we typically do not do that in a homicide case or any death case.
And you investigated in-house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you gone back and looked over like all the reports and the things that were done and not done in this case?
I don't specifically recall doing that. I mean, I was kept abreast of actions as they were completed. But I don't recall reading each and every supplemental.
And when did you receive your promotion from head of CID to chief deputy?
I've been chief deputy almost 3 years now. So it would have been about 5 years ago. So started away from criminal investigations.
Okay, so shortly after this investigation began, you went off to do other things with the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay, so you were kind of out of it at that point?
Yes, sir.
You still would have had the ability though to, like in your authority, you could have contacted Hayes and been like, hey, tell me what's going on this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you didn't do that?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of all of the things in this case that weren't gathered and weren't tested?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the barn, there was no Blue Star testing done in the barn?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you the one who contacted Elena Coffey with the GBI to come out?
I believe I contacted her supervisor, but yes, I reached out to the GBI.
Okay. And why at that point, for that very limited thing, the Blue Star, why would you contact the GBI for that?
The stock that our crime scene technicians were using was expired.
Oh, okay. So the Blue Star that they had used previously on the case had expired?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know some of that was used at Purcell Lane or on any of the items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it was used. How expired was it? Do you recall?
I do not.
Okay, but it was in fact expired.
Correct.
Okay, all right. That's all I got, Jess.
Anything? No questions? No. All right. You step down. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Our next witness is a little longer, so.
We'll go ahead and take it. We'll go ahead.
So I guess my question is, how are they using expired stuff? You know, it always worries me when the defense brings in a cop or a detective or something to that nature that did not testify for the prosecution team on the state side, and the defense brings that person to testify. It almost makes me feel like the prosecution or the state is trying to hide certain things. Like, okay, So y'all were trying to not get in this information in regards to this Blue Star being expired. Like why? But that's just my thought in regards to that. Like I always wonder about that stuff. Like why when they do that, it just that brings reasonable doubt to me right there. Like why don't you call, even if it may not support your theme or story, but I would like to get ahead of certain things. So, but exactly why I'm not an attorney, because I have no clue. I just know how it appears. Okay, let me go ahead and play this. Once again, shout out to the trial channel. This is a good reminder for me. Let's see who we got coming to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you so solemnly swear that in the matter pending before this court, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Amanda Bruce, AmandaBruce.
Oh, she cried.
And what was your maiden name?
Farris, Farris.
So I want to, you are the daughter of who?
My father, Gary Farris, and Melody Farris.
So speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
We'll take our time. So Amanda, you are of the four children, which are you, the oldest, the middle, the youngest?
I'm the youngest.
All right. About what year were you born?
1989.
All right. So you don't remember much of living, do you remember at all living in Alabama?
I have images in my head of like our playroom, but no, I moved here in kindergarten.
And that would have been to Alpharetta or Atlanta?
Yes, sir, Alpharetta.
All right. So kind of tell the jury a little bit about what it was like growing up in the Farris household.
Honestly, when I was a child, everything was normal. Lived in a home in Alpharetta, which was normal, and we all went to school in kind of the same area.
Where'd y'all go to school?
I went to Chattahoochee High School. Brothers went to Milton, and then my sister also went to Chattahoochee as well.
Okay. So tell me about kind of everybody's, this jury has heard your siblings testify throughout this trial. So this is your kind of chance to explain what you saw growing up. You know, everybody's personality. Tell us how Chris was growing up.
Chris and I had the biggest age difference. He was 10 years older than I was, so I don't really recall a lot of interaction between him. He was just like the oldest brother, moved out early. I must have been in middle school when he went to college. Scott, from our childhood when we lived in Alpharetta, like at Hampton Hall, he played football and he was a little bit more of an introvert. Chris was more of an extrovert. Emily, we were very close. We were 18 months apart, and so she was only a grade or two above me, and she was more introverted and I was a little bit more extroverted, but we were quite similar in ways.
Okay. So how was your parents' relationship back in those days?
Everything seemed about as normal. We didn't really take a lot of vacations or anything like that. We would go to the beach when my dad had a law seminar every once in a while. But looking back on it, compared to what I do for my child, it was kind of just routine day in, day out things. Go to school, come home, clean house, wake up, do it all over again. So it was all very.
Did y'all have chores
normal.
Or how?
Oh, yes. We always had chores, whether it be outside, inside. We had responsibilities, or at least I did.
Okay. So, the jury has heard quite a lot about, where everybody went in their life after they kind of graduated high school and the family began to grow up. So we'll start with you and then kind of tell me about your siblings.
Well, I graduated from high school and I went.
In 2008?
Correct, 2008, and immediately went down to Georgia Southern. Lived there for a couple of years, and then I actually moved back home. partially because I wasn't doing too well and because my dad kind of wanted me to come home at that time. So
About what year would that have been?
2010. So I came back and then I did some school at Georgia Perimeter College and finished up there and kind of went into work at retail, and I found my love in retail. And
that would have been when you went to work for Tory Burch?
No, I actually worked for Victoria's Secret for a while. And then for an accounting firm, I was a server. I did a kind of, number of things, but eventually I found my dream job at Tory Burch, and they did a company restructure, and I didn't get to work there any longer because my my position in the company got eliminated. But then I worked at Club Monaco, which is a retail store at Lenox. And then I ended up having my son not too long after that. Well, I guess I worked in fine jewelry for a while too, for like 5 years. And then I had my son and I had to get out of retail.
It's safe to say prior to you having your son, you've always worked.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. So tell me about Emily.
Emily, she graduated high school. She went to the University of Alabama, did really well there. She's always been really smart. Always did really good in school. Graduated communications degree, I'm almost positive.
Okay.
And then that's when she met her husband, Chris Payne, and they ended up moving to Atlanta, lived here for a while, like in the Dunwoody area. And then I think he may have gotten a job up in Tennessee, and they got married up there. And that's, I guess, where they've been ever since.
And then tell me about Chris.
Chris went to University of Alabama for a couple of years, maybe 3, I'm not sure. Did not finish. And then I really don't know how long after that he met Kimberly, and they ended up pregnant with Ella, and they got married. Moved up to Maine, had Addison, and then Chris came back after they got divorced or during the divorce, something like that. But he moved back here and he's been back here ever since.
How about Scott?
Scott graduated high school, kind of worked odd jobs, I guess you would say, like kind of like I did. And he worked at Jiffy Lube, he worked at car dealerships. He just kind of worked all over the place, honestly. And then he decided that he wanted to go into the Army. So he did that. I want to say, I know I spoke to him over the telephone, or not over the phone, but over chat, my freshman year of college. And he was not in there for very long. And next thing I knew, I did go out and visit him at the base in Texas for a little while. And when he had his girlfriend, Gina, who I later found out, I guess they were married. And then he came back here from what I can recall.
Okay. So this phrase has been used, and it may be you that I heard it from originally, and I can't remember. But would it be fair to call your family the Farris wheel?
Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, let's kind of get into that if we could, and kind of talk about, from your perspective, the personalities in the family and kind of the interplay of the siblings and the parents, and through the years, how that kind of developed into 2018.
I wouldn't say that term really came along until we were adults. We were not in college or any, I guess you could say we were in college, but there's always something going on.
Well, kind of give the jury a background of that, if you don't
mind. Chris, him and Kimberly got pregnant, they got married, they had their issues with their divorce, unfortunately. Scott going to the Army, getting out, he kind of just lived at home. He really didn't do much. Really kind of worked odd jobs all the time. I know he was working at the Nissan dealership when I got my car, and that would have my first and second car came from that same dealership, but I guess it was the first time. So that was a senior in high school. He was working there. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's kind of work through personalities in this Ferris wheel. So let's start with Chris. What would you say Chris's personality is, and then give me some examples?
He was very extroverted. He he was always the center of attention at, like, I could say at parties and things like that. But him and I, we were friendly. I mean, we were all friendly. We all like got along. We all went to Christmas together and we all were friends, I guess you would say, but we didn't know like the inner workings of each other's lives. I don't know if I'm just kind of one of those people that likes to stay out of it. But I mean, there was just something always kind of going on. Everybody had their problems, but like my sister, she had her things and her husband was in and out of trouble. But you know, Emily never did anything wrong. I think she is a great wife and a great woman. Scott, he just lived at home. Him and I really didn't get along. He was kind of aggressive towards me at times, but other times we were fine with each other. He was kind of a different character, but he was our brother.
What do you mean by that?
He was just very introverted. He didn't have a lot of friends. I don't know how to explain it. He just wasn't very much like us. But he just lived his own life and we weren't involved with him, but we weren't involved with each other very much at all either. So it's like, it was, what was it on the outside? It wasn't, we didn't really connect internally. So I don't know.
And then how would you assess your personality?
I like to think I'm a loyal person. I'm a caring person. I always like to believe the best in people. I almost and I don't want to say a fault because I think everybody deserves a friend in this world, but I can be very introverted at times. But I like to have who my friends are. I passionately love them, and I would be there for them. But I like to consider myself kind of where I stand in the middle, where I like to evaluate everything from the outside. But I like to stay out of a lot of drama.
Okay. So we keep kind of touching around the outsides of the drama, but would you say on a scale of 1 to 10 that your family pre-2018 was 1 being very boring, not dramatic, 10 being as dramatic as it gets? What number would you give it?
It's hard to say because that was our normal. I think there was always something going on in everybody's life. I tried to, I mean, all of this, I was just trying to get married and fall in love with the man that I wanted to marry. And my world got turned upside down. And I was just very much one of those, like, everybody else's problems are their own and I can't fix it. But it was tough. It's really hard to explain, but everybody had trauma and trouble and issues.
You use the past tense when you're talking about your siblings. Why is that?
We don't talk anymore.
They don't talk to you.
Communication is a two-way street.
So when's the last time you talked to your siblings?
Had to be probably end of 2019.
Okay. So why do you believe that is?
I mean, this had something to do with it, but we had our own falling outs individually that I kind of refreshed my memory when I knew this was all happening and reading through text messages and things like that. But Chris and I had a falling out a year prior. My husband and I always go to Lake Lanier Islands for the 4th of July. My husband grew up in that area and worked there for a very long time.
At Lake Lanier Islands?
At Lake Lanier Islands. So that was our tradition. We did it every year, ever since I knew him.
This would be the big beach at Lake Lanier?
Yeah, like what's now Margaritaville.
Okay. And we're going to talk about the 4th in 2018 in a minute.
This is
what you guys did every year.
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2017.
Okay.
So we invited Chris and Jenna and the girls to come up with us to celebrate the 4th of July. And it ended up where we had spent the entire day out there and they were drinking heavily, and we went to the Mexican restaurant on Friendship Road, and I pulled the girls in the bathroom, and I was like, listen, I can't let you drive with them. I was like, it's not safe. So they agreed, and we got in the car and we took them back as they were staying at Lake Lanier Islands Resort that night, and took them back. And shortly after that, I called my parents. Not that night, could have been a couple of days, I don't remember. But I told them, I said, Chris has a problem. He has a drinking problem, and those girls are going to get in an accident, and something bad's going to happen to them or somebody else. Well, it wasn't too long after that that my brother decided to call my parents, and specifically my father, and say that he was having an affair with my mother and accused. And that was pretty much from then on out. I'd never felt the same about Chris.
And so that was right around the 4th of July, 2017.
Correct.
Was this also the time were you aware of him threatening to kill your mother?
That happened after.
Okay.
I kind of pieced it all together because I hear bits from people, but you know, nobody tells me directly. Honestly, when that happened, I didn't ask questions. I didn't want to be involved. I thought that was something that my parents should handle. They were the parents, they needed to handle it. And that's why I went to them about his problem. And because it wasn't my place to tell him he had a problem, and it was theirs as his parents. And I don't know if that was a result of that.
Did you know that it had, I mean, almost a similar situation about Chris trying to leave with the girls, intoxicated? Did you know about that?
I slightly recall something of the sorts. I just remember telling my parents that the girls should not be driving with them if they were going to be drinking like that. And it was if it came to the point of me saying something to my parents, there was a reason. I did not feel like they were safe.
And so let's be clear. At that point, Chris, instead of stopping drinking or taking accountability for his actions, he decided to say that your fiance was having an affair with your mother.
That's what I can assume.
Okay.
Because there's no other reason for him. My husband was good friends with Scott and Chris before this. They went to an SEC football championship game together. Chad and my dad had a fantastic relationship before all of this happened. We went out there almost every weekend to have dinner with them. And we were there on his birthday on June 27th before he died. And we were the only ones there.
And we are gonna talk about that weekend. So I want to back up too. I mean, so that's, you brought up Chris and you brought up that incident, and we may just have to talk about moments in time that come back. Because I understand that what you're currently going through in this moment is awful.
Yes.
And this is a very patient jury, and so we will get through it, okay? But let's go back and let's talk about Scott. I want to talk about, he gets back from Iraq. Can you tell me about any specific instances you remember? You mentioned anger and things like that. Can you talk about that for the jury?
I mean, he was just very protective over the farm. And I never understood why we called it a farm. So it was a glorified petting zoo at most, but sorry.
They know. They've seen it.
Sorry, we had a lot of animals growing up, and this was like that on steroids. It made no sense.
Well, then how did we wind up there? How did the family get to the farm?
That would be a great question. Ask my daddy. Because I don't know. There was a lot of things that happened before that moment that I think should have been taken care of before just putting money on it to fix it. Okay. I think a lot of things that have happened in our family get swept under the rug, and they're never addressed, and they're not taken seriously. But a sin is a sin. And I feel like this is a repercussion of all the sins that were committed over years, unfortunately.
This is sins by everybody in the
Everybody.
family?
False money idols. It was always what it looked like on the outside. It never mattered what it was on the inside. There was many things growing up, like our parents didn't really, they cared, but you had to figure it out for yourself. It wasn't, let me walk you through this. Let me show you how to do this. I don't feel like it was ever that moment. So we kind of had to fend for ourselves a little bit in that aspect.
Well, let's talk. Let's just go ahead and get into it. Let's talk about your mother. Let's talk about it. Growing up. I mean, it seems like, the jury's seen messages between you guys. It seemed like you guys were pretty close.
She was my mom, yeah.
All right.
She is my mom.
Right.
I've always cherished we had a great family growing up. It seemed like everything was normal. We lived in a great house, and Alfreda went to a good school, had never wanted for anything, or never needed for anything, I guess I should say. We were given everything. My dad provided everything.
Let's talk about your dad. And I'm bouncing now too. What was your dad like?
He was great.
Take your time. I feel like we've been in this trial for a while.
He was a very smart man. I'm sorry. There was no doubt in my mind he loved all of us. He made that known, and he was very sarcastic.
Lawyers are notorious for that.
He had the lawyer personality for sure, but I mean, he was the dad that you walk down the stairs and he'd whistle and go, "You're a movie star." Or when Emily had her baby, he texted me a picture of me holding Olivia, and he goes, "You're natural." Like, he was just so loving, and I can still
take your time.
He was just such a big man, and he'd come and he'd just wrap his arms around you. But then in this sense, he'd turn around and fart on you, and you'd just be like, he was sweet, and he was witty. He could say things that cut you to the bone. He definitely demanded respect in that aspect, I guess you would say. I was always fearful of him in the sense that I wanted to respect him and I wanted him to be proud of me. And when he would make comments that I was not doing as well as I should, I took that to heart, and I really wanted to make him proud. He was a good dad. He was a good grandfather, and I wish my son could have seen that.
Could you tell the jury what his relationship was like with Chris, for example?
I mean, I never saw them really do much together, I guess you would say, but I mean, Chris was grown. I don't know much about the relationship when they were younger. I don't really recall. I know that they were in a lot of fights over the past years about money.
Could you explain that to the jury? Best you can remember.
The best I can remember. I mean, it sounds awful, but I mean, he had issues with taking money, and he always had his hand out, but I don't doubt that he didn't love my daddy. I approach things differently than my siblings did.
What does that mean?
Meaning I never wanted anything in return for his love. Especially right before he died, I just wanted a mother and a father, and that was it. I didn't want any more of the drama. I didn't want any more of their marital problems. I didn't want to deal with any of it. I just wanted a mom and a dad, and I wanted to get married, and I wanted them to watch my kids grow up.
So tell me if I'm wrong, but what I think I heard in regards to Chris was he didn't have a very close relationship with your dad that you noticed.
That I noticed. I mean, it was all about the same. I mean, they'd have conversations at Christmas, but I don't know if he ever went out and like had dinner with him. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see it. They may have, but like my dad and I would meet up, and because I lived in Roswell, Buckhead area, and he would call me and he'd be like, "Hey, I'm leaving the office. You want to go meet at Cheesecake Factory?" And I'd say, yeah, let's go. And it would be just him and I. And so I don't know if they had that or not. I
You just
really don't.
know. But you did know. And how did you know that he was stealing money from your dad?
Well, my mother made it very apparent. There was never any dirty laundry that the both of them weren't willing to air out to all of their children.
So
There was
your
no
dad would do
boundary.
that too.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
So he would say, Chris is stealing from me.
correct.
And was that in the months and weeks leading up to his death?
Years.
For years?
It's been a problem for as long as as the girls have been around, as far as I'm concerned.
How would your brother do it? You say steal from him. How would that happen?
It was all things that I was told, whether it be my mom, mostly my mom, because I don't think my dad really liked to talk about those problems. He liked to complain to me about my mother. But I mean, it was well known that he would take checks and he would cash them. He would take credit card numbers. He would use the numbers off of them. Just always needing stuff for the girls. I don't just always had his hand out. I don't know how else to say it.
But Emily didn't do stuff like that, right?
She needed help from him. I think it was mostly for her husband. I know that she moved into her house in Thompson Station, and she would have not gotten that without him. He co-signed on an apartment in Atlanta because they couldn't get that on their own. But my dad co-signed for many things. Like he co-signed on my second car. He didn't pay anything for it, but he co-signed on it. So
he was just helping out the kids in that regard.
You had to ask for it, but he was not just going to willingly give it out. But you definitely had to ask for it.
Okay. Well, speaking of asking for it, were you familiar in any way of how Scott would be paid or how he worked on the farm? Do you know anything about that?
They moved out there, and I never really understood why they bought the house.
Did you ever hear, I'll stop you to ask this question. Did you ever hear that it was going to be kind of your mom and your dad's fresh start? Did you ever hear that?
That's what I assumed it had to have been, because we had a come to Jesus meeting about it. And we both knew. I said, you know what this is, you know who she is, you know who you are. I need you to make a decision. I was in a relationship with a loser for quite some time, and they both came down and got me out of that relationship. And him and I were at Tacos and Tequilas in Buckhead, and I said, Daddy, if this is the hard decision I had to make, you need to make that decision too. You need to be happy. I mean, I would text them when they would say, oh, Daddy, or Mama would send me something, a screenshot, or being mad with Daddy, and I'd be like, y'all need to figure this out. Like, y'all are gonna have a heart attack one day. Or like Daddy would complain about something, and I'd be like, y'all need to figure it out. This is not my problem. It's just, I thought of that Purcell house as they both knew what they were getting into. And at that point, my hands were off of it. I said, that's y'all's problem.
So tell me if I'm wrong, because just going off the way you just said this. But it sounds like your parents, this is just how they were.
Yes.
And when I say the way they were, the kind of the way that they would just kind of bicker and complain about each other, that was just a two-way street, and that's what they did. That's how they communicate.
Yes. And that's what they both accepted and wanted to do.
That's what they wanted to do.
Yes.
That was
my
their
dad
norm.
told me, he said, I love her, and I'm not leaving her. So that was his choice, not mine. He knew my opinion.
Okay. But those strange maybe to the outside world, to them,
that was their choice.
that was life.
They were both adults. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So back to Scott, and how did it come to pass that he wound up on the farm that you knew of?
Because he couldn't make it on his own. It was kind of a running joke that he just was always he'd complain that, oh, Mama told me to do this, or Daddy told me to do that. And I'm like, well, move out. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, don't live with your parents. They always said, oh, I'm going to work on the farm, or I'd work on the farm and things like, yeah, he did. I mean, I guess, but so did my dad. So did my mom. It was a kid that was living at home. And that was about it.
Do you think he was taking advantage of them?
I think anybody who asks their parents for money over the age of 20, 25 are taking advantage of people.
Okay.
I think it's a moment in a person's life where you have to say, I'm an adult, I need to grow up.
Okay. Do you, did you know about kind of his daily life, about him just playing golf and not really actually working on the farm very much?
It was off of what I was told.
Okay. Nothing you saw?
No. I mean, he was out there, when I went out to visit my parents, you couldn't go on the property without him he'd come up right in it immediately. But like, he would see what was going on and then he would leave and he would go back. Like Christmas, or even dinners on weekends when we would go, he would come in, make his plate, and he'd go back to his little apartment. And that was like the most we saw of him. And
like he would take the plate and go back to the barn apartment?
Yeah. He never
wouldn't sit with the family?
No. Occasionally he would sit at the bar stool, like in the kitchen, but.
And this is Scott, not your dad?
Correct.
If you had to say which kids were closest to which parent?
I mean, my dad and Emily always had a really good relationship, but she lived in Tennessee, so it's kind of hard to judge.
Sure.
My husband is a really big advocate of family, and looking back on it, I didn't have that lovey-dovey family relationship that everybody grew up with. And I wanted to cultivate that, and I made an effort to spend that time with my parents. So we would go out there almost every weekend and have dinner with them. And I mean, I was looking back through our text messages, and it felt like every weekend, baby girl, when am I going to get to see you? I'll be up there this weekend. So I really tried to get as close as I possibly could, but my dad was really hard to get close to. He's very shut off to a certain point. But I think he did that because we were his kids. I think it was different for the other people.
Like what other people? Would it have been different?
Like my husband would have conversations with him. They would have great conversations from what I heard. Like when we went over there for dinners, they'd go outside. My dad smoked cigarettes. Chad vaped at the time. They'd go outside and they would just chit chat. And they had great conversations. More than I could get out of him, I guess I should say.
Okay. So I want to start kind of moving into events in y'all's family life that would have been part of maybe the Ferris wheel, and get your version of the events to tell the jury. About the time you were in college, can you tell the jury about Ted Wiley? What you know about that?
Well, going back to my senior year of high school, my mother's mother, had open heart surgery, and she had to go up there and stay with her all the time. And my father would text me and tell my other siblings about Ted, and it was a speculation at first. And then it came to a point where my father would send me pictures of things that were not appropriate, that were possibly sent to my mother's phone. And at that point, I told him I didn't want to be involved and I didn't want to know. I felt like I was a child at that point and I didn't need to be involved, and I was very upset. So it ended up that it turned out really bad, and she went up there and was, I guess, I don't know if she was staying with him. I didn't ask. But my dad was at home and he was alone, and I was at Georgia Southern and I wasn't doing well anyways. And I said, I'm going to come home and I'm going to live with my dad. And I did. I came home and I lived. And it was not long after that my mom came in and she decided to come back home. And at that time, I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be involved. So I was dating a guy at the time. He had an apartment and I went and lived with him. One of the worst decisions I've ever made.
This was that loser you were telling us
That was
about.
that loser.
And so that's what you remember from that era?
From that era, yes.
But your dad knew about it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was.
And everybody else in the family?
Everybody knew about it.
Okay. And would you just kind of, earlier you said about kind of the bickering and the way that they would communicate, that just became part of everybody's life.
Yeah.
would you give that same assessment to any extramarital relationships both your parents would have?
I didn't know of any extramarital affairs that my father had.
Okay. But even your mom, as far as how it just became accepted by the family and this was so odd, this is how we live.
It was accepted because my father accepted it. I just made a comment that was not the best about my mother to my father, and he got very mad at me. He said I was not to speak to her about her like that. And after that, I didn't talk to him about it, and I stayed out of it. And that's where I left it. It was his choice. So that was it. That was their normal. They accepted it. They knew what they were doing.
Okay. What about the other siblings? Did y'all talk about it at all?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. They had far more anger for my mother, which I felt like I should have had, just because I feel like there were moments of manipulation in the sense of like, I'd go up to Alabama with her and I think that she would kind of use me as like, oh, I'm going up with Amanda. And then I'd be left at home, or I don't know. It's all speculation. All I can do is assume, but I don't feel like things were not going the way that they should have. And I think sins were committed in that I think both of them needed to address, and they didn't. They refused to.
So kind of moving back closer in time, is it fair to say that Scott and your mother were actually pretty close?
Oh, they spent almost every day together. They would go up to what is called, I think, Scottsdale Farms. Scott loved to decorate. He was always doing something, whether it be outside or inside the barn, or they were always together. They always went up to Cherokee Ranch. I mean, all of us did everything with my mom.
What does that mean?
We all had a relationship with her. And Chris took his girls to be with her all the time. I don't know if they necessarily I guess they did stuff together. I didn't see where they did.
Did you know that the girls basically, when Chris would get them from Maine, they would spend the vast majority of their time
they came over to my mother's.
And they would call her grandma. Did you know that?
Yes. They spent all their time with my mother. She was great grandmother. His great grandmother.
And she keeps your son, correct?
She did.
Okay. So they were close. Did they ever fight? Any altercations?
Sure.
Well, what you would have known.
I think they would fight when my mother would call them out on their stuff. And they didn't like it. And I'm sure that they felt the same way about her. But I mean, there was always an underlying anger that never went away. I think we all knew what was there, and the betray and the mistrust there that never went away. But we did as Daddy did, and we just swept it under the rug, and we just kept moving. We just kept our family.
So let's move to 2018. Do you remember any of your dad's medical spells? They would call them episodes.
Yeah, I mean, he said he would get sick and he would have to lie down, whether it be for 24 or 48 hours. I don't know. He would tell me he didn't feel well, and I'd beg him to go to the hospital. I mean, you've got to figure this out. I mean, he was not the healthiest man. But he refused. I remember trying to get him off of cigarettes. I tried to get him to, I was like, at least vape. I know it's still terrible, but it's not cigarettes. And refused and stuck in his ways and drank Mountain Dews. But he refused to do anything about it, ever. And then the one that sticks out to me the most in 2018, I had to be a few months before he died, because we were supposed to go we were supposed to go to our wedding venue, and he got really sick, and my mom had called me the night before and said that he was going into a diabetic shock or something, but something was wrong with him. Scott was there. They were trying to get him to the hospital, and I didn't see him until the next day, but I walked in and he was perfectly fine, just sitting up. So it was a shock. I mean, even Chris brought him a Mountain Dew in the hospital. And
Not even a Diet Mountain Dew?
no.
Okay.
And I remember sitting there and it was like, Daddy, I won't go to this wedding venue if you don't want me to. And he's like, no, baby girl, go. He was always, baby girl, go ahead and do it. Because I always asked his permission for everything. I was like, are you sure it's okay that I go with Mama to go tour this venue? And he said, yes, please go. And same venue, we ended up putting a deposit down and we never got married there. So yeah, he was not in good health.
So I want to move into the summer of 2018. And so that summer, you guys would pretty much go up there and have dinners every weekend.
Every weekend almost, yeah.
And your now stepdaughter, Cameron, she'd go too.
Yeah, if she was with us, yes.
The jury would have they've met Cameron. And everything, how did it seem when you went that summer? Just normal?
Fine, it was just us there. Scott made me come in once and leave, but Chris wasn't there unless the girls were there. Emily was in Tennessee, so she was never there. So it was just the four of us, five if Cameron went. My mom would cook and we'd all eat dinner and stay till about 9, 10 and then go home.
So you tell the jury about the weekend before his birthday, from everything you can remember about that.
Well,
just that weekend. Who was there? What was going on?
The Saturday before, we had a big gathering in the house, and everybody was there. Chris, Scott, Emily, Chris Payne, Olivia, me, Chad. I don't think Cameron was there. She wouldn't have been there. And we just had dinner. My mama cooked and we had cake and that was it. And we went home and then Sunday.
Well, I'll ask you this. I mean, did everything seem normal?
Yeah. Our normal. Yeah. Okay. Everybody gets along. We had a great time.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Sunday, the next morning, we woke up and we went to go eat brunch. I don't know what time. Could have been near lunch time. We walked into Jay Christopher's over there, I think closer to their house. Emily was supposed to go back to Tennessee. I was asking to see if she would go with me and Daddy and my mom to go to a wedding store in Roswell to go look at dresses, and we ended up not going. And because she had to go back, and we had breakfast. Yeah, it was just a normal breakfast. I don't know. And then my dad's birthday would have been in the middle of the week, I guess it was. It was a weekday. And we invited everybody. I didn't invite my mom because I thought my dad wouldn't like it. Boy, was I wrong. He was very upset that I did not invite her.
And what day was that?
I don't remember. June 27th.
Okay. So the week before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Chris texted at last minute, said he couldn't come. Said he was busy or something and he couldn't go. Scott didn't go. He was up there at the house, I guess, but he didn't go. So Chad and I had dinner with him at I can't remember the name of it, a Cajun place in Roswell Road, I believe. And that was his last birthday.
Okay. So let's move on into July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Things you saw and any interactions you had with your mother and Scott or anybody in the family at that time. So let's go to, did you talk to your mom at all on the 3rd that you can remember?
I can recall because I went through text messages. I'd worked that day, worked at a jewelry store. So I would have worked from 9 to 6. And I mean, I had texted her all the time.
And you remember y'all were kind of texting to some degree. Chris had either, how did it come to pass that Chris had convinced your dad to pay for his vacation? Did you know anything about that?
My mother had told me that Chris had booked another vacation In my eyes, Daddy didn't go on vacation. Daddy loved to work. He just didn't do that. So it was kind of shocking. I kind of perceived it as Chris wanted a free hotel room or a condo in my eyes. But
your brother Chris, he offered, I believe, he was going to on this trip pay for all the food.
I don't know.
Do you believe him if I were to tell you that he said that? He was going to pay for all the food and the fishing and everything?
Doubtful.
Okay. Why would that be?
He never had any money to do that. He always had to ask for money for everything. He couldn't fly the girls in from Maine without help. So I don't see how that could have been possible.
Shock you that on the day of the 5th, after you guys had been investigated that day and you talked to Detective Hayes and Kuykendall, that he actually had to borrow $20 from Emily to get home? Did you ever hear about that?
No.
Okay. So you're talking to your mom some about that stuff that day and wedding stuff. Do you remember that?
Probably at that time. I was in full wedding mode trying to plan our wedding because we had the deposit down at Vauxhall.
But did anything seem out of the normal that day?
No.
Just a normal life, normal communications with your mother?
I was in bliss. I was engaged. I was the happiest I've ever been.
Okay.
Everything was perfect in my eyes.
So the next morning, on the 4th, I believe you guys even had some phone conversations. Do you remember anything about that?
Well, we had picked up Cameron the night before because it was our time to have her come over. And so we drove up to Jefferson and got her and brought her home. And then we were going to Lake Lanier because that's what we do every year.
And you take your mom every year?
No.
Okay.
Since we were up there the weekend before, we'd asked I asked my mother and Chad asked my dad.
Okay.
And my dad did not want to go. And I told my mom, I said, if you want to go, you're more than welcome. But this is what we're doing. This is our plans.
Okay. What do you remember about inviting her?
I just invited her. I was just like, hey, we're going to go do this. If you want to do something on 4th of July, this is where we'll be. It's fun. It's a fun place.
What did she say?
I think she said, sure. Yeah, I'll go. I mean, she had told me the weekend before she was going to go.
Okay. And then the morning of the 4th, you guys were texting about it and talking about it. Matt, did anything seem weird or out of place?
No. We woke up and we went out there. It was super packed. So
this is Margaritaville.
Margaritaville. Yep. The whole beach was packed. All the chairs were taken. And I called her and was like, hey, we're going to go back home and we're going to get our chairs and stuff because there's nowhere to sit. But we put up our little pop-up tent and saved a spot because we lived 5 minutes down the road, not even. And told her we were going to go get our chairs and come back. And I told her she needed to bring one if she had one. And then she said she was working out in the yard and that she would be there later. And I said, okay.
And so she came?
Yeah, eventually around 12, 1 o'clock, I guess it was. It was later.
About noon?
Yeah, I would say so.
Somewhere in there. How did she sing? How was her demeanor?
Normal.
What did y'all do?
We roasted on the beach for a while and then went to Land Shark Cafe and because it was unbearably hot and we ate lunch. She ate with us. Cameron was there. And we went back to the beach, sat there for a while. I don't know if we did any of the water slides or anything that day, but I think it was 5, 6 o'clock maybe. And Cameron was begging to go be with Addison. We were like, I don't know, because we had just picked her up the night before.
Would Cameron and Addison, they communicate to themselves via text?
Yeah, they were friends at that time, yeah.
Okay, so they'd already kind of figured out they're going back to Grandma's.
Yeah, they were essentially the same age. They like hanging out with each other.
Okay, so I guess Cameron told you, hey, I'm going back with Melody.
No, she asked. And Chad and I were like, I don't know, because we picked her up the night before. And we were like, I don't know, we really didn't want to, but she begged and begged. And so we're like, all right, for one night you can go out there. And Chad was supposed to work the next day and I had the day off. So I was going to go and I was like, I'll pick you up and then we'll go shopping.
And that would have been on the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But back on the 4th, Cameron how did your mom respond when she asked to come over?
She said, okay, have you talked to Addison? And I don't know if my mother talked to Chris or not, but Cameron got in the car with her and they rode back.
Okay. Did y'all have any communication with Cameron that night or the next morning?
I probably wouldn't have. Chad would have.
Okay.
I was more or less, and I still am more or less Chad's wife. She has a mom, and I didn't mother her by any means. So it would have been Chad that checked up on her.
Secondary parent role, step parent.
Correct.
Okay. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
No.
Everything seemed perfectly normal. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So how did it come to pass that you were going to come the next morning and pick up Cameron? Because you were off that day?
I was
Chad
off
had to
that
work?
day, so I knew I was going to have to go pick her up. But his father was living with us at the time. He'd gotten in an accident and had to live with us because he was in the hospital for a while. So we took care of him. And he asked me that morning if I could drive him over to his friend Debbie's house. So I agreed and took him over there, and could have been 10:30 by the time I actually left the area. I'm not sure. But I drove directly over to my parents' house, and that's when I got there.
Okay. So somewhere between 10:30 and 11, you think?
Could have been. It was mid-morning.
All right. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Thrasher Exhibit 20. Was this the porch on your parents' house?
Yes.
All right. When you got there, what did you and your mom do?
She was sitting out on the front porch.
This porch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there some chairs right over here?
They're rocking chairs.
Okay.
I pulled up in the driveway and I parked and walked up. I think the girls were out there at that time. I know they came out there at some point, but she immediately said, "We've been looking for your daddy and we don't know where he is."
She said that to you.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't bring up to her, "Hey, where's daddy?"
Not that I can recall. I just remember her bringing it up because I was like, I don't know.
Was that early in the conversation? Had you?
Yeah, it was like immediately once I got there.
Okay. Then what did you go do next?
Well, I started talking to her. I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" She was like, I can't find him. And I was like, "Well, where?" I mean, it wasn't unusual for them not to know where each other was at, but I was like, okay. And I kind of brushed it off. I was like, I wasn't worried about it. And so then she was like, "No, really?" Like,
did she seem nervous? Like,
not nervous, but she seemed concerned.
Okay.
And I don't know if like the girls were looking for him or whatnot. I have no idea. She just said that she could not find him. And I was like, "What do you mean?" I didn't understand. A lot about that day I didn't understand. But it wasn't long after Scott came up. Like, again, you don't go on that property and not show up immediately. And he came up and I asked him, I said, "Have you seen daddy?" And he was like, "No, I haven't seen him." And so then it just escalated into, it's all kind of a blur, but it escalated into, we need to find him. And
did Scott say anything else that was odd or weird?
Well, I don't know if it was when I decided to search the house and just walk through it, or like, I don't know which one came first, or like, I know I called Chris. I know I called Emily. I know I called Angela. I know I texted him. I emailed him. I called him. And none of those nobody knew where he was. But at some point I decided, I was like, I'm going to go look in the house. And I started in the upstairs. But before I stepped foot in that house, Scott looked at me and said, "I'm going to go look for a missing gun."
He said that to you?
He said that to me. And I remember.
As you're standing here at this door right here, this green door?
Yes.
Okay. And he just like grabbed you by the arm and said, "I'm going to look for a missing gun."
He didn't grab me by the arm, but he just turned and he put his hand on the door and he said, "I'm going to go look for a missing gun." And I'm like, and I kind of like, I remember, I was like, "What is he talking about?" And she was like, "I don't know." And so he went into the house, and
so he was the first one in the house before you went in there.
He walked in the door first. I don't know where he went, because when I went straight up the stairs. I looked upstairs, I looked on the middle floor, and then I went to the bottom floor. And then that's when I proceeded to go outside.
Did you go up these stairs?
Correct.
And that's just walking straight in the door?
Straight in the door.
And if you take a right here, is that the kitchen?
Correct.
Okay. And that's looking back out that door?
Yes.
And you went upstairs. What did you do upstairs?
Just looked to see if he was anywhere. There was a door that went to like an attic, like a walk-in attic, and I checked everywhere.
So this was the kitchen. Obviously, there's no furniture or anything, but this is the general layout of the home at the time.
Correct.
All right. So where did you go next after going upstairs?
I just walked to the main level. I don't know if I walked in the master bedroom. That would have been to the right. Dive straight back from there. And then I walked in the basement.
Where did you go in the basement?
Probably into my dad's room. That would have been in that hallway right there.
Going towards these doors here?
No, the other way.
The other direction?
And his bedroom was there. And then he had a bathroom that was over there straight back too. I probably would have looked there, I assume, just to see if he was there since it was his room. And there was the living room. And then I just walked straight into his office because you could pass by the theater room. And I went into his office and he wasn't in there.
Okay, so this thing they've got listed on this Thrasher 17, this workshop, that was his office?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing, when you walked down into the basement, did you see anything out of place?
No.
And because you've been down there, I mean, how often would you go to the basement?
I mean, every time we were over there, we would probably most likely go down in the basement because my dad was always working in his office.
So when you were down there, did you notice anything, this looks like a bunch of very fine furniture. Did you notice anything broken?
Mm-mm.
Did you, what's underneath these candles appears to be glass fixtures holding up the candles.
Correct.
Anything out of place?
No.
Did you
Not that I
notice
recall.
any blood?
No.
Now, had you been there the weekend before, did you ever notice anything about your father being bit by a dog or anything like that?
Yes, when we walked into Jay Christopher's, my husband and I was on the right, he was on the left, and my dad was in front of us, and he was walking up the stairs because it was like a few stairs to go up into Jay Christopher's, I believe, and it was an awful, like, purple dog bite on the back side of his leg, like right above that, whatever, I guess that tendon that is. And my husband said, "Damn, Gary, like, what happened to your leg?" He said, "That damn dog bit me," meaning Motley, her little black, her little terrier dog.
So Motley was a kind of an ankle biter.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yes, I don't like that dog.
For lack of a better term. But you saw with your own eyes this injury to your dad's leg.
Yes, it was bad.
And it was from the weekend before his death.
It was purple by the time I saw it and red. It looked bad.
Okay.
Enough for us to notice it.
So you walked past this dining room. These pictures were taken on the day of the 5th. This is Thrasher 81. You walked past this dining room, and this is how it looked?
Yes, sir.
On that day? You notice anything broken or out of place there?
No.
This was your mom's room. Where was the mudroom in the house?
We just passed it. There was like the mudroom was the long kind of hallway, and it had a desk and cabinets, and then that was off of the mudroom, and it had the washer and dryer. My dad had like his cowboy hat hung up on the wall to the left there. That was the mudroom, and then there was
This
a
is your
pantry.
dad's cowboy hat?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is Motley's bed?
Yeah, well, all the dogs' bed.
How many dogs lived in the house?
Too many. We had Motley, Lucy. One time we had what we called Elizabeth Taylor. She was a little teacup Shih Tzu. They had Luke, Leroy. They were the biggest white labs I've ever seen in my entire life. And then Scott had a Chihuahua. And I think that's all the dogs he had. I know he had some cats too, but the cats never came in the house.
Did your dad tell you where he was bitten by the dog?
For Motley?
Yes.
I mean, it was on the back of his leg.
Well, no. Where in the house? Where was he when it? Did he say?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you, so you never would have seen any of these droplets of alleged blood?
No.
And you went down these very stairs on this same day? Yes?
And many times after that.
Walk past these floors?
I would not have been looking.
And the furniture would have been exactly like this on that day?
Yes.
Did Scott ever tell you that this was the drawer where he said the gun was missing from?
No.
Okay. Did you check for any missing guns?
No.
Let's go back to when he said that. He goes in the house. What did he do next?
I don't know what he did. I just know he said, I'm going to go look for missing guns. And I was so taken back because our family doesn't do guns. My dad had like old shotguns that he kept in, whether my mother's, our grandfather's,
right.
They were family
kind of in
guns.
this picture above.
Yeah, that was like an old antique gun that belonged to my mother's side of the family. But my dad had like shotguns because I don't know if he went like with his law partners or something, but they would go like dove hunting, I guess, and things like that. So I always remember, as long as I can remember, there were shotguns and like those big long zip up cases. But it's like, as far as like small guns, no.
No. So you never saw any in that house?
No.
Never saw any revolvers?
We would have never owned any.
So even back at y'all called it Hampton Hall?
Mm-hmm.
So you never saw a small snub nose revolver at that house?
It was only shotguns.
Did Chris ever tell you he found a snub nose revolver?
No.
Back at Hampton Hall in the 2012 era? Okay. Or Scott?
No.
Okay.
The only handgun that I knew of back in Hampton Hall was when my brother was in the Army. It was a black handgun. And he had gotten it, I guess, after he got in the Army. I don't know. That was the only one I ever remember seeing ever.
Yeah. So you walked down here and you knew Scott had been in the house, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't see any of these droplets of blood?
No.
Were you ever made aware that a bullet was found right there under that ottoman?
The only time I was ever aware of a bullet was during the preliminary hearing.
Okay. That's the first time you'd ever heard of that?
Correct.
And you don't know if that was, you didn't know anything about it?
No, and I would have never looked there.
So you never saw this bullet?
No.
Laying in the floor?
No.
Do you find it odd that there's nothing around that bullet?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing that would have caught your imagination. No blood, no holes in the chair, nothing. It's just this bullet laying next to a piece of carpet.
If you compare it to all your Netflix documentaries, no, it doesn't make any sense.
So you never saw that?
No.
Okay. So Scott went in the house first before anybody else.
Correct.
That morning. Then what did Scott do? What did everybody do?
I don't remember where he went. I know that I went out my dad's office and you could walk down because I knew he was making the burn pile on like July 3rd because I remember Chris went over there and all of that, and that was known. And so I had walked down and my mother came up shortly behind me and I saw one stream of like smoke coming off of the top of it. And there was like one stick that was laying by the side and I just picked it up and tossed it on there and she was there and I was like, it's still like smoldering. She was like, yeah, it's going to be hot for a while. And I was like, okay. And I turned around and looked up and Scott was standing at the top of the hill, like where the driveway is, with both arms on his hips, just staring down at us. And at the time I was just like, mental image, I guess. And I was just like, okay. So I walked the edge of the property because
there's a pretty steep hill there. Did you go all the way down that steep hill?
I didn't think it was steep, but I went down there. I mean, I had probably had sandals on, but I walked all the way down. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking something happened to my dad. He's been out here working on the property, may have fallen out. Let's go look for him. So I'm searching everywhere and I go walk that property line and I go over the dam that's by the left of the pond if you're standing on that side. And I walked up to the barn probably walked either through the barn or around the barn. I don't really remember.
Now, I ask you this, do you ever remember around this time, Scott saying anything about the placement of the tractor? Did he bring that up? Did you hear that?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead, where you walk.
Walked up there. I was calling out his name, trying to find him. I was getting desperate at this point and hoping I would find him. And I just had this gut feeling that something was wrong. And I had turned and walked down the driveway. And I was standing right as the driveway dips. And Scott calls me.
On your phone?
On my phone. And I'm looking over the pond and kind of just standing there at the fence. And he goes, Amanda, like something to the tune of like, Daddy's in this burn pile. Like, I know what I've seen. I've been in Iraq. I know what burned bodies looked like. And I'm just sitting there on the phone going, what are you talking about? And he was like, there's something in this burn pile. And I was like, what are you talking about? And pure just denial, I guess. And either he hung up the phone or I hung up, but I immediately called Chad and I said, you need to get here right now. This is what Scott is saying, and you need to come get Cameron. You have to come get your daughter. And next thing I know, I don't know if he walked over. I mean, everything, your whole world stops. He came over and grabbed me by the arm as hard as he could, and he got in my face.
Who are we talking about?
Scott.
Okay.
He got in my face and he screamed at me. He said, I know what I saw. I know what it is, Amanda. And I was just, again, going like, what? And next thing I know, he said he called the 911 paramedics, whatever. And I walk up to the driveway. There's like a fork in the road.
I have to ask you this question, and I'll move on from this topic quickly. But you walked down to the burn pile earlier. And you and your mom looked at it together. And
Briefly.
neither one of you saw what you would believe to have been human remains.
Thank God, no.
But you say Scott was up behind you on the hill just staring at you both.
Yes.
Okay. So going back to when the paramedics arrived, what happened next?
I was standing in the driveway and my mom had walked up. And I was like, what is going on? She said, I don't know. She just kept saying, I don't know. And I was just in shock at this point. And next thing I know, fire trucks, paramedics, and all of this. And she just said, why is he holding them up at the end of the driveway? And I said, I don't know. I have no idea. And it felt like an eternity. And I refused to go over there. I didn't want to go over there. And this poor paramedic, I'll never forget him. He was standing there with a gurney and he goes, I'm so sorry for your loss. And that was the first time anybody ever told me about my dad being dead. And I said, so you're telling me that my dad is in that burn pile back there? And he just looked at me in shock. It was just like, he couldn't say anything back. And Chris was sitting on the bed of his truck, just looking down at the ground. He didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything.
No.
And what was your brother Scott doing at that time?
I don't know. I guess they were over there, him and my mom. I don't know.
Did your brother, and I think I'm going to ask the judge after this question to go ahead and break here, because then we're going to go ahead and start talking about what happened after this day. But did your brother say anything else concerning at that time? And he mentioned a gun. Did he say anything else that resonates in your memory?
Which one, Chris or Scott?
Either one.
No, Chris, no.
What about Scott?
I don't think I talked to Scott much after that. I think he was off. I don't really recall. I really felt like every bone in my body was broken at that point. I remember talking to Hayes for a little bit and standing at the fence. And he could have told me I had purple hair and 5 eyes. I wouldn't have recalled. And I just kept going through my head of just like, if he's gone, he's like, our life has changed forever. It was awful. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as, I believe, bot song 4. Is this you?
Yes.
Were you aware there was a trail camera on the property?
No, not really.
Okay. And is this your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And that's bot song 5. And who is this?
Scott.
Is that also Scott?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question, and then I think we should probably go ahead and break before we move on to the next phase. Would it shock you to know that Scott Farris deleted, that's a picture of him backing away from the phone, from the trail cam after deleting the trail cam at that very moment as y'all are searching for your daddy?
Yes. It would shock me. We were looking for my dad. Why? I don't, like, again, I didn't know that he had a trail camera, but that is concerning.
Judge, I think we should break.
It's here. So we'll break for lunch. We're going to take an hour, so we'll start back up at 1 o'clock.
I don't know. She sounds so convincing to me. I don't know. What was Scott doing over there? Shout out to Merelda. Thank you, sweetheart. Remember, before I say she catching up. Shout out to all the members. Shout out to the people that she has turned green. Make sure you say thank you, thank you, thank you. What was that last question? Thank you so much, Merelda. The last question was, did she find it to be, I think I'm paraphrasing, because I can't say nothing exactly the way they said it. But I believe the last question was, did she find it strange that Scott was walking off that trail and that camera footage had caught him when they were out there looking for the dad? So that's what I got from it. And I can rewind it just a little bit just so you can kind of hear it. Here.
Kind of just standing there at the vents, and he goes, Amanda, like something to the tune of like, Daddy's in this burn pile. Like, I know what I've seen. I've been in Iraq. I know what burned bodies.
Backing away from the phone, from the trail cam after deleting the trail cam at that very moment as y'all are searching for your daddy.
Yes. It would shock me. We were looking for my dad. Why? I don't, like, again, I didn't know that he had a trail camera, but that is concerning.
Judge, I think we should break.
It's here. So we'll break for.
Did you catch that last one? Yeah, I think that is reasonable doubt there. I put out a survey for everybody in our poll. I'm not saying that he's not guilty. I mean, that she's not guilty. What I'm saying is that in the court, when we listening into the courts, like, are you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay, let's see where we're at. Shout out to once again to the trial camp, to the trial channel, for their great coverage, clean courtroom feed. I'm gonna take us back in for after lunch, guys.
All right, Mr. Weaver, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amanda, I would remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
So let's move forward post July the 5th. What did you notice about the change in your family dynamics?
After that had happened, I immediately had to take care of my mom. It was probably July 6th. All of my brothers and sister looked at me and said, all right, you take her. And so I immediately had her with me. She lived with us, I can't tell you how long, months. Because she didn't want.
This was in 2008.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
After everything had happened, this was like July 6th forward. And she lived with us. She didn't want to go back to the property. Eventually it came to the point of like, okay, you can go now. And so she went back, but I had to help pay for house insurance and car insurance and power bills and things like that. So I was kind of having to take care of the situation from that point. But Emily went back to Tennessee. Chris was in Atlanta, and Scott, I think, was staying at somebody's house, I guess, or went back to the property once it was, well, I know he went back to the property after it was released. I don't know if he stayed with a friend for a while.
Okay. Were you ever part of any discussions with an attorney who told everybody not to talk?
Correct.
Okay.
On July 6th, I guess it was. I don't remember.
Friday, the next day?
Yes. It would have, somebody, I don't know who it was, maybe it was a consensus thing, but essentially it was, we needed somebody to help us. We didn't know what was going on.
Here, from that time period, if you need to look for the date.
I didn't know what to do at that moment, but I knew that, what you see on TV, let's get an attorney to handle it. And somebody gave me Eric Durlacker's number. I did not have it, so somebody gave it to me. I don't know if it was one of my siblings or my mom. I have no idea. I can't remember. So I called him and I said, I need help. I don't know what to do. I need somebody to guide me through this, or take care of it, really is what I wanted. I was like, take care of this.
Was this, by the way, sorry to cut you off, but timeline wise, was this while your mother was being interviewed by Detective Hayes?
Correct.
Okay.
This was the day of the 6th, so
Okay.
Friday. And I called Eric, I don't know what time, and he just gave me Manny's number and told them that Deputy Hayes had my mother in the room and was questioning Scott. And they said, well, just let them know that she has an attorney. And we told him a couple of times, but she stayed in there for another hour or so. And then she finally came out. We went to the attorney's office. Everybody as a family went down there.
And that's when he said, y'all stop talking. Everybody stop talking.
Correct.
Anybody who knows anybody, stop talking.
Correct.
Okay. So when did it become apparent, or what could you tell from Scott and Chris breaking off from the family?
They eventually got very angry and irritated. I know Chris got mad at me because I told one of the detectives, I think his name was Tommy, that he decided not to go on vacation. Apparently that was a problem. He said, we aren't supposed to talk to the attorneys. So we were all on the same page.
You mean law enforcement?
Yes, sorry, law enforcement. That we should basically just go to the attorney if we have any questions, and just to keep to ourselves, and that's it. And he was handling the situation, the attorney.
In this time period or ever before, had you ever heard your brother Scott say, this is my property?
Yes.
This is my house?
Multiple times. He flaunted the fact that that was his property. I almost kind of like joked in a way. He kind of vicariously lived through my dad. Kind
of like the movie Step Brothers. You ever seen that?
I don't know if they took ownership of their dad's stuff.
Well,
But yeah,
okay.
I mean, in that same situation and grown up, still living at home. Yes, I can see it in that aspect.
But he would claim things as his that were not his. That's fair to say.
They belong to my mother and my father.
Okay. And you say, I mean, how often would you hear him say this?
I mean, he wouldn't say it like all the time, but it was always just like my farm, my property, my Kubota. He would get on social media. He would say, this is my property. I mean, he claimed ownership to it. That's for sure.
Okay. And speaking of social media, had you ever seen your brother shoot guns or anything like that?
He was in the military. He was always shooting guns at the house, from what I was heard and what he said.
Do you ever see any of his videos on social media?
No.
Okay. But you knew he was always shooting guns.
He was always doing something around there, but yeah, I don't, it was a known thing that they used to go and I don't know if he would hunt stuff. I don't really know how that works because there were so many houses that were in close proximity, but I know that he would have leisurely kind of shootings back there.
Okay. So going on through late July and things like that, just to kind of talk about it, were there any issues? Did you ever have any communication or talk to Rusty during that time?
No.
Had you ever met him yet?
No.
Okay. And that would have been what, later on, about 2019 that you communicated with Rusty Barton?
When she was arrested, that was the first time I personally spoke to him.
Okay.
That I can recall.
All right. But you'd known during this time, you'd heard about Rusty Barton, yes?
Yes, there were rumors, but I didn't know the depths of it until the preliminary hearing.
So that was in 2019.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Right about the
because
time
she was
your
already
mother-
arrested at that point. So yeah, I didn't know about all the meetings and all that kind of stuff. That was new to me at the preliminary hearing.
Okay. So going back to, tell me about the estate and how things were managed with the siblings for the family.
What do you mean?
Was your brother appointed as the executor of the estate?
Nobody was. The estate was locked down immediately when the house was locked down. My mother couldn't go down the road and get a sandwich if she wanted to. She was totally reliant on me from day one.
Well, I guess I'm talking more about, there was properties that were owned by the family, and was your brother Chris ever appointed over that?
My sister at one point got a coroner's letter that we did not know about. My mother had tried to get a lady named Diane to help her figure out what needed to be done with the estate because it had been so long. And that's when she went to the courthouse and realized that Chris had filed for, I don't know what you call it, for the estate, but he was given ownership of the estate and we did not know.
Okay. Well, tell me how that went.
Not well. I know that it turned into, I texted Emily at one point and I said, Diane's told me that there's been money taken out and my dad owned the condo that my sister lived in Tuscaloosa, and said that it had, I don't know if it went into foreclosure or whatnot, but a property management company was in charge of, they would get the check and then Daddy, I assume, would give it to the mortgage company at that point, and it was not being done. So the condo was lost.
And that was the condo in Tuscaloosa?
Correct. And that's when I petitioned to have the third-party estate attorney. So none of us had our hands on it. It was purely an outside source. And I did not know that was an option until my mother spoke to Diane.
And so did they loop you in on any of this, Chris and Scott, Emily?
No.
Right. So you were kind of left on the outside.
Nobody talked to me about it.
And is that because you were the only one showing any support for your mother?
I had to take care of her. I had no option but to take care of her at that point. Emily ran off back to Tennessee, and Chris and Scott were no help. I financially took care of a lot that first year. It was really hard on us, but we did it because it had to be done. God forbid something happened to the house. And I mean, the mortgage was over almost probably $5,500 a month. And then the home insurance, I paid for that. So if anything were to happen to it, we wouldn't be in a really big situation, but that was $600 a month. Paid for the car insurance on all of the cars, including Scott's. And that's kind of where Scott and I fell out.
Over his car?
over his car because I was having to pay the car insurance and he didn't have a job at the time. And it was really hard to get money out of him. And I didn't have the money to be paying for all of that. So it just got into arguments. And it finally, when Jeff Restbridge, the state attorney, got appointed, I just said, please defer all of your questions to him because it was a losing battle.
Did you ever become aware that Scott would call law enforcement 911 on your mother pretty regularly in 2019?
From my mother.
Okay. Did you ever hear any of these calls, or did it come up on an altercation between the two of them?
No, she would always call me and say what was happening. And I told her she either needed to audio record it or video record it or nobody was going to believe her.
Your father was a very large man. Do you know how much he weighed?
280, 290, 300.
Right in that area?
I mean, he was 6'5". I'm 5'7", and I came up to his chest right about here.
Okay. How much do you think your mother weighs?
125 pounds soaking wet.
Okay. Does she have any physical conditions of note?
She had scoliosis really bad. She's had it all of her life.
How bad? Like, is her back?
Yeah, if you look at it, I mean, there's probably a couple inches difference from the side of her back to the other. She got kicked in the leg by one of the horses, and she was in a cast for a really long, one of those kind of, I think it was like a soft cast for a while, but she couldn't walk. She had to do rehabilitation on that. But other than that, I mean, she's been active, I guess you would say.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Hi, Mr. Ferris.
Thank you. Amanda, I want to begin with, you testified a lot today about, I guess, how you view certain evidence. Is that fair to say?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Have you kind of when the defense counsel will ask you questions, you would respond, and that's really based on what you know in this case or your beliefs. Is that fair?
I would say it's mostly opinion, but I don't know much about anything. All I know is from when Deputy Hayes told me about that my father was shot, and that was from my mother the very first night at Free Home Fire Station, and then what we know in the preliminary hearing.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
The preliminary hearing.
Okay. On July 5th, 2019, actually a year to the day that your father's remains were found, there was a preliminary hearing where certain evidence was introduced that gave you more knowledge of the case. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
But what I want to go through is you do not have any personal knowledge of the details of what happened July 3rd, 2018 from 9:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. the next morning. You don't have any personal knowledge of what happened, right?
No, sir.
You don't have any personal knowledge of what happened on January 4th, 2018 from about 6:30 that morning until about 2 p.m. when your mom came to the lake where you were at, right?
Only what she told me, that she was coming to see me.
And you would agree with me that a lot of what you know or has been told to you by your mom.
Absolutely.
You agree that a major source of your information, the predominant overreaching source of information is from what your mom told you, right?
Correct.
I mean, an example of that is things that happen outside of your presence, whether it was what Scott said or Chris said, your mother would come back and say, this is what happened, right?
Some agree, but I would be with my brothers if they said something directly to me.
Right, but if you were not at the house when afterwards there were questions about the property and things like that, if your mom was just there, she'd come back and tell you her version of things that happened, right?
Correct.
So it depends a lot on her credibility when what she says, right?
Absolutely.
You know, there's evidence of her lying through this trial?
I don't know. I mean, if it was in the preliminary hearing, maybe.
But you agree with me that credibility counts, right?
Yes, sir.
In your credibility?
Yes, sir.
Not just in what you say, but also how you say it?
Yes, sir.
Are you trying to testify here objectively, not your thumb on the scales at all? You're just trying to say, this is what I know?
This is just what I know. It's not my job to figure out what happened.
And so when you choose your words, sometimes like you said, that Emily ran back to Tennessee. You used the word run. Is that just your opinion on what she did?
Yes, I felt like she abandoned me and did not help me.
You don't have any personal knowledge of who was present at your mom and dad's house on July 3rd, 2018 from 9:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m., right?
No.
You don't know what happened or who was present to do anything, correct?
I mean, my mother, I assumed my mother was there, and I assumed Scott, but that was because she told me Scott came home that night.
Okay, but you don't have any personal knowledge of that, right?
No.
Just based on what she said.
Yeah, because I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
And July 4th, that Wednesday, you don't have any personal knowledge of what your mother was doing on the property before she came to see you at the lake, right?
Only what she told me, she was working on the property.
But she did say she was working on the property, right?
Correct.
But outside of that, you have no personal knowledge of the actual events in this case that led to the murder of your father.
No.
You don't know any circumstances about where your father was shot with one bullet, do you?
No.
You don't know any circumstances about where your father was shot with another bullet, do you?
No.
You don't know where in the house it was done?
Just, I don't think that was brought up in the preliminary hearing. I just think that, I don't even know if they even said that he was shot in the house.
And you don't know how, what was done in this case conceal the crime, right?
No.
You have no personal knowledge.
No.
You're just testifying to the best of your ability of things that occurred kind of before and after. Is that fair?
You have very, very limited information.
Now, you also don't have any personal knowledge, although you'd agree if two people in a conversation, those two people have knowledge of what was said, assuming everything's normal, they would know what was talked about in conversations, right?
What do you mean?
If you and I were having a conversation like we are now, I mean, you would know and I would know because we're intentionally trying to relate information and messages to one another. We would know what's going on, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You know, assuming we're not insane or anything like that, we would know what was said or what was actually said or not said, correct?
Yeah, if you were only there to see it yourself, that's the only way you truly know.
Sure. And you agree with me that in this case, we're testifying many years later than when the actual stuff occurred, right?
Oh, yes.
And sometimes you can do, when you're looking back on what happened, it wasn't at the time. So sometimes even with the passage of time, whether it's from memory or from intent, sometimes you don't remember exactly what was said.
Absolutely.
But your memory is usually better at the time that something was said than, say, 6 years down the road. Is that fair?
Repeat that?
Generally speaking, your memory, when you say something at that time, is better than your memory of what was said maybe 6 years after the fact.
I think certain things stick with you more than others, but time definitely is not helpful.
And I think that's fair. And so if you were told that Gary's in the burn pile, that would be something that would stick with you, right?
Yes.
So you don't have any personal knowledge what was said between your mother and her lover, Rusty, on July 3rd, 2018 at 9:26 p.m.
No.
Did you know they talked for 4 minutes that day?
It was brought out in the preliminary hearing that they had a phone call.
Did she ever tell you exactly what they said during that phone call?
I did not discuss anything with her.
And you have no personal knowledge of what was said between your mom and Rusty on July 3rd, 2018 at 11:28 p.m. where they talked for 5 minutes to you?
No, I didn't know they were communicating at that time.
It shocked you when you found out, right?
When I found out
About Rusty.
About Rusty, yes. When I found out at the preliminary hearing that they had the relationship that they did, that was very shocking.
Yeah, it shook your world, didn't it?
Yes, but it wasn't the first time.
On July 3rd, you have no personal knowledge of what was said between your mom and the defendant on your mom and Rusty on July 3rd, 2018 at 11:45 p.m. where they talked for an hour and 14 minutes to you.
No.
You don't know what was said between your mom and Rusty on July 4th, 2018 at 2:20 a.m. where they talked for about 36 minutes, right?
No, I don't.
You do know that Rusty came back and, quote, recanted that statement in some way, right?
They said that in the preliminary hearing, yes.
But afterwards, your mother told you to go and talk to Rusty, didn't she?
She had asked me to.
And y'all did talk to Rusty?
When she was arrested.
And y'all talked to him about that, right?
The only thing I remember talking to him was when I asked him, because I heard in the preliminary hearing that she said he's on the burn pile, whatever it was. I said, did she say that? And he said, no.
And you have no idea what was said between your mom and Rusty since July 5th, 2018, even up to this day, right?
No.
You do have personal knowledge of your loyalty to your mother, though, don't you?
I have loyalty to my mother and my father, yes.
I think you said on direct your words, you have a loyalty to your mother to a fault.
Yes. I think anybody I feel that way towards.
And it's fair to say that you're biased in favor of your mom.
I wouldn't say how I'm biased in favor of it. I believe that somebody is innocent until they're proven guilty.
So would you say that you do believe in your mom, though?
She has told me that she's not guilty, and all I can do is believe that until somebody can prove she is guilty. So I would like to believe that my mother had nothing to do with this. Some may call it denial. I call it honoring my mother, and I would do the exact same thing if it was for my dad.
But you won't do that same thing for Scott or Chris, though, will you?
No, it's very hard to explain, but not talking to them is alienating them. Again, communication is a two-way street. It's not just me that turned away, and it's okay that I turned away. It's even in the Bible that says that it's okay that I turned away.
I want to talk to you about your foundation for testifying today and some of your knowledge. Have you talked to, now, when I say this, there's nothing wrong. The two attorneys here are honorable men. I consider them friends. They're honorable. Don't hear me saying that. But I did want to know, you've talked with them on several occasions, right?
Correct.
When was the last time that you talked with Mr. Ray or Mr. Weaver?
We talked today.
How many, did you meet with them to practice or go over your testimony?
No.
Did you talk about what you're going to say?
No.
Did they give you, do you have any discovery?
Do I have any discovery? No.
You haven't listened to any recordings?
No.
Have you read anything?
No.
Have you watched anything on TV?
I've seen it pop up on the news, and I've had people troll my Facebook account.
Has your husband Chad Bruce told you anything about the case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has anybody in any shape or form given you information about the case?
People have tried to come up and communicate, and I have to stop them.
But you have talked to your mom about the case, and she's giving you details of her version of things, right?
She more and I talked about it the first year after this happened. When she was arrested, we had phone calls, and then it just got to a certain point. I had my son, and I didn't feel like talking about this anymore. And when she came to live with us, it was a rule that I set down, and I said, we are not going to discuss this because it was best for everybody, and it wasn't needed.
So if you can shrink the world down to the person that you've got most of your information from, it's not going to be the attorneys, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be Scott and Chris, correct?
I guess not.
It's going to be your mom, right?
Everybody has their own opinion of everything, so I take everything with a grain of salt.
But my question is, it's going to be your mom, right?
I guess since I've seen her the most, that would make the most plausible answer, I assume.
So yes, it would be your mom.
Yes.
This is pane one. This was Emily's wedding, is that right?
Yes.
Now, these are better days here for the family?
It was.
And everybody's looking great, smiling, looking wonderful?
It was a really good day.
Would you like to be able to go back to those days?
Yes.
Now, I know a child cannot measure the love for their mother, but you do love your mom, right?
And my dad, yes.
And you are her child?
Yes.
You're her daughter?
That is correct.
You're her favorite daughter, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that.
You're her favorite child, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that.
Do you say that she has the same positive feelings towards the other three as she does to you as we sit here?
I think my mother equally talked about us positively and negatively.
You're the only child that's siding with her, though, correct?
I'm the one that's choosing to believe that she's innocent until proven guilty.
It's your belief. I understand that. But again, my question is, you're the only one that's on her side or choosing to believe as you do, correct?
I'm the only one choosing to believe in the justice system.
And you're the only one that's had a continuing relationship with her since the murder of your father, right?
Yes.
In fact, at times you've not only been a daughter and a child of her, but you've been an advocate for her, right?
I have been a support system in the sense of I had to be the strength when nobody else would be.
And what I mean by that, there are times that she would call you from jail or contact you somehow when she's out, and she would ask you to go and talk to other people and do things, right?
Correct.
She would get you, whether it's with the house or meeting with the attorney, she wanted you to relay certain information. Is that fair?
She wanted to, but sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. A lot of times I would say yeah, and then I wouldn't do it.
But times you would, right?
Yes.
And you haven't heard the jail calls that we have between you and her. You haven't seen that at trial, have you?
No.
So you don't know what has been said between you and her that the jury already knows about, right?
No, I know it. Potentially, if I heard it, I would obviously, if it was a conversation between us.
And you agree with me that your relationship with your brothers and sisters has soured since all this happened?
Unfortunately.
And it upsets you because they're not taking up for your mom, right?
No, it upsets me because it shows how much that they love me. It has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with I'm their sister, and they left me.
Do you feel like you've been abandoned?
Yes, I lost my whole family that day.
Would you agree with me that you lost your family because your father's been murdered?
That was the cause and reaction, I guess you would say.
And from their standpoint, it's fair to see that they have feelings that their mother has murdered their father, so they have hard feelings because of that.
And rightfully so.
Now, you talking about, I was asking you earlier about your beliefs and your opinions on things, and you do give some information. Like, do you remember telling the defense on direct examination that on July 4th of 2018, you just wanted to have a quiet time with your family at Lake Lanier? Is that
what I want out every day of my life?
And you talked about that's because there was drama with Chris and Jenna the year before, right?
Correct.
There's usually more to the story than just what one side brings out at times. Isn't that true?
I could say that's true.
Your husband, Chad Bruce, is kind of a prankster. He teases people, doesn't he?
He's funny. He likes to have fun.
So you talk about Jenna getting upset that day and all that, but that day in 2017, y'all actually scared Jenna twice, didn't you?
It may have been twice. I know of once because she was not very happy with me.
You know, one time when she was sitting in the car and went up and scared her. The next time y'all hid behind a bush when she came by and scared her again, right?
I know about the bush, yes.
Yeah. And then she got so upset that afterwards because she didn't want to be scared, and you did it twice, that she actually kicked a drink and went all over you and Chad, right?
Correct.
So you basically had to talk to Chad and say, hey.
I mean, I wouldn't have to talk to him, but
It made y'all mad, didn't it?
I wouldn't say it made us mad. We were just like, I think that was a bit of an overreaction. We were just having a good time.
Well, you tell all the people that at that point you decided to never go back out with them again.
That was because of their drinking.
But you can understand if you get scared twice, it can upset people, right?
I understand that it was insensitive at the time, but it was all in good fun.
Could be bullying.
The girls were with us when we did that, I believe. I'm almost positive that they were with us.
Well, it could be offensive or bullying somebody if you do it twice in one day, right?
I think that's a bit much to say. They're my brother and my sister-in-law. I've known them forever.
But that's how you felt about it, right?
What do you mean?
How you feel about the situation is kind of your beliefs, right?
I guess you would say that. Yes, everybody has their own opinion.
Now, through this, there's been times when you talked about, you had a lot of emotions earlier today. You were crying a lot, and it's tough for you, isn't it, to do this, isn't it?
Yes, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. This is the worst thing anybody could go through.
But throughout this process, you actually had different emotions where you were angry or irritated towards your family. Is that fair?
I had a lot of anger for many years after this.
And how we see you today, how you emote today, it's not necessarily how you emoted on a jail call or how you had your emotions you would have around Scott or Chris, right?
Yeah, I've done a lot. I've come in a relationship with God, and I've had my son, and that has drastically changed my life and my outlook and how I handle certain situations.
And so you have gotten upset and gotten on them, barked back with them as they barked with you in the past, right?
I would say so. I mean, I've reviewed text messages knowing that this trial has come, and I know that I understand why they feel the way they do. I do. I really do understand, and they're rightful for that. But I don't feel like the way that they treated me in response was needed, to the point of where when my dad's mother died, they didn't even tell me she had a stroke and she was on her deathbed. I had to find out through my aunt on social media because my siblings didn't even have the common courtesy to tell me.
You're upset with them.
At that time, yes.
And there are two main categories that y'all were, whether you want to say arguing or disagreeing over, having hard times over. It was the murder of your father. That's one, right?
Yes, very
And
hard.
then the other is, what do we do with the estate afterwards, correct?
Correct.
So one was the murder and the other was kind of related to money or property, right?
It was always an argument. It couldn't ever be civil. It always had to be an issue. And I was doing everything that was legal. I worked with the estate attorney. I did everything I was supposed to, and everybody knew what I was doing.
And I think the term you were trying to find earlier, because I'm a lawyer and I forget it too, because I don't do that as a temporary administrator of the estate.
Sounds correct.
And that's what Chris was he had been appointed temporary administrator.
He had petitioned or whatever, I don't know what you call it, but he went to the courthouse and was able to get.
Right. And so if someone dies without a will, their estate is probated, has to go through the court system, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
I mean, that's why you got other people, you got a third party, I think you described as, it's in the court system, right?
Yes, I wanted somebody that was not tied to the family to handle it.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's common sense. That's very good, because family can have lots of hard feelings or strong feelings, right?
Yes,
So a third party is a good thing, correct?
absolutely.
But until you get to that, sometimes the family has to be involved in what's going on, right?
Correct.
And when you try to get property back, because part of the thing that you have to do is make sure that the estate doesn't dissipate or go away. You have to protect it.
Correct.
So your view may be, when it comes to getting things back, like the Mercedes or something like that, you may disagree in how they're doing it, but you would agree that they would have a duty to try to make sure all property is accounted for, right?
Absolutely.
It just upset you that it was your brother at times and the way you did it.
I was upset because I was having to pay car insurance, and then I had to drop car insurance on, I think, the Sequoia or something. But basically he was taking his truck and the Sequoia and things like that. But it was always an argument, and I didn't want to be responsible for any of it anymore.
You didn't ask for any of this, did you? God, no. No, you don't want this. No.
No.
You know, they say most divorces happen over money. You've heard that before?
Yes.
Money causes a lot of problems in many ways, right? But in your situation, you not only have money, but you have murder, right?
Guess, yeah.
I mean, you agree your father was murdered, right?
Yes.
Now, when your mom, at times, through years, she was living with you and Chad at one point?
In the very beginning, yes. And then after she came home. Yeah.
She would eat your food, use your resources, stay at your house, things like that?
Stage my house?
Stay. She would use your
Oh,
resources,
stay.
your food, money,
She was
electricity.
100% reliant on me.
Now, do you know David and Alan?
Yes.
You see Alan here in court today?
Yes.
They're good friends,
Of hers, yes.
and they've been helping her out during this time?
I believe so, yes.
Let me ask you some questions about your dad. As you look at the photograph, was this a happy day for everybody?
It was.
How much do you love your dad?
My dad? He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I miss him.
He was a great provider.
Absolutely.
He would take care of Chris.
He took care of all of us.
You, Scott, Emily, provided everything for y'all, right?
Yes.
And he gave money to them.
Yes.
And at times, you understand that, do you not, that his money, the money he earned, that's his money. You can also say it's her money too, but he's earned that money. You understand that that's his money.
He can do whatever he wants with it.
That's right. He can do whatever he wants. So if he wanted to treat one child different from another child, he could do that, right?
That was his prerogative. Yes.
That was his prerogative. If he wanted to give money to Chris, even when Chris is not doing what he should be doing in your eyes, he could still do that, right?
It was his money.
And if he wanted Scott to live in the land and just kind of freeload for a while until he gets his feet, if it was beneficial for him, he could do that, right?
That's what he chose to do.
If he wanted to give Emily money for something, give her a loan or whatever it was, it's his money. He could do that, right?
All you had to do was ask.
But there are many times that you would disagree with that and voice your disagreement to other people, right?
Repeat that.
You would have your own opinions at times that you didn't like that.
He told me he was very upset. He made it clear that he did not necessarily like giving out money. He told me that directly.
My question is that you would voice to other people throughout this process that you didn't think it was fair, or you didn't like how Chris or Scott or Emily were getting money from your dad. You didn't like that, did you?
I think they needed to grow up and stop asking their dad for money.
And you made it known to many people that that's how you felt, right?
I guess.
Your dad gave you, I think, 2 cars. Is that right?
We all got a new vehicle when we got our driver's license.
Pay for your college when you went?
Yep.
Pay for your apartment?
At college, yes.
Gave you $8,000 for the venue for your wedding?
I think it was 6, maybe 8.
6
I don't know, something like that. It was just the deposit. Well, it didn't give me the money, but he paid for it.
Do you know how much you paid overall for your wedding?
I didn't get to have a wedding, so just the deposit on Foxhall.
You didn't have a wedding?
I had a wedding, but Chad and I fully funded it.
And did you know that your mother, do you know if your mother ever asked Emily about for the loan?
She had said something about Emily having a loan.
Did you know that, do you know whether or not your mother, after the death of your dad, went to Emily and said, I need that money back?
I think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Did your mom ask any money back from you for anything?
She wouldn't need money from me.
She didn't ask you for any money back, did she?
I mean, I had to support her, but I never had taken cash from my father since I was in my early 20s.
You made on direct, you talked about that your dad's view was, I think he actually said to you, you told law enforcement in an interview that your dad said something along the lines of, once you're married, done, no exceptions. Do you remember that?
I don't know in what context you mean.
When it came to you talking about the view of your father, there was troubles with Ted Wiley, how your dad viewed marriage, because you talked to him one day, I think, about after he helped you move out of the apartment with the other boyfriend, y'all sitting in a restaurant eating. Mom gets up, remember that? And you say, Dad,
she wasn't there with us.
Okay. Do you remember telling law enforcement or statements that your dad's view was basically, once it's a marriage you're in?
He said he loved her and he wanted to be with her.
You remember there was a time you said that, I think you were talking to Cameron, insisting that she understands that in marriage, if you make a vow to somebody, you take that seriously.
I don't recall that.
Remember your dad saying, in your words, saying something like, I'm glad one of my children understands the loyalty you're supposed to have in a marriage?
That could sound something like my dad would say.
So in your mind, is it accurate to say, in your mind, what you understood your dad, once he was in this marriage with the defendant, he was not going to divorce her?
No, he never seemed at one point that he was going to divorce her.
So she was stuck in the marriage because they weren't going to divorce her.
I begged them both to divorce each other because they were miserable. And I was sick of hearing about it.
So it would have taken something outside of your dad for the marriage, for her to leave that marriage, right?
One more time, I'm sorry.
It would have taken something outside of your dad. Your mother would have had to do something to leave that marriage.
No, I think my mother could have left at any time, and so could have my dad. They both were grown. I think they could have both made that decision, but I think they just wanted to stay married.
At some point, you thought your dad was paranoid about your mom cheating on him. Is that true?
I think that's fair to say ever since she had the affair with Ted.
Right, and the word you used when you talked to law enforcement, you just said you thought your dad was paranoid about your mom possibly cheating on him. You ever use that word, paranoid?
No, but rightfully so. If you have a partner that cheats on you, I don't think that feeling would ever go away.
But have you come to learn that she actually was cheating on your dad with Rusty?
Since then, yes.
It's not paranoia when it's true, correct?
Absolutely. I don't blame him for how he felt.
But that other piece of evidence that you didn't have, that new information that she was having an affair with Rusty, that changes things, doesn't it?
I mean, in what sense?
That you thought your dad one time was paranoid because you thought mom was not cheating. Then you get new facts, evidence, and find out mom's cheating. That changes your view on things, doesn't it?
It changes my views, but at the same time, it wasn't shocking because I knew what she did with Ted.
So facts and other things that come to light can have an effect on how you view things, right?
I think it can.
Now, you say that you did not know about Rusty Barton and the affair. Is that right?
We knew of him. There were rumors. I don't remember from who. He was in the picture. I knew he was at Emily's wedding. I didn't know why he was there. I remember my mom and him dancing and all of that. And I got upset. And
this is pane 3. Do you see Rusty in the background there?
I do.
See him? See him in the background there with your mom?
I do.
That's pane 4. Pane 5, you see Rusty in the background with your mom?
I do.
Pane 6, see him back there?
Correct.
See him over here with your mom? Your mom's right through here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
See him with Chad right here?
Yes. Chad met everybody, knew. We were only 6 months dating at that point.
And then pane 9, you see him there?
Correct.
This is pane 10. He's right there with your dad, isn't he?
Correct.
Is it not true that you knew about Rusty and the affair at that point?
Not the depth of anything. I just knew he was I knew he was related to Martha Jane. That was the depth of it. And then my dad would always say something, or Scott would say something. I tried to stay out of it. I didn't want to get involved.
And did you not get upset, and your sister and brother see you get upset and say something because of Rusty was there at the wedding?
I don't know if they saw me, but
Was
I
it
know
not
that
offensive to you? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I remember vaguely I was intoxicated that night. But I remember he was there, and I don't condone that kind of behavior. I don't. So I could see where I would have gotten upset.
It's just a situation where you see something like that, you just purposely just almost have ignorance, almost just saying, I don't want to see what's happening.
Partially of that, and I knew my dad knew he was there. If my dad accepted it, then I followed my dad's lead.
And you don't know, or do you know how your dad has told other people how he felt, how that affected him? You have any idea what he said, or text, or anything?
No, I didn't after Ted, I told him, and the offensive pictures he sent me and the way he involved me with that, I made it very clear I didn't want to be involved.
So why did you tell law enforcement on July that you didn't know anything about the Rusty Barton affair?
In July
2018.
Because I didn't know the depths of anything.
But this was 2016.
Honestly, I wouldn't have, I knew he was there, but I didn't know, I thought he was related to Martha Jane. And then I just saw the way that they were interacting, and that wasn't normal.
You have learned some new information in this case, but I want to know, in the beginning, you just thought that your dad had heat stroke or something and maybe passed out on the property on July.
Anything could have been possible.
But that's what you were thinking. Maybe he had heat stroke or something, right?
Yeah.
And then when his remains were found in the burn pile, you were not thinking murder or anything, thinking maybe he just had a medical episode and fell in, correct?
Correct.
You told law enforcement, I just don't know. I just don't know. You were you just didn't know what happened, right?
I was in shock.
In shock. You were able to talk to, I think, Sergeant Hands and then Detective Hayes.
I don't remember talking to Hands. All I remember was talking to Hayes. And again, Hayes could have told me, I don't remember anything.
Right. And sometimes when we have something in our evidence called excited utterance. Sometimes when you're in shock or under the stress, you don't have time to come up with clever things or things. You just come off and just state what's in your heart, right?
I would assume.
So in many ways, being under stress or being under that excitement, you just say what is really there, right?
I guess.
When you learned the first time about your dad having a bullet in him, how did that make you feel?
Confused, shocked. I mean, my mother was the first person that told me. I didn't want to believe it. And then we had Manny, the attorney, and he was telling us it could be a lie. You know, you have people sitting there going, well, it may not be true. Or so you don't know.
I think on July 6th of 2018, at the Freeholm precinct, your mother walked out after being interviewed by Detective Hayes. And you said your mother told you, but isn't it more accurate that Detective Hayes looks at your mom and says, have you told them yet? He actually had to prompt her to tell you about the bullet, right?
It would have been the night of July 5th because we had been out on the property all day long, out in the heat. And he finally asked them to go down. And Chad and I drove down there with them and waited as they interviewed Scott and my mother. And that's when she came out. He may have been talking to Scott at that time. But she said, they're saying your daddy was shot. And I think that was pretty much about it.
Detective Hayes had to tell your mom, have you told him yet, right?
Yes, she told me it was Hayes that told her. Then she told me.
You said she put her face in her hands, is that right?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you about some things that you didn't know. You say you did not know about the affair with Rusty, is that right?
Not what I know now.
Right. But in July 2018, your testimony is you did not know about Rusty. Is that correct?
I had heard rumors from the family that tried to ignore.
You didn't know about your mother's second or burner phone?
Scott had always been saying that she had a second phone. I never asked her about it. I didn't want to get involved.
Are you familiar with the last four digits of a phone number 1987 that your mother had?
No, 9029 was the only one I had.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your mother had a burner phone or another phone?
I purchased a phone for her right after all this happened because I needed a way to communicate to her. And then I bought another one probably in 2020.
Okay. But do you know about a phone number she had that ended in 1987 that she used to talk exclusively with Rusty?
No.
So you don't know about that?
Only from Scott going and saying that he saw her with two phones. That's all I knew.
And those two phones would have been before the phones that you got here, right?
Correct.
Do you know about your mom meeting Rusty almost weekly at times in Dalton?
Not until a preliminary hearing.
But you didn't know about that before?
No,
right?
sir.
So before you knew about that, you believed your mother that she had not committed this crime, right?
Before that, I believe she didn't commit the crime.
Right.
That is correct.
And even knowing about the burner phone and the affairs with Rusty and in the burn pile, you still believe your mother hasn't committed this murder, right?
She told me she didn't do it, and she's never given me any reason to believe otherwise.
All right, let's talk about things to believe otherwise. First, I'm going to put this, just this time I tendered evidence, A. Farris 1.
No objection.
We'll put it on the screen too. Right? Your belief system when it comes to your mother comes from, in many ways, doesn't come from the evidence. It's coming from your worldview or your the way you see things. Is that fair?
Yes, and probably a little bit of denial.
I want to go to, this is A. Farris 1. It's a phone extraction. And it contains text messages between, is it her? This is your mother's phone. And I'm on page 2 of the screen here. It's kind of hard to, but there is this from and to. This is from your mom to you. Did you know about your mother going to Jamaica with Rusty?
No.
In September the 3rd of 2017, did you have any idea that she had gone on to, I think, had something to do with hedonism or hedonistic or something like that, a resort in Jamaica?
No.
All right. If you would, this is from her to you. You see your phone number, everything there?
Correct.
What is the date of this text message?
9/3/17.
Getting back, you did not know about your mom going on a trip with Rusty to Jamaica, is that right?
That's correct. I did not know.
On September 3rd, 2017 at 9:10 a.m., your mother sends you this text message. Can you just read out loud for us the body of the text message?
Sherry has talked me into going with her to Minnesota, leaving this afternoon, be back by next weekend. That's her home, family there, cabin in the woods. Call you in a bit.
You responded on 9/3/2017 at 9:10 a.m. saying, walk me into Cracker Barrel now. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell her, respond again, leaving phone in the car. Is that right?
That was me or her. I don't know. Sure.
Okay. September 9th, 2017 at 3:52 p.m., she sends you a text message, and read that, what she tells you about where she's at.
Sherry and I are on way back. Family cabin in woods. Cell service was bad there. Everything okay.
September 9th, 2017, 4:05 p.m. You text her. What do you say?
Yeah, I tried calling you a couple of times. I got Emily's baby shower invitation. Otherwise, everything's same as usual. Did you have fun?
September 10th, 2017, she texted you. What did she say?
So much fun. No contact with anyone. Read a book. Got some sun. Let you know when we get back. Taking our time driving. Enjoying scenery.
You knew where she was in the sense of being in Minnesota based on what she tells you. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't remember these text messages, but I took her word for it.
You've taken her word on a lot of things, haven't you?
That's all you can do with people, I guess.
So she's never admitted to you that she went for a week or so to Jamaica with Rusty.
No.
Did you know about the credit card that Rusty had given her?
I think after the preliminary hearing, I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
Do you know about the tattoo XO that she had?
I think Ella or Addison had mentioned it, but I personally never saw it.
Did she ever say whether or not that was related to Rusty in any way?
I wouldn't have known.
Do you know that she was with Rusty when she got the tattoo?
Wouldn't have known that either.
You didn't ask her those questions?
Why would I? Ella and Addison told me about it. I didn't get involved.
But on July 5th of 2019, when you watched the prelim, you actually told her that you were taking notes on everything that was said during the prelim, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of information coming at once.
You didn't feel the need to go and confront her and say, why haven't you told me this? Or why have you lied to me about this?
I don't know if I did or not. I don't remember. I mean, she was arrested at that point. I just don't remember.
Did you know about her vanishing at times after the murder of your father and going up and seeing Rusty?
There was one time that she had left. Scott and Chris and I all knew about it. And she said to me that she was going to see Martha Jane.
Do you know whether or not she's seeing Martha Jane or seeing Rusty?
I had to take her word for it. I didn't know that I knew she was arrested when she got arrested because she called me and said that they had a warrant and she was going in. I had just gotten off work and I was shocked.
When it comes to what you believe and don't believe, we know that you believe your mom is what you testified to, but you don't really believe what your other family members were telling you, right?
No, I believe I think we all have our own opinions, and I think that they deserve to have their own opinion. I never asked them to, from what I recall, to believe her. I just said to give her the benefit of the doubt and let the justice system, let the investigators do their job.
But there were times where, even though it was testified to in the prelim about a bullet, for the longest time, you never wanted to believe. You believed law enforcement was lying to y'all about a bullet being found with your father.
That's what the attorney said.
But
So
you
it was
believed
hard
right?
to, I wouldn't say I didn't know what to believe.
Well, you didn't come out and say, I do believe it. You were saying people, you weren't certain of that, right?
I didn't know what was true.
There's some dates that you were interviewed who gave interviews. There's 4 that I have here. Do you remember giving an interview on Thursday, July 5th of 2018, about 23 minutes with Detective Hayes?
July 5th?
Mm-hmm. The day your father was found.
Yeah.
At the scene.
I was standing at the fence, and I think he was recording me on like a tape recorder or something, I think.
And do you remember giving an interview on Wednesday, July 11, 2018, with a phone call with Detective Hayes talking about they had frozen some of your money, I think $800 or something. Do you remember calling him about that?
I know that. So when I was in middle school and I got my first checking account, we somehow like opened it under my dad. It wasn't his account. I didn't have access to his account, but somehow, some way, my account was attached and they shut down all of my financials as well. Well, I say all of my financials, my one checking account.
And then the third interview, Thursday, November 15th, 2018, about 14 minutes long. He actually returned a phone call to Detective Hayes about some air being deflated in y'all's car.
I don't know if I talked to Hayes about it, but my tires went flat on the left side of my car in my driveway.
And then there was a final interview that I had Friday, April the 24th of 2020. It was about 4 hours long. You went and spoke with ADA Zach Smith.
Yeah, I spoke to Zach.
And you went and talked to him. Is that right?
Yeah, Zach was a nice guy. He approached me after being here one day. I don't know if it was a preliminary or something, and he kindly asked me, because I was a little upset that nobody wanted to talk to me. I'm like, it made no sense to me that I wasn't talked to. And I was like, you know what, since he asked so nicely, and I think it was a couple of times, and I was like, okay, I'll sit down and talk to you. And we had a good conversation. He was a very nice man. I think one of the detectives was there as well.
I'm going to go through, I have some questions about the first interview. So Thursday, July 5th, 2018. Do you remember you stating that, so that was Thursday, but stating that the night before, your mother called you and said that she was going to the barn to let the goats out or put the goats up or do whatever they do. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Would there be any reason that would be consistent with what your mom would do?
Yes, sir.
It would be?
Yes, sir.
So she would know and go let the goats out and do stuff like that?
Yeah, especially if Scott wasn't there.
Do you remember your mom saying that she woke up on Thursday when y'all found your dad? Before that, about 8:15, she called you and said she was going to Walmart?
Possibly. I think so. I'm not 100% sure. But that would not shock me to say she went to Walmart.
Now, one of the things with your dad, if he would not be at the house, if he would leave, you knew that he would always take his car and his wallet with him.
That would make sense.
And on the 5th, when law enforcement was there, you described that once the remains were found, you kind of went into full panic mode.
Yes.
So what happened?
I went into shock.
Do you remember your mother telling you that your dad was burning stuff on the burn pile on Tuesday?
That was, yes, because Chris was dropping off Addison or went up there for something, and so he was burning shrubbery and things like that.
In fact, that you had walked by the burn pile on the 5th and it was still hot.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you were looking for your dad, you did go down to the basement, to his office down there, and you found where he had sent an email Tuesday morning at about 8:30. Remember that?
I couldn't get on his computer. His
No,
computer.
you found some paperwork or something down there?
Oh, I don't recall. I just remember trying to tap on his keyboard, but he always had a password on it and I couldn't.
To refresh your memory, just to look at something and see if you can remember. This is not official transcript of your interview, but I'm going to show you something from your interview. This is page 6 for the record. If you would, just read, just to yourself, just those 2 paragraphs. Just now, just right there, right there, give you the context of it.
Okay.
Do you remember now going down to his office and finding an email?
No.
That morning, you did walk up to the barn and saw the tractor, is that right?
I really don't remember if I saw the tractor or not. I would assume I did. Hard to miss.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that's how Mom and Scott knew they did something with the tractor yesterday because the tractor had been moved and the RTV had been moved?
No, sorry, I don't remember that.
You still had that same piece of paper there in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Look at the paragraph that says, I was like, well, just read that one to yourself.
Okay.
All right, now, does that refresh your memory that you did say that that's how Mom and Scott, they knew they did something yesterday because the tractor had been moved and RTV had been moved?
Unfortunately not.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that you can tell that, I can tell you that tractor is always parked underneath the same awning if they are not doing something with it?
I knew it was always parked under the same awning.
So that tractor, as far as you knew, if it was not being done, it would be parked under that awning and not out as it was that day on the 5th?
That's where it was normally parked, but I don't know if they were doing something. It could have been very well left out. I wasn't involved in their day-to-day farming activities.
Is it not true that sometimes you felt like that your dad saw you as your mother's twin?
She said he would say like you kind of you're I don't know how, because I don't see it, but I think that maybe that might have something. He may have said something like that.
And you told law enforcement that thought maybe your dad had you as trying to get his money.
I don't about me trying to get his money.
That your dad thought you were your mother's twin, maybe trying to get his money.
No, I don't think it in that sense. I think it in the way of like our behavior, I guess, in the sense of I don't really know how to put it, but it didn't have anything to do over money. I never asked him for anything except for my wedding, but he gave me permission for that.
Would it help to refresh your memory? See if it would help to look at another thing.
Sure.
This is page 9 for the record. Just read that to yourself, that top paragraph.
Okay.
So does that refresh your memory that you did say that sometimes he thought of you as your mother's twin, and I guess was.
I knew that he thought we looked similar or acted similar, I guess. So I knew he thought we had similarities.
And that essentially you were the only child. You said you were the only child that was not trying to get the money. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because that's how you felt. It was like you were the only one not trying to get the money.
Money didn't mean anything to me.
Right. But your dad did provide a lot of help to Scott, especially, and Chris and Emily, right?
Yes, because they asked for it.
They relied on him in many ways for finances, right?
Unfortunately.
And your dad, when Chad went, he asked your mom and dad for your hand in marriage and went to him and asked him to be married, right?
He did.
That was a happy time for you.
It was.
Yeah, your dad was happy, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. He was happy that Chad was coming to you.
Chad's a good man, yeah.
Yeah, and Chad would kind of joke around and kid with your dad because your dad smokes cigarettes and he vapes, so they kind of hang out.
Yeah.
And your husband Chad is he's a big guy, right?
I'm not as big as my brothers and my dad, but he's
a tough guy.
6'1".
Yeah, he's a tough guy, isn't he?
He's an alpha male.
Yeah, he is. And he's loyal to you, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
And loves you to death.
I hope so.
Loved your dad.
Yes.
Tried to hang out with him.
Yes.
And in fact, it hurt you when your dad approached you and thought that maybe Chad was doing something with Melody.
Correct.
That really made you angry.
Yes.
But he did come to you and say something to you about that.
He called me, and then when I immediately told him that there was no way that could possibly be true, he was like, "I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," because they would work him up, and then I would talk to him, and he'd be like, "I'm sorry," and we were fine after that.
And your husband, now fiance, back in 2018, had a very close relationship with your mom.
My husband had a normal mother-in-law, father-in-law relationship. He has a very strong sense of family and being with those that you love. And I think that's why I tried to spend so much time with him in the year leading up to this, is because I really wanted to kindle what relationship I could with my parents.
It was attractive what Chad, how he felt about family, right?
He's a good family man.
But he would talk to your mom and text almost every day.
I wouldn't say every day, but I mean, they had a friend, I talked to my mom every day. So it was about the same as me, I guess.
But he would talk or communicate very often with your mom.
I don't know, as very often would be, but I mean, they weren't strangers.
I mean, they're friends.
I guess you could say that.
Enjoyed doing stuff together?
Only if I was there. What do you mean by?
No, I mean with you. He was not opposed to your mom.
Yeah, I mean, it was, me and Chad, and then it was hanging out with my family. So he was very cordial, very polite.
Gets along with your mom.
Yeah. He didn't want to try to start turmoil or anything.
He's not against your mom even today, right?
No.
But Scott opposed the marriage a little bit. When you went and asked Scott, was like, "Nah, I don't think this is right. It's too soon."
That's what I heard.
That didn't make you feel good either, did it?
It's typical Scott.
One of the things you're talking about in law enforcement is that on July 4th, Emily sent out a group text to everybody, including your dad. Do you remember that?
On July 4th, we were at Lake Lanier, and I don't know who, I know Emily was in it, and I know I was in it because she sent a picture of Olivia, and I sent back a picture of Chad and I at Lake Lanier Islands.
About 2:00 in the afternoon, Emily sent out a group text saying Olivia misses everybody or something, says hey or something like that,
I
right?
believe so.
And you thought that was odd because your dad, you said she always sends it out, but he never answered back, and he always answers back, always. Your dad would always answer those group texts.
Unless he was busy doing something, but yeah.
I mean, you use the word always several times. That's just what your dad would do. He would respond to the group text with Emily.
I don't think he would ignore anybody's text messages, but.
And you thought that was strange that he hadn't at that time?
Not at that time, no.
So looking back now,
Looking back on it, yes, but there's been moments in our text messages where I would say something and he wouldn't reply back, and he would text me and I wouldn't reply back.
And then when you were talking to Higgs, you talked about that your mother, the issue of his wallet came up, and she said his wallet was in the car. You said your mother said that the wallet was in the car.
I think she said it was in the car. I just remember that at some point, I think she came out with it. It showed up.
And you talked about your dad was a workaholic. He loved to work.
Yes.
And he would be working even all the time.
Yes.
Does it surprise you, or is it shocking to you that during that first conversation, you didn't mention anything about the guns with Scott?
What do you mean?
You didn't say anything about guns.
During what conversation? I'm sorry.
With Hayes, Detective Hayes.
I couldn't think straight.
Do you remember saying that you were upset or angry with the sheriff's office because they made y'all wait outside in the hot sun until they talked to you?
That was a long day. It was a painful day.
Very painful day. And they were just trying to figure out what was happening with your dad. So it's a process, right?
As the years have gone, I understand that they had a job to do, and their feelings about our emotions were not at the top of their list.
And from that very first day, you were frustrated with law enforcement, how long they were taking, what they were doing, how they were talking to your mom and things like that? You were just frustrated and irritated with law enforcement.
I think it was a natural sense of being upset with the situation. I think I was angry for many years.
And then on Wednesday, July 11, 2018, do you remember calling Detective Hayes and basically saying that the sheriff's office had improperly frozen your account? That was like $808 or something.
I mean, it was a normal phone call, but I told him that my bank account was frozen because it was somehow tied to my dad's from when I first opened it up. And they asked me to provide like 6 months of records, I think it was. So I pulled them from my Wells Fargo account and they had it unlocked quickly from what I can't recall, but I had live paychecks at the time. So I just used my husband's money and then I got my next check. So it wasn't a huge problem.
And then in November 15, 2018, you actually had an incident where someone came up and deflated the tires at your residence in Hall County. Don't give us your address, but it was in Hall County at the time.
Correct.
And you get in touch with Hall County and try to make a report, right?
I think I called 911 because my mother said that she saw somebody running away from the property, I believe.
Right. And your mom said it was a Hispanic male, correct?
I believe so, in like a gray shirt or something.
Right. A gray car, maybe. She had seen him possibly.
I don't know if he had a car, but he was just running.
And you actually had a deputy come out, and your mom says it's the same person that she saw maybe the day before or something. Is that right?
I don't recall that. I had to beg the law enforcement to make a report on it, though.
The law enforcement didn't think there was anything there to make a report on, right?
Correct, but I wanted it documented just in case, because I mean, that's if somebody's coming on my property where we lived, that was worrisome.
And then you took the next step to actually call Detective Hayes and tell him about the incident. Is that right?
I don't remember.
But you do remember that was during the time that Chris was the temporary administrator. And do you remember saying that you believe Chris is behind the deflating of the tires?
I think I was possibly that one of my brothers could have done it, but I didn't know who. I didn't see the person. I mean, by the time I was taking a shower at the time, by the time I came out, just my car alarm was going off and that was it.
And you were saying it was Chris. You were blaming Chris for this, right?
I don't know why I would be blaming Chris, but looking back on it, that would have been an unbiased opinion because obviously I didn't know I was in the shower. So that would be unfair to do that.
And were you talking with your mom? Was it her idea for you to call and make police reports?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Either me or her, but I don't, if somebody was on my property, I could see where I would want to call 911 and file a report.
But isn't it true your mom just wanted you to make a record or make a case against your brothers while this was going on? So that's why you're doing it?
I don't think she would have necessarily done that. I think things were said from her about my brothers, but like the phone call, like her, talking about Scott threatening her and all this. I just told her, I said, if you don't get a voice audio or a video, nobody's going to believe you. And I left it at that.
You haven't heard the jail calls that we've had between you and your mother, have you?
No.
Do you remember on June 25th, 2019, having a phone call with her where you talked about writing everything down for the attorney? Do you remember talking about
pertaining to what?
Just writing things down to give to the attorney.
Which attorney? The estate attorney?
Whichever one you were talking about. Do you remember talking about the attorney?
I remember that she was giving me a list for the estate attorney because I had a legal document stating that I could take her personal assets.
Do you remember Chad being on the phone and saying, we're going to do whatever we can to make this shoot go away? You didn't say the word shoot.
I was going to say, I was like, that's something weird. I mean, we were just trying to be positive and it was a hard time. We were having to go through my parents' house. And
do you remember saying it's all about the money, 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 money?
Everything seemed about money all the time.
And you wanted to make sure that the attorney had all the things he possibly could have?
It was the attorney's responsibility to protect the assets.
And do you remember the conversation there about whether or not Rusty is keeping a check on Chris on Facebook?
No.
Do you remember on June 26th of 2019, another phone call talking about, did Rusty give you a list of things to get out of the house?
I don't recall that. My mother said many things on phone calls, but She gave me a list and I knew what to get.
But you don't deny that around this time you were talking to Rusty on behalf of your mom.
I really don't recall. There are a lot of times, there was times that she was like, reach out to him, and I did not do it. I didn't want to talk to him.
Do you remember your mom in a phone call on September 6, 2007 saying, does Michael understand the severity of Chris and Scott?
No. But that sounds like something she would say. She was very concerned about Chris and Scott.
How about that we enlightened them? We got the majority of key facts. I got all that to them. Do you remember that conversation all about getting information to the attorneys about Chris and Scott?
No, I assumed that she would have told everything, and I've always been very open and honest about situations with my brothers.
That same phone call, do you remember her instructing you to call Rusty back and talk to him some more?
Probably. She asked me to call him, and I tried to not do that.
On July 5th of 2019, after the prelim and facts came out in the hearing that you didn't know about, you called your mom and talked to her, didn't you?
I would assume so.
Do you remember telling you or saying, let me caution you not to say anything on this phone call?
I said that, or she said that?
She.
I would imagine so. She was always, I knew the phone calls were being recorded, and I didn't have anything to hide, so she would say that. I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying
Yeah.
she said.
Possibly, I would assume so. I would assume her attorneys advised her.
Do you remember after learning new information, including he's in the burn pile by Rusty, that phone call, do you remember telling your mom that you have a few questions for people?
Yeah, that was a very concerning piece of information. And
But
that's the phone call to Rusty when I had to go get the dogs. And he had talked to him on the phone. I said, did she say this? And he said no.
And then other phone calls, you keep talking about you still stand where you've always stood with your mom. In other words, you still believe that she didn't commit the murder. Remember saying things like that?
I was definitely far more like, I believe everything of my mother. I understand now that this is not my spot to investigate this. And there's no way for me to know everything. Just like Zach told me, y'all have all of the information. It's very hard for me to form opinions, and when I just don't know.
Did you know that your mother said to Rusty, if you don't stop talking, you're going to single-handedly hang me?
No, I don't believe so. Unless that was in a preliminary hearing.
Did she ever say anything to you about be careful on the phones?
She always did. But I didn't have anything to be careful about.
Did she ever ask you to be quiet or shh, don't talk about things?
Yeah, but then she would go on and she would ramble and ramble and ramble about things after that.
You agree with me that this whole ordeal is just awful for you, right?
Traumatizing.
And it does upset you, doesn't it?
Very much.
And you have strong feelings both directions in this case. Is that fair?
I stand right in the middle, and I pray y'all can do your job and figure out what happened.
And you just want the facts, the jury to hear all the facts and make their decision based on the facts and the truth in this case?
Absolutely.
You agree with me that you do have an interest in the outcome of this case, though, right?
How would I have an interest?
I mean, your mother, you don't want anything to happen to your mother, right?
I would hate to see her go to jail, prison. Nobody wants to see their mother in that situation. But if she had something to do with this, then that's where people go who have done things like that.
You agree that we have to, in cases like this, we really have to put the emotion aside and just follow the evidence?
And that's why I cannot do your job.
Would you agree, though, that when you're following the evidence, you have to include and consider everything, including things like the motive, if someone has a motive?
I guess, but I think it would fall down to opinion, possibly.
You agree, though, motive is what prompts the heart to do something, though, right?
I guess so. If you don't have a moral compass or a sense of a relationship with God, then I guess so.
You'd have to consider the means, the ability to do this, right?
Repeat that?
You'd have to consider the fact someone's means or ability to do this crime, right?
Yeah, I guess you would boil it down to sheer physics of it all.
Yeah, and when you boil it down, you have to consider who had the opportunity, who was there at the time that this took place.
Yes.
You can't just say Scott did it, Chris did it, she did it. I mean, that's kind of inconsistent. That's kind of like throwing spaghetti against the wall. You just have to boil it down to what the evidence speaks of, right?
That's correct.
You also have to consider who was present on the property in July 3rd at the time that the murder took place. Who was there and who was not there, right?
I would assume so.
You'd have to also consider phone records in this case, wouldn't you?
All evidence is evidence.
And you don't know those phone records, do you?
No,
You don't know the GPS evidence in this case, do you?
no.
You don't know the geofencing evidence that shows who and only whose phone is on the property at the time and after the death of your father.
No.
You'd have to consider that, though.
Oh,
wouldn't you?
yes, you would have. I mean, hopefully everything available.
I mean,
I've
you would.
seen other trials where they've used more than that, like the Murdaugh trials, and that was mind-blowing. But I think that any bit of information helps.
And you'd have to consider phone calls between your mom and a lover, right?
Yes.
You'd have to consider all the statements that have been made in the case by your mom and other people, correct?
Yes, I do not pity any of, I mean, not pity, but I do not want to be in your shoes.
I mean, you'd have to consider, even if you rejected it, and even if she says, I didn't say that, she didn't say that, you still have to consider Russie's statement that she told me he's in the burn pile. You'd have to consider it, wouldn't you?
And you have to consider everything, I guess.
And part of that is you'd have to consider the context that when he made that statement about he's in the burn pile, the rest of the statement that I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything, I do not need to know, that is attached to the statement. You'd have to consider it in totality, wouldn't you?
I would assume so.
Right. So if the statement was tried to be explained later on, like he just overheard something being said with Martha Jane, you still have to consider, why would you say don't tell me anything else? Because it comes down to credibility in many ways, doesn't it?
You have to consider everything.
Did you know your mom had a text message one time about your dad says, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death?
No.
You'd have to consider that too, wouldn't you?
Evidence is evidence.
Do you know of the statement about your mom with Rusty talking about being on the same page? And I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done. Would you know why she would say that?
No.
You know about the statement that she said that that body should not have been burned up?
What do you mean?
Do you know whether or not she's even said that statement
I
that
don't
body
know.
should not have been burned
I've
up?
never heard anything directly, so.
If she said those statements to Rusty on a phone call, you would have to consider that. You have to consider that in trying to decide for yourself whether or not you do or don't believe that she committed the murder.
I personally, I mean, evidence is evidence. The truth is the truth.
If someone intentionally commits a murder and burns a body, and they're not crazy, they would be conscious of what they did, right?
I would assume so.
You would have to consider in this case, and you yourself would consider, if there's a lot of lies and deceptions, wouldn't you agree with me that that speaks to the guilty mindset of the person that did it?
I don't know.
And you don't know, Amanda, because you don't want to believe your mom committed this murder, right?
I don't want to believe my mother would ever do anything like that. I don't want to believe anybody would do something like that.
Another further judge.
Sweet.
Briefly, Judge. Your mother and Chad did not have an affair.
No.
And you said something to the effect of they would work him up. Was that Chris?
My brothers would always try to stir stuff up.
So that's where
Always.
that idea came from.
Yes, because I told my parents he had a drinking problem and he was mad, and that was his retaliation. in
You
my
agree
eyes.
that's very cruel. That's a cruel thing that your
My brother has said and done things in the past years since this has happened that are very cruel, that are unforgivable almost. But as a Christian, I have to forgive him and understand it was the alcohol.
Your mother has lived with you now for about 4 years.
Yes.
And in those 4 years, she has never admitted to anything, has she?
Never.
And she has always maintained her innocence?
Correct. We've had some serious conversations and the story remains the same.
You mentioned, it sounded like you were kind of trying to do your own investigation into this case 6 years ago. Is that kind of what?
At the beginning,
Right.
and then I lost. You can't do anything when you don't know anything. And I grew up and I understand that I can't control everything, and God's will is God's way. That's it.
But also, is it fair to say that you felt like nobody was questioning you, asking you what happened?
Nobody wanted to talk to me.
Until somebody who used to be in the district attorney's office spent 4 hours with you.
Yeah, he came out of his way to come up to Hall County to talk to me and my husband.
And you felt like you were finally heard
Yes,
years after this incident took place.
I was in 2020. I was pregnant with my son, yeah.
Until now. This is really your first chance to finally be heard in front of this jury.
Yes.
Do you feel like you said everything you needed to say?
There's just so much pain. There's no good outcome. He's never coming back. He'll never be there again. And that's just the worst part about it all. And knowing that my mother could potentially spend the rest of her life in prison is terrifying. But again, everybody, you have to follow the evidence, and you have to do what you do. I'm sorry, y'all have to do this. I'm sorry.
Going back to that investigation that you were doing, essentially, too, after you heard what you heard in the prelim, and now this jury has heard those recordings that the district attorney was talking to you about, you questioned Rusty.
Yes.
Adamantly.
Yeah.
I believe you used the words he was a coward.
He is a coward.
And that he was just trying to essentially cover for himself. He was only about himself. Did you say something like that?
Correct.
But when you confronted him, he literally told you he lied.
He just said that she didn't say that. That's all I know. That's from what I can recall, because that's the only conversation I really remember ever having with him. And I blatantly asked him, did she say this? And he said no.
Did he go into any detail as to why?
No, but I probably didn't dig into it. I have a terrible way of not being involved.
Okay. The statement, Mr. Fogus read off to you a number of statements and things that have been presented in this trial, but I just want to get to this one and see if you knew anything about it, since you were around in the Manny Aurora investigation, which he had kind of his own investigators that went out to the house, right? Were you there for any of that?
I was.
All right, so this statement, I think he ran out something about her talking to Rusty about the body wasn't meant to be burned that bad, but there were fire investigators that y'all had hired to go out to the property.
Manny had hired somebody to go out there.
And that information came from that investigator. Were you around for that?
I don't know if I ever heard any of the outcome of it. I just knew that he had hired certain people to go out there, but I don't know how far it went because he only had received so much money and we couldn't afford to pay him.
Before I said, is there anything else you want to say to this jury?
I'm sorry that you have to be here. I'm sorry I have to be here and everybody in this room. It's, if I can say anything at all and what this has taught me, is that lean into God and He will take care of you and give you peace and calm in the storm and just give you a sense of hope. And I don't know, it's hard to find anything. I hope the truth comes out, and it's going to be painful no matter what happens, because at the end of the day, my daddy's gone and I miss him.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can sit.
My daddy's gone. My daddy's gone. Yeah, she had to do that. So I think that may be the defense's last witness. Let me see. Oh no, we still got some people.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ray.
No, we got a doctor coming to the stand. I thought she would have been the last
Before you
witness.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
When you get seated, go ahead and state your name for the record.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Arden, it's Arden.
And Dr. Arden, what do you do for employment?
I am a forensic pathologist. My primary employment is as a consultant in forensic pathology and medicine. And I also hold a part-time position as a forensic pathologist with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of West Virginia.
And so I'm assuming, being a forensic pathologist, you went to medical school?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go to undergrad?
2 years at Johns Hopkins University and then 2 years at the University of Michigan.
How about medical school?
University of Michigan.
And when did you graduate from University of Michigan Medical School?
1980.
That's the year I was born.
Go ahead and make me feel old.
Where did you do your residency at?
I did a 3-year residency in anatomic pathology at the New York University Medical School in New York City. And then I did a 1-year residency in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland.
All right. What's the difference? I'll just go ahead and hop in here. What's the difference between anatomical pathology and forensic pathology?
Well, to begin with, let's start with the more general definition of pathology. That is the medical specialty that studies the changes in the form or the function of the human body or its components. And when I talk about changes, we're talking about the effects of diseases or injuries. In the broad field of pathology, it's divided into 2 major pieces, one of which is anatomic pathology, and that is the pathology of the anatomy, the structures of the body. So you learn to interpret and diagnose the changes of the structures of the body, some of which you can see with the naked eye, hold in your hand, some of which require a microscope to examine, and you diagnose diseases and injuries. Then within anatomic pathology, if you take the broad general background of general medicine, anatomic pathology, and then you apply it primarily to the process of investigating and certifying certain types of deaths, and those deaths being, number one, deaths that occur by violence, which simply means any death that occurs by any kind of injury under any circumstances, excuse me, as well as any deaths that occur suddenly, unexpectedly, so people who die in public, for instance. That's the field of forensic pathology.
Okay. And if you need any water, there is some right there behind you.
There's some of this, sorry.
You're fine. Now, after you finished your residency, what'd you do after that?
After I completed the training that I just described to you, I then spent 20 years as a full-time government medical examiner. I worked in 4 different offices, including 9 years with the city of New York, where I rose through a number of titles and finished as the first deputy chief medical examiner. That's the second in command to that system. I then spent about 5.5 years as the chief medical examiner of Washington, D.C. Once I finished my 20 years of full-time government service, I then entered into the consulting work, that type of work that brings me here today. And overlapping with that, I spent about 1.5 years with a part-time position in Northern Virginia, where I was living at the time, as a community-based medical examiner. And then more importantly, since 2008, so for about 16 years now, I've held a part-time position with the medical examiner system in West Virginia, in which I perform the functions of their medical examiners. In that job, I actually do autopsies, write reports, go to court, things like that. But so then first 20 years of my career was full-time government work, and the second 20 years has been mostly consulting work.
Okay. I'm assuming you're currently licensed to practice medicine.
I'm currently licensed in 5 states.
And what states are those?
Florida, West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, and I hold a license in an inactive status in New York.
Are you a member of any of the relevant organizations regarding forensic pathology?
currently a member of the Florida Medical Association. I have been actually for about 35 years. I was a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Okay. Have you done any teaching?
Excuse me?
Teaching?
During the course of my career, I have done teaching, particularly when I worked in New York City and Washington, D.C. I held academic appointments, and I did more teaching in those years. That's about 14, 15 years out of my 20 years of my career.
And what universities did you teach at?
In New York City, I had appointments in both the New York State University Medical School in Brooklyn, as well as the New York University Medical School in Manhattan. And in Washington, D.C., I was appointed in the George Washington University Medical School in the pathology department.
And how about any lectures or presentations? Do you do any of that?
I have over the years given a fair number of them, especially again, my busiest time of teaching and lecturing was in New York and Washington, but I've provided various kinds of lectures to medical offices, medical audiences, law enforcement, lawyers. So I've done a fair amount of that over the years. I've given presentations at national meetings a number of times as well.
And over the course of your now 44-year career or so, how many autopsies have you done?
I've personally done something over 3,000 forensic autopsies, plus whatever autopsies I did in training prior to that. And I haven't kept track, but I've probably had at least 500 other examinations of bodies without a full autopsy where I've issued death certificates.
Okay. And how many cases do you think that you have consulted on?
Oh, I haven't added that up. For the number of years in my consulting practice, I was taking about 125 to 150 new cases a year, trying to get myself towards something that sounds like retirement. We're probably taking around 65 new cases a year now.
How many times over the course of your career do you think you've testified in court?
Oh, probably around 5 years ago or so, I was still saying over 900 times testifying in court, hearings, grand juries, depositions all together. That's been years, so it's well over that now.
Okay. And how many different states in the U.S. have you testified in? And we'll just make it easy. How many times have you testified actually in court in front of a jury in the U.S.?
I don't actually have that number. I mean, it's a number of hundreds. It's probably more than 500 in front of a jury.
Okay.
In terms of states, I haven't counted that up lately either, but it's probably somewhere in the 25 to 30 state range, plus federal courts, plus military courts martial.
Okay. And what about, have you done any consulting work or testified in any foreign countries?
Yes, I actually testified by video in Montenegro a number of years ago, testified once or twice in Canada. I've consulted on cases that have not, or at least not yet, ended in testimony in England and Israel as well.
Have you been qualified as an expert witness before?
Yes, hundreds of times.
Hundreds of times? You know, at this point, we would move Dr. Arden in as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
All right, any objections?
No, Judge.
All right, he's tendered as an expert and is thus can testify to his opinion based upon things in his range of experience. All right, go ahead.
Dr. Arden, for the jury, explain what a medical examiner is.
Well, in this country, every jurisdiction has some form of a medical legal death investigation agency. And roughly half of the country is covered by agencies called medical examiners, and about half are covered by coroners. Those are somewhat different systems. We don't really need to belabor the politics of it or the constitutional end of it, but so a medical examiner's office is the office that is charged under the law with the kind of work that I told you is what forensic pathology does. The medical examiner's office is the one that investigates the deaths that come under its jurisdiction, either deaths due to injury, deaths that are sudden, unexpected, and unexplained. Some other special categories, deaths in custody in some places, deaths due to public health hazards. So that's what the medical examiner office does. And the process that I outlined or I defined for you is investigate and certify. So it starts with an investigation. You have to figure out what are the circumstances? Where did the dead person come from? How did this happen? Because it gives you your context. Just like you go to see your doctor, you don't hide behind a curtain and say, figure me out. You come in and say, I have a cough, I have a fever, whatever. And your physician knows that it makes a difference if you're a 4-year-old girl or a 90-year-old man as far as what the doctor's looking for. So the investigation is like the history. And then the examination is usually the autopsy of the dead body. And sometimes it also includes toxicology or other examinations, x-rays, things like that. So that's how the medical examiner office works. And if you're asking what is a medical examiner in terms of the professional, the medical examiner is a forensic pathology who performs all of those functions.
Okay. You were hired by myself and John Luke Weaver as a consultant on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much to date are you aware of, like how much have we paid you?
I believe I've been paid in fees up to now just about $6,600. I mean, I've been working on this case since January of 2021 with your office. And so I think at this point, it's been just about $6,600 total. There are some other hours in there that haven't yet been paid, and plus the appearance today.
Okay. Does the fact that you are compensated by my office, does that change your opinion of what you're going to testify to today?
No, I offer my opinions based on the facts and accepted medical practice and my 40 years of experience, and you get the same opinion whether you're paying me or not, or whether it helps you or not. It's all based on the facts.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the facts. Tell the jury what all in this case have you reviewed?
First of all, I reviewed investigative reports from law enforcement, mostly from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. I believe there was one report from the marshal. And there were also various reports from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI. That includes from their medical examiner's office, the autopsy report and the anthropology report initially done by Dr. Gooding. That includes photographs that were taken, kind of lumping together between law enforcement and the GBI, but photographs of the death scene or the recovery scene, photographs of the examination of the remains by the anthropologist and by the pathologist, x-rays, or actually I got photos of the x-rays taken of the remains. I think I also saw some photos that were from the house at the site where the burn pit was. From the GBI, I also reviewed some other laboratory reports. There was a laboratory report about looking for accelerants, in other words, chemicals that might have been used to fuel that fire. Unless I'm missing something, I think those were all the documents that I examined.
And you're not going to approach?
I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as pardon
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Can you identify 1 through 3?
Well, you just handed me our marked pardon 1 through 3, inclusive are 3 photographs taken of portions of the remains of Mr. Farris. These are photographs that I recognize that were taken during the time in June of 2022 when I personally examined the remains at the coroner's office here.
Okay. And that was my next question. So you actually went and reviewed the remains of Mr. Farris personally?
I did.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what is 4 and 5. You don't need to read them, just identify what they are and if they're true or correct.
What you've handed me is Arden 4 is a copy of my curriculum vitae or CV. That's my professional resume, total of 6 pages. That is complete. And Arden 5 is a copy of the consultation report. Actually, it looks like it's 2 copies. Yes, this is actually 2 copies of my consultation report that I wrote in December of 2023 for this matter.
Okay, and I will, apparently my stapler got the best of me this morning. One copy. Here at this time, we go to moving to evidence Arden 1 through 5, the photograph CV, as well as his report.
All right, admitted. You get the screens.
While that is coming up, when you were reviewing the remains, did you notice any damage to the bones of Mr. Farris other than thermal damage?
Right. Other than thermal damage, no. I did not find any kind of damage or injury to the bones that would suggest any other form of trauma, thermal damage.
Just going through it, you didn't observe any saw marks?
Correct. No saw marks, no knife marks, no bullet wounds in the bones either.
Now, for the jury, tendering Arden 1, can you identify what this is?
Yes, this is a photograph of several of the fragments of bone and tissue. You can see there is a tag that was with these fragments that's identifying them as tissue fragments that had a bullet in them. And I can tell you that you can see on our left there below the tag is a portion of a rib. The roughly triangular darkened fragment on our right is some burned soft tissue with another portion of rib. That's where that bullet had been recovered.
And just so we're clear, is the triangular portion on the left side of Arden 1, is that soft tissue with a rib still attached or inside of it?
Yes, I think you said left side. That's our right side.
Yeah, that's the right side, sorry.
But yes, the one that you're circling with the cursor, that's exactly what that is.
Soft tissue with a rib?
Yes.
Okay.
Portion of a rib.
Portion of a rib. And Arden, I think that's Arden 3. What is that? Can you identify?
Oh, yes. That is
actually, that's Arden 2.
Okay, what you're showing as Arden 2 is a slightly closer up view of the same set of fragments. Now you can see the rib fragment that was toward the left and another fragment of tissue that was the one of the bottom one in the first in Arden 1, and can just barely see to our right the edge of that bigger triangular fragment.
And for the jury, can you tell them about how you went about examining the remains at the coroner's office?
Well, the remains had been stored in various bags and organized in terms of which segment of the burn pit they had been removed from. Dr. Gooding had, in her exam and her report, basically divided up the area into 4 quadrants, A, B, C, and D, and the human remains and the fragments that were removed from each of them were labeled as to where they came from and bagged and tagged as to where they came from. So I essentially was provided access to all of those bags as organized and labeled, and then went through each and every one of them, opened them up. Some we opened and some I believe we just examined through the bag. The areas that were more important, such as what you were seeing in Arden 1, 2, and 3, we took out of the bag, laid out, took the photos. I got to handle them and look at them in different directions, things like that.
And kind of jumping around, because that's how I do it. Through your review of this, did you notice or were able to determine whether any flammable or ignitable liquids have been used in this fire?
Based on the laboratory report from the GBI, which was testing to determine if there were any flammable liquids, what we call generically accelerants, the laboratory report did not identify any accelerants related to this fire or these remains.
I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as, we'll go with Gooding 10. Did you review this photograph
to the best of your knowledge?
If it's part of the photos from the Gooding material, yes, I did. Actually, now that I look at this carefully, I did review this. I have seen this photograph, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what this is?
Yes, what you're looking at here, just slightly right of center, you see the vertical whiter band. That's a portion of a rib. You can see to our left, there's a hand in a black glove holding the fragment, and the more orange kind of cylindrical item that's almost dead center in the photograph is in fact that bullet that was recovered from the soft tissue associated with that rib.
Now, with the portion of the rib that you were able to examine, did you notice any damage to the rib from that bullet?
No, there was no damage to the rib or any of the bones in this area. The bullet was simply in the associated soft tissue.
Okay. And I'm going to show you next. This is Gooding 11. This was attached to her report. Have you seen this photograph?
Yes, I've seen this diagram.
All right. You weren't here and you didn't hear it, but I'd asked Dr. Gooding where the bullet was found. And the best that she could tell me, essentially it's on the left side of the body. Is that what this photograph is showing for you and your medical opinion?
Yes, I think she's indicating here with the brackets that the rib fragments with the small area of soft tissue where the bullet was were from left ribs. If I recall correctly, she said in her report, sternal ends of left ribs. And so the sternum is the breastbone, and the ribs each rib starts attached on each side of your backbone, your vertebral column, and goes around and slightly downward from your side to your front, and then the ribs attach through cartilage, soft tissue, with the breastbone sternum. So she was referring to these being the rib ends that are closer to the front, but it was left-sided ribs.
Okay. Now, would you say that the bullet, as you previously testified, the bullet is in the soft tissue? Can you explain, give us any indicator of where that bullet may be according to Gooding 11?
It was in the soft tissue between two of the ribs, close to the front, close to the breastbone. So you have, if you think about the anatomy, you have the skin on the outside, you have a layer of fat underneath the skin, which is normal. Everyone has a layer of what we call subcutaneous fat. And then in this area of the body we're talking about, you have the chest wall, which has the ribs, and there are muscles, some muscles on the front of those ribs, and there's a band of muscles that goes in between each of the ribs. And they're called intercostal muscles, which is a fancy medical term that means in between ribs. So you have this chest wall of the skin, the underlying fat, the ribs with all of their muscles that makes a structure there. It's the outside, the boundary of your chest. And that's all, if you're going from the outside in, that's all before you get into the body cavity. We haven't reached the next layer deeper would be in the body cavity where, for instance, your heart and your lungs are.
And so the body cavity is where all the vital organs are contained.
Yes, we have, technically speaking, we have two separate chest cavities where each lung sits. You have a compartment in the middle in the chest, which is anatomically separate. That's called the mediastinum, which is where the heart and major blood vessels are and some other structures. You have another separate cavity in the abdomen down below, which isn't related to this, so I won't belabor that. But yes, inside the cavities is where you have all the vital organs, the major blood vessels. What we're talking about here are tissues on the chest wall. They're not inside the body cavities.
Did you also review the autopsy in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you notice anything odd about the autopsy, the actual report?
Well, the thing that I noted in my report about the autopsy report is that the autopsy report is essentially administrative details, who did what when, and the vast majority of the autopsy report actually is cut and paste from Dr. Gooding's anthropology report. The only part of the autopsy report that has its own independent examination reported is there's a paragraph of the the examination of the x-rays taken by the medical examiner.
Okay. Now, from your review of everything that you looked at in this case, can you tell the jury to a medical certainty where the entry wound is?
I cannot.
I mean, you hadn't actually seen the projectile. Maybe it's up here. Do all this again. But there was, you recall, the pedals on the projectile, right?
Yes, it was what we call a jacketed bullet. It has a lead core with an outer copper-colored coating, and many of those jackets have pedals, they call them, on the nose end of the bullet, such that when the bullet enters a tissue, those pedals can peel back, which is what happened in this case.
And can you determine anything about the path of a bullet potentially regarding whether or not those pedals are pulled back on the jacket of a projectile?
You really can't. You know, assuming the bullet enters nose first, which is typically what happens, as it encounters the tissue, the resistance of the tissue can peel back those petals off of the nose of the bullet. And this is commonly how a bullet like this is designed, that as it expands, the nose of the bullet expands, the petals peel back, it causes greater resistance. So this bullet is now transferring more of its energy to the tissue that it's going into and through. So it creates greater damage. Now, if you find a bullet in the tissues, and if you can determine or maybe assume that the bullet simply went in a straight line and ended pointing in the same direction it was going, well, then the petals of the jacket will be peeled back, showing you that that's the nature of the peeled back in the opposite direction of what the travel of the bullet. Now, on the other hand, if that bullet goes into the tissue, and while it is deforming and the petals are peeling back, that bullet tumbles, turns, in any way isn't facing straight ahead anymore. Well, then when you find it in the tissue, the direction of the petals going backwards doesn't reflect the direction of travel of the bullet anymore. So you could have it either way. It may be something that tells you the direction. It may not.
So from looking at the rib and the soft tissue that you examined and the bullet, can you give any type of opinion about the trajectory of the projectile?
No. And in fact, that's consistent with what's in the autopsy report. Given the nature of these remains, which were very severely burned, and we don't have an intact body, we don't have an intact surface, and it was stated clearly in the autopsy report, and I agree with this. We don't know where the bullet entered. We don't know which direction it was going, and we don't have any evidence of distance, what we call range of fire. So no, we can certainly say where that bullet ended up, and I can then provide you opinions based on, depending upon where we believe that bullet came from, what it did or did not do. But no, I can't tell you where that bullet entered.
Okay. And you reviewed Dr. Gooding's report, right?
I did.
Right. And you were aware that in her report, she said that based on the peeling back of the bullet, that it was a front to back or posterior to anterior. Is that right?
Well, front to back, yes, that would be anterior to posterior.
Okay, there we go.
Let's just go with front to back. That's easier.
All right, thank you. So front to back. Now, since you can't determine if there's an entry wound, can you determine any type of wound path based on what you've reviewed so far?
No, sir.
In your opinion, based on what you've reviewed regarding just the rib and the projectile itself, did that projectile enter the body cavity?
Based on where it was located, there is no evidence that permits a conclusion that that projectile did enter the body cavity.
And what would, let me pull up another photo real quick. So I had asked during her cross-examination, Dr. Gooding, where that bullet was, and she was very adamant that it was on the inside of the rib. Now, based on your photographs and your review of all of these reports, can you tell the jury whether it's on the inside of a rib or the outside of a rib?
It looks to me like it is somewhere between the ribs and maybe just a little bit inside. It's not very deep to that rib at all, though. So it's really still in that chest wall kind of anatomy that I described. It's not inside the body. It's not in the body cavity.
As a forensic pathologist, if something was just barely on the inside of a rib, would you still say that that is inside or outside the body cavity?
My best assessment of this bullet, as it's shown here, it is not inside the body cavity. It's inside the body. It's outside the body cavity.
Now, have you, from your...
So that's me pausing because y'all gonna have to, we got to talk about this. Wait a minute. What did this man just say? Did he just say that? Okay, so this whole time while I'm sitting up here thinking and I'm listening to the ME, I'm thinking to myself, I said, well, okay, guys, they shoot weapons on this area. Like this is a rural area, right? Could there have been any possibility, walk down this line with me, could there have been any possibility that in this potential burn pile, that this bullet was already there? And when Gary was doing the burn pile and had some type of medical episode, he passed out, fell in the burn pile, and it just so happened that this projectile was in the burn pile and it ended up being close to one of his ribs. Walk with me, because if there, unless, I don't know, y'all tell me, have I missed it? Was there evidence to show that the same bullet fragment that was in the basement, is that the same as the one that they so-called pulled out of the burn pile? You know, the markings and things, because they're able to tell if they came from the same gun, or were they two different guns? So I'm just wondering, like, could this just really been a very tragic accident? Maybe Scott didn't do it. Maybe Melody didn't do it. Maybe it just happened like that. And God, if that did happen like that, God, it gotta freaking suck to be Melody. Good grief. Like, you had to be doing so many bad things in life that you gonna go to jail for his dumb butt falling in the burn pile. OMG. And it just happened to be some bullets and fragments and stuff there. You say the bulletin in the basement was a miss. Wait a minute. Let me go back and see what we got in these things. Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking in regards to the bullet in the basement, Dr. Rachel. I think that's there. Barb says she could believe that. You know, I come up with some old theories because I want this doctor to say, look, he landed on the bullet. Like, there was nothing fracturing his rib. Like, none of these things happen. I'm waiting for him to say that. But there, you know, Dr. Rachel saying, but there again, we have our reasonable doubt. Yeah. Pretty Brown says there was little blood at the scene, and the family said he hurt his ankle or leg a few days before, and there was a little blood. Okay, yeah, I believe from the dog, right? I don't know that they tested that. Well, I think they should have tested it. I don't know if they tested it or not. The bulletin in the basement was a miss. When you say a miss, Lynn, you saying she shot it and it missed him and he ran out the house? So I'm just thinking of different ways, you know, because I'm always, you know, trying to think outside the box. and create reasonable doubt, maybe when reasonable doubt may not ever exist. It's definitely a Brian Walsh case because Brian Walsh, we knew he was guilty of sin before he even walked in. Oh, dropping bars. Didn't know them bars was gonna flow like that, but it did. Yeah, he was bitten by a dog. You said no. That's the only thing I hate about the chat. I can't really tell. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I done said a whole bunch of stuff, Lynn. I just don't know what you saying no to. I'm pretty sure it's something that I done said that you corrected me on or telling me about. I can't put two and two together. Okay, well, we'll go back into it, but I'm thinking, that's what I'm thinking. Like, oh, I want him to say this. Like, can he say this for me? No, Melody said he was on the burn pile. So no. Maybe. Where y'all? Okay, Melody, you talk about Melody said that he was on a burn pile, and I'm assuming you talk about when she was talking to Rusty. And this is before anybody found him at the burn pile, right? And could it be that maybe Melody just said he at the burn pile? Like, could we have misheard that? Because he was going to be at the burn pile, right? Because he did have things that he was going to have to burn. So maybe she said he at the burn pile instead of on the burn pile. Did we hear her say at the burn pile or on the burn pile or in the burn pile? Give me a break. Barbara said Melody guilty. She don't care what she's saying. Dr. Rachel said he had his day wrong when he said that. He corrected that. Barbara said, no way she did this to Gary. You got me confused, Barbara, because 1 minute you saying Melody is guilty, then you saying no way she did that to Gary. The luminos showed blood on the candlesticks in the basement. Well, Lynn, I guess my question would be, and I'll push back on you on that, because they talking about they use some expired Blue Star kit. Isn't that the same thing as the aluminum? Because if that's the case, like, I don't know, that may not be a good testing kit. They said it was expired. Remember they had the officer come in and testify on the defense like that's expired? Or is it not the same thing? I just want to make sure. That it might have been so expired that it was picking up stuff that didn't have nothing to do with nothing. Yeah, because the officer just came in and said something about the Blue Star being expired, that is. Okay, Moretta said, but remember, they can have luminol at the scene, but have to send the sample to have it tested to make sure that it's blood indeed. Yeah, did they have that stuff tested, Moretta? Because I think they did a shitty investigation. I'll just say shitty because I think they did a shitty investigation where all these different places that blood were that didn't get tested. Once I heard that blood wasn't tested in that tractor part, I was kind of like, oh, so y'all just gonna place somebody in a tractor no matter what instead of just testing the blood. I can believe that she even pulled them and did the tractor thing, right? Especially since there's blood on the tractor. But what makes me mad is that they're not connecting any of the dots. Like, why wouldn't you test that area? Lynn says yes. So I'm assuming you're talking about the luminol and what they talk about was expired. So yeah, like, I don't know. I don't think we got nothing about nobody blood. Not, especially not on the tractor, not places that I'm thinking that I want to hear about this blood stuff. I'm just saying, come on, doctor. They said it was blood. Did they have it tested for blood, Lynn? You know, because them saying they tested positive for blood is one thing, but you know, sometimes remember, we are talking about expired luminol or Blue Star kit. So it's expired. So I don't care what. Yeah, okay. So Lynn, walk with me. Because if we taking this back to when we listening to the evidence, how it comes in as a juror, and I don't know, we haven't got the closing arguments, but if this luminol kit that was testified to is expired, does that null and void whatever showed up in blue? It could be defective. I mean, when we just talk about that part. And did they, and Lynn, you have to tell me because I know you know a lot about it. Like, did they with the bullet in the basement, just remind me again, was that a match to the bullet that they found, quote unquote, in the burn pile? Which bullet are you speaking of, Mariel? The one in the basement or the one in the burn pile? I don't know, because some people talking about it might have only been a flesh wound. But I guess they did a crappy investigation, which leaves many holes in things. I don't know, guys. I'm really, I am one to believe, yes, if she is guilty, put her up under the bus, the jail, whatever. I just be wanting to make sure, and maybe it's me because I want the state, I want the prosecutor, I want them to earn a conviction, like really earn it. Like, I guess I want them to be beyond reasonable doubt. Like, it's not our fault that they didn't have the people that came out to the scene test certain evidence and do certain things a certain way so it can be like certain things I just feel like should have not been missed in regards to this. So yeah, I guess that's my thought, but just my conspiracy theory. This doctor better not say that it wasn't because he kind of leaned into like, look, in a minute, I'm waiting for him to say, hey, this bullet did not penetrate his body or the soft tissue. It was just laying around what soft tissue had not been burned up. Like maybe he fell on top of the bullet. I mean, maybe when they was moving the body around and they were picking through the burn pile, maybe some soft tissue or his rib or something fell on top of the bone. Like I got so many questions now. Look, I have so many questions. And y'all got to think, as being a jury person, no matter, I've not been on the jury, but what I can tell you is we are watching 18 days of this testimony on 1.5. We are taking breaks in between and we're going on to different people's testimony. We got our times to break and stuff between this. I can actually think that it matched the gun that Martha Jean had. I didn't see that. I know Martha got up there. I know Martha was talking. Martha said it was a 38. How we even know she had a 38? Okay, because she got on there and she was sweet as pie. Oh, Martha. Oh, Martha. I want to put her on a package of flour. Anywho, yeah, Martha don't even know what her 38 is. And yeah, how we even know Martha had a 38? She just saying what she had. That's why they had to say whether she was senile or if she, knew what she was talking about. Why would Martha lie? Because Martha say, look, I am upset that Rusty got up here on this stand talking about he was taking that kitty from Gary when he knew Melody was married, and I am a Southern girl, and he got up here, and all this time I decided I thought I had this gun that I could no longer find, so I felt like I had to come and call and tell somebody. Okay, Martha's gun was still there. Bullets were still there. Okay, now we cooking with some grease. Get that grease hot, Marilda. Marilda said, wait a minute, Marcus, bullets was still there. Only the gun was missing. So they were able to connect Martha's bullets to the bullets that were found by Gary's body in the burn pile and possibly the one in the basement. No, I just want to make sure that we, I just want to make, and I guess, I'm just thinking outside the box. Y'all know I like to give the defendant the reasonable, the benefit of the doubt in any shape, way, form, or fashion that I possibly can. So why not do it for old Melody? I can hook her up with a little bit of reasonable doubt. I guess my biggest thing is that no, I don't want anybody to get away with a redrum. But I definitely want to make sure that if they innocent, I need them to be innocent, because we have so many people that are being railroaded and so many people that have to be found guilty of a crime, although they did not commit it because they, self-serving fires the justice system up. They want to close a kind of crime or do its thing. So okay, well, let's go ahead and finish listening with our ME. He got paid a pretty penny. He has $6,600. He say he still got stuff that he got a bill. And also, he got a bill for today's testimony. So I'm thinking we probably gonna be at a cool $8,000 for our boy. I mean, for $8,000, he better come in here and talk about everything that the defense needs him to talk about, including, hey, Gary, that bullet didn't penetrate Gary's ribs or any soft tissue or anything like that. I can't tell where the bullet came from, nor can anybody else tell. So yeah, I want him to talk about this. You want me to put it on 3.5? No, I'm into what he gonna say. At first I was like, I don't know why he coming on here, but now if he about to say, look, there is no way, no how this bullet, because there's no blood, no nothing, that this bullet penetrated Gary's body, I got a problem. Let's see what he do here. Make it do what it do, ME.
Have you been able to form an opinion about how the bullet may have wound up in that location and not damaged any vital organs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
This bullet, as I said, is not inside the body cavity as it's recovered. It could have gotten to that location following many different kinds of wound pathways. It is certainly among the many different possibilities that you can have a bullet wound that travels very tangentially. It's shallow in the body wall that enters, stays in the soft tissue outside the body cavity, and ends up in that location. So it could come from many different directions. If it's not a straight in shot that goes straight from the front directly in, but it comes more from the side, for instance, it could easily, I've seen bullets do this before, it could easily enter, I'm motioning on my own left side of my chest, strike the body at a shallow angle, enter under the skin, stay in the chest wall, travel toward the middle here, end up in precisely that kind of location, and never once enter the body cavity or injure any organs.
Now, did you also examine the skull remains?
Yes, sir.
What did you find from that?
The skull bones have been pretty severely fragmented from the burning process. Dr. Gooding actually did a major job trying to reconstruct as many of the skull bones as she could to put the fragments back together. It's quite a job. And my examination of the skull bones and the photos of her reconstruction tell me that they were all damaged due to the fire. There was no evidence in the skull bones of any other kind of injury. So in other words, there was no positive evidence of a gunshot wound to the head, for instance.
Can you make, based on your review, any findings that there is more than one bullet that Mr. Farris was potentially shot more than one time?
No, there's no positive evidence of any other gunshot wound.
And what do you mean by, that's kind of the first time I've heard somebody say that. What do you mean by positive evidence?
I mean, another bone that has what is clearly a bullet hole in it, for instance. Another area of soft tissue with a bullet recovered from it. You know, no actual evidence of damage by a bullet is what I'm referring to.
Okay. And jumping around again, you're familiar with manner of death and cause of death?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what manner and cause of death are?
Cause of death is defined to be the specific process, whether that's a disease or an injury, that sets in motion an unbroken sequence of events that ends with the death of the person, causes the death of the person. So it's pretty much defined by what the words mean. But you have to reach a specific conclusion of what it was that ended up causing the death. Manner of death is a construct that we use in medical examiner and forensic pathology practice as a part of the classification of vital statistics. Manner of death is really the circumstantial explanation for how the cause of death occurred. And so manner of death, it's probably easier to understand if I give you what the choices are. The choices are natural, meaning death caused only by natural disease. Accident, which is death caused by an injury that was unforeseen or unintended. Suicide, which is the intentional taking of one's own life by injury. Homicide, which for forensic pathology purposes, this is vital statistics. This is not criminal law. Homicide, for our purposes, means death at the hands of another. You die from an injury caused by another person. And there's no judgment when we say manner of death or homicide, whether it is or is not a crime. That's a whole separate issue. And then the fifth and final choice for manner of death is undetermined. If you don't have enough evidence to make a conclusion to a reasonable medical certainty that it is this one or that one, or if you have evidence that permits more than one of the choices and you can't really separate them, one's likely and one's unlikely, then you can go with undetermined.
From your review of everything that you looked at in this case, can you make to a medical certainty a finding as what the cause of death was for Gary Farris?
I cannot.
Can you state whether or not that well, I'm assuming you can't state whether or not the projectile caused any death.
Right. In fact, that's the point. I cannot tell you to medical certainty that the projectile found in his chest wall soft tissue was the cause of his death, because unfortunately, given the state of his remains, we cannot trace a bullet pathway from one place to another where that bullet ended up. So we do not have evidence that says to any medical certainty that that bullet caused an injury that caused his death. It could have, but just as equally possible, it didn't. So I can't say that that bullet killed him. And I have no evidence that affirmatively allows me to conclude that another bullet entered his body. So under the circumstances of the condition of his remains, I don't have enough evidence to say what killed him. So I don't know what his cause of death was.
So as a medical examiner, if you can't determine cause of death, what do you do?
Well, then you're stuck with admitting the limits of information and what you can do, and you cause of death undetermined.
So that's a possibility, saying cause of death is undetermined.
Oh, sure. I mean, this is well recognized. Every medical examiner, every forensic pathologist has been through cases like that. They're generally a small percentage of all the deaths that you investigate, but every medical examiner office has a couple or 5% of cases where cause of death, manner of death, or both are undetermined.
How many cases have you had where just you can't determine cause of death?
I haven't kept a record of how many. I mean, it's something I've done on numerous occasions over the years. I'm sure I've had at least one or two in the past year or two. And of course, I'm doing a more limited number of autopsies since I'm not a full-time medical examiner anymore. But I've probably had in 40 years at least a couple of dozen cases, maybe more.
Okay. And moving to the manner. Do you have an opinion as to what you could say to a medical certainty regarding the manner of death?
I do.
What is that?
Actually, in this case, in part because we do not have definitive evidence of the cause of death, and in part because, as far as I understand, we do not have definitive evidence of how Mr. Farris ended up in that fire. We do not have evidence that an accelerant was used to try to burn him up. Frankly, I think the intellectually honest conclusion here is that his manner of death is undetermined as well. I don't really know the circumstances of how and why he died. I don't know the circumstances of how and why his body ended up in that fire. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not real satisfying, but again, I think the intellectually honest answer is I don't know. And that's what an undetermined is for.
And have you had cases in your career where you're saying undetermined cause, undetermined manner?
Sure.
Have you had any recently?
I think I've had at least one case like that in my West Virginia experience fairly recently, yes.
Okay. Was there a case in Washington where you were undetermined manner, undetermined cause, or something vice versa?
Yes, I've had cases like that. I mean, the most famous case I worked on probably in my whole career was the death of Chandra Levy in Washington, D.C., the federal government intern who disappeared and was found skeletonized in the park about 9 months later in the woods. She was an undetermined cause of death.
Okay. How about manner of death, though?
Actually, I certified her manner of death as homicide.
Okay. And so why could you certify her death homicide, but couldn't do Gary Farris's homicide?
Well, in her case, the circumstances actually were quite compelling that she didn't get there and die on her own. She disappeared unexpectedly, mysteriously. She ended up in a part of the woods in a very large urban park where she wouldn't have been otherwise. It's a huge park where people walk and run and hike, but she's on a slope, a wooded slope where people wouldn't go. She's found with, I think, only one article of clothing, her panties. The totality of those circumstances were such that it was clearly much more likely than not that she got there through the acts of another person. And that permitted me to say, again, from the standpoint of cause and manner of death, not a medical examiner doesn't determine crimes, but that her cause of death was undetermined based on the condition of the limited condition of her skeletonized remains, but the circumstances were compelling that she got there through the acts of another person. And so I certified her manner of death as homicide.
And so you can't say that Gary Farris is a homicide because you can't show how he got to the burn pile, evidence of how he was actually on the burn pile, things like that?
Correct.
Okay. And just one more question for the jury. In your expert opinion, what would the manner and cause of death be for Gary Farris?
My opinion is his cause and manner of death are both undetermined.
No further questions, Judge.
All right.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Good to see you again. All right, I want to talk about your consulting first, and then we'll get into the facts of the case, okay?
Sure.
What is your hourly rate for your testimony?
My hourly rate for all the work in this case is $450 an hour. Considering that this is a full day trip out of town, actually an overnight trip, I have a flat rate of $4,500 for the trial date.
And that is the outstanding fee is still left, or is that part of the $6,600?
That's an outstanding fee.
You advertise your consulting on your website.
I do.
Do defense attorneys contact you directly to consult on cases?
Attorneys contact me directly. That includes criminal defense attorneys, civil attorneys, on occasions, prosecutors.
And you mentioned some trainings and teachings, and you mentioned training and teaching attorneys. That would also include defense attorneys maybe in that training as well.
I have, over the years, trained defense attorneys, prosecutors, and civil attorneys.
You mentioned that the majority of your career currently is consulting, and then you do the part-time ME.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
So from your consulting, how much are you making in salary from your consulting?
We're a corporation. I think my corporation pays me about $250,000 a year now, something like that.
So you've mentioned you've testified how many times as an expert?
Some years ago, it was over 900, and I've stopped counting, basically.
That's criminal and civil?
Criminal and civil, trials, depositions, hearings.
Okay, so not just trials. That's overall. It could be a deposition in a civil lawsuit. You're including that as well?
I am.
Okay, not just jury trials.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how many times of those you've testified out of the criminal matters were for the defense and then for the government?
I can't give you any numbers on that. I can tell you that in 20 years of government service, I probably had about 500 testimonial appearances in criminal matters called by the government. Since I've become a consultant, it's been a handful of cases where I've testified called by the government in criminal matters. And about half of my cases are criminal and half are civil in my consulting work. So kind of gives you an idea of the distribution.
Sure. All right, I want to talk about gunshot wounds generally. Now, you worked in New York and DC, so I imagine you've seen a fair share of gunshot wound victims.
I have, yes.
So the seriousness and the damage a gunshot wound causes is dependent upon many factors.
It is.
Is that fair?
Yes.
It could even go towards the type of ammunition used.
That's one of the many factors.
We talked about the pedaling of the projectile or mushrooming of the projectile. You said that that causes greater damage.
Yes, the whole purpose of that is such that the bullet continues to impart its energy to the tissues and tends to keep bullets staying inside instead of going through and through.
So the purpose is to transfer energy. You mentioned the energy of the bullet.
Yes, ma'am.
One of those factors, as far as the seriousness or damage of the gunshot wound, is the velocity, how fast it's traveling.
That is indeed one of them.
If it hits something and tumbles or anything like that, could completely change the velocity or speed of the projectile.
If the projectile interacts with an intermediate target before hitting the body, it could change the speed. It could change whether it's flying straight and true. Yes.
Mr. Ray discussed with you the wound path or the entrance wound and exit wound, and dependent upon where the wound enters and where the bullet enters and where the projectile exits, you don't know the amount of damage until you see inside the body, right?
That's correct, yes.
And in those scenarios, you won't know what organs are hit until you open the body.
Most of the time, yes, that's true.
And you have already testified, you determined the wound path based upon the exit and entrance wound.
The entrance wound, and if there is an exit wound, will generally define the wound path. The internal examination, especially if the bullet doesn't exit, is the other component of determining the wound path.
And without an entrance wound or an exit wound, you cannot tell where that bullet, the path that that bullet took.
Pretty much. I mean, I could probably dream up some kind of oddball exception of some bodies where you may see internal damage without being able to determine entrance or exit on the surface. But for the most part, I think, yes, you're right.
Gunshot wounds can vary in size.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would in turn vary in the damage done to the body.
Well, I guess it depends upon what you mean by size. If I was thinking of size of the wound on the skin surface, the size of the damage internally can be different in different kinds of gunshot wounds, and that would probably more directly relate to your question about the damage, yes?
I want to talk about, you mentioned energy of the bullet entering the body, and it can transfer energy to the rest of the portions of the body. Is that fair to say?
The bullet transfers energy to the tissues it strikes and some of the tissues at some distance from the actual path of the bullet as well.
I have a couple of more based on your experience and what you've seen out there. Have you ever seen a bullet travel through the body and rest near the surface of the skin without exiting?
I have, yes.
Or even partially exiting, but remaining within the body?
Yes, I've seen that as well.
And when, I don't know if you call them decedents or bodies or patients, I'm not sure the word that you use.
Decedent is a good word.
Okay. When a decedent is sent to you for examination, have you ever experienced where you open the bag that the decedent is in and a bullet has either fallen out of its body or out of its clothing that nobody caught, anything like that?
Yes, I have.
Now, I want to talk about this case specifically. You unfortunately did not have any organs to examine in this case.
Correct.
So you can't actually say if organs were damaged or not.
That's true.
And based upon the location of the bullet, I'm going to pull up that lovely diagram that Dr. Gooding made. Gooding 11. The location of the projectile was towards the sternum, correct?
Correct.
And right behind the sternum is the heart and a portion of a lung.
Yes, right behind the sternum is the pericardium, which is the sac surrounding the heart itself, parts of the great vessels, and sometimes a part of the left lung will overlap that in the front.
Have you seen cases where a bullet causes internal bleeding?
Many times, yes.
And even times that there may not be a lot of external bleeding from gunshot wounds.
That can happen, yes.
Now, the bullet itself may not be the only source of the damage to a body. Is that fair to say? So as far as transferred energy, a rib could become fractured and puncture a lung or something of that nature.
You can have secondary damage such as bone fragments that are injuring a part of the body, yes.
So right behind the bullet in this case are vital organs.
Yes.
And you've already mentioned the word intercostal. I had that written down in my notes, and that means between the ribs.
It does.
So isn't it true that we have intercostal arteries?
We do.
And a lot of there's an entire vascular system that's located within those muscles, those intercostal muscles.
Well, there is an intercostal artery with its accompanying intercostal vein, one of which runs along the inside of the upper margin in a little groove of each rib. The soft tissues, you said vascular system, other than those, the soft tissues have very small blood vessels, the capillaries that are microscopic size, but no other major vessels.
You mentioned in your report, well, let me take it back a little bit. In your testimony, you mentioned that medical examiners look at the context in which they receive a body. So you do investigate to an extent as a medical examiner to determine cause and manner of death.
Or I would prefer to say we do investigate.
You do investigate.
We do.
Okay. And you determine sort of a history of how that body came to you. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Now, you mentioned in your report that it's possible Mr. Farris sustained multiple gunshot wounds.
There are many possibilities for which we don't have evidence. So yes, he has one gunshot wound. He could have had others, but we don't have evidence to determine that.
Okay. So were you unaware of the bullet found in the home that he shares with the defendant with his DNA on it?
No, I was aware of that.
Okay. So that, reasonably speaking, would infer he could have been shot multiple times.
Again, could have been. That actually doesn't determine that he was shot multiple times, but yes, it's a possibility.
Sure. So his soft tissue on a spent bullet, you're saying it's your testimony that that doesn't mean he was shot with that bullet?
Well, his DNA doesn't mean. His DNA could mean that his blood was on that bullet, that he touched that bullet, that that bullet went through a part of his body. There's many possibilities.
But again, we don't know if he was shot more than 2 or 3 or 4 times.
That's exactly the point. We don't know. Nobody knows.
How many total people would you say you've examined on your table before, physically examined?
Well, I'm over 3,000 autopsies, probably at least another 500 external exams. In terms of exams that I have personally done, I mean, that's the best estimate I can give you. I mean, I've seen thousands of other bodies on the autopsy table that I've either been asked to take a look at or consulted or supervised, but my own personal cases were in the 3,000, 3,500 range.
Mr. Ray mentioned this case where a woman was found in the woods, I believe.
She's found in a wooded area in a large urban park.
And you mentioned that that was a unique location that she may have not traveled to herself.
It's not a place where people normally would go, not her or pretty much anybody.
Would you say putting yourself in a burn pile then is a normal place you would go?
No, I mean, it's a possibility, not typical, no.
Out of the number of individuals that you have examined, what percentage of those, or just a guess, would have included a gunshot wound?
Well, first of all, I have a rule about not guessing under oath.
Sure.
So I won't guess. I don't actually have statistics to tell you what percentage of my cases had gunshot wounds. I can tell you I've seen, at the barest minimum, hundreds of gunshot wound deaths that I personally autopsied.
And in those cases, some of them may have been suicides.
Yes.
But out of the ones that weren't, it's fair to say that those other individuals that had gunshot wounds that weren't from a suicide didn't survive.
Anybody who gets to the autopsy table did not survive by definition.
That's exactly right.
First thing they teach you in medical examiner schools, don't do autopsies on live people.
Right. I'm glad you don't. Thank you for that. So knowing that there was a spent bullet in the basement of the home with Mr. Farris's soft tissue on it, a bullet located within his body, and his body being found on a burn pile that in the reports indicate he did not fall onto, but was placed onto. It's still your position that that is not a homicide.
It's my position that the absence of definitive evidence means that an undetermined manner of death is appropriate. To be frank, yes, you have enough circumstances that you've outlined there that somebody could readily defend a conclusion that the manner of death should be homicide. I think we're missing a few pieces of information that I'd much rather have, but I'm not going to testify to you that calling this a homicide is completely illogical or wrong.
Thank you. That's all I have.
But you would still stand by that, based on the information that you've seen, that it's undetermined.
I would much prefer, if I were offering an opinion, if I am offering an opinion, that's my opinion. Undetermined is better.
All right. And just a couple brief follow-up ones. Let's just assume that Dr. Gooding's opinion that it is a front to back shot and it is a sternal rib in. Tell me where, to the best of your knowledge, where you think on the left side of the body that projectile is on those ribs. And if you look at the photo there, and just kind of guide me.
Right around, you've got the cursor, which is showing as a hand.
Yes.
And leave it right there. You now have that cursor overlying inside the bracket that Dr. Gooding put there. And those sternal ends of those ribs are the front slightly to the left part of the body. And that is the general area where the tissue fragment with the bullet was found, represents. And so where you've got the hand cursor is for broad approximation about where that bullet was.
So if you're shot straight on and the bullet lodges in between two ribs right there, what kind of trauma are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting to see an entrance wound in the skin surface. I'm expecting to see some damage to the underlying tissues, including those muscles. And I'm expecting to see some bleeding associated with that. And that's probably it. There could be some bruising on the underlying lung, meaning that the impact of the bullet can cause bruising in deeper tissue where the bullet didn't hit. But that's about it.
It wouldn't cause death, in your opinion.
If you've asked me to assume it was indeed, as Dr. Gooding opined, the front to back shot that ended up in that chest wall in the front, then yes, much more likely than not, it would not cause death. In fact, then in cross-examination, the issue of intercostal arteries was brought up. The intercostal arteries are fairly small and they arise from your aorta in the back, near the backbone area, and then follow each rib around. Intercostal artery bleeding from the part of the artery in the front is likely to be quite limited. On rare occasions, and I've seen this maybe once or twice in 40 years, an intercostal artery in the back where it's bigger can actually cause fatal bleeding, but that's extremely rare. So I would expect localized hemorrhage in the front, but not fatal bleeding and not fatal injury.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Ms. Frank, anything else?
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, sir. Thank you. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see what's next. Shout out to the trial channel.
So I don't want to be confused, but I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Were you lying about Scott? Scott, you think what? I don't. You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
This case is about Gary Wayne Farris.
And you're here because Melody Farris shot.
Okay, I need to make sure that it sounds like we about to go into the prosecution team closing statement. Like I said, the trial channel, theirs is just a tad bit different because it cuts out all the fluff in between. But boy, oh boy, that call right there, I put her guilty. Oh gosh, why is she on the phone saying that old mess? I gotta put her at guilty just from that statement right there. What the fuck does she mean? Like that goofy. Oh man, let me make sure that we at the right part. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, I'm done now. They should. I don't know if I missed that. I'm pretty sure they played it, and I'm pretty sure I missed it, but I just heard it. I heard it. Oh yeah. Done. Let me see. Melody. I just want to make sure we not missing much. You know, all the arguments between I really don't need. But that dang on phone call. What a way to come in for your closing statements. Yeah. She may have had help. I ain't doubt. Okay, medical examiner. Let me make sure. Okay, so that's day 17. It looks like we are going to be at day 18. Yeah, dang, Melody, what you get on the phone telling Rusty that, saying that stuff to Rusty? They better show me how they spend this. Okay, yeah, we right where we need to be. I just wanted to confirm it. Yeah. Pretty Brown, like, gosh, if I was on one side, you know, she showed through before a little with that one. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, like she done made me, I gotta put her guilty now. Dang her. I'm gonna put it back at the beginning so y'all can hear it. This is gonna be the opening statements for the prosecution team. This is how they opened up, y'all. So we going into closing statements. Prosecution team is up first, guys. Yeah, she should have never said this.
I don't want to be confused, but I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Were you lying about Scott? Scott, I mean, you think what? I don't. You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
This case is about Gary Wayne Farris.
And you're here because Melody Farris shot him, concealed his death by putting him on a burn pile on their property like he was trash. This is not a chess match or a well-played orchestra, as Miss Farris would lead you to believe. This is murder, and it is not a game. Murder is the highest crime we have, and it is your duty to hold people accountable when they commit that crime. Murder does not happen often in Cherokee County. You are in a unique position as a juror, as a Cherokee County citizen, to make sure that remains the case. And to hold people accountable who commit those crimes in your county, to your citizens. You have heard 3.5 weeks of evidence, maybe 4, I've lost count. But today, I'm going to go over the law with you and how you apply that law to the facts and the evidence that you've heard. The law instructs you to determine the facts. The facts are for you to determine. We have presented you the evidence, the witnesses, the exhibits, but you get to determine what happened in this case. And then you will apply the law that the judge instructs you to those facts. You are bound by the law. After the judge instructs you on the law, as he stated he will do for about 40 minutes or so, you will be armed with not only all of the materials that we gave you, the evidence, but you will also have the tools, which is the law. You will be in the position to convict Melody Farris. We talk about duty a lot, a juror's duty. You took an oath. The object is the discovery of truth. It is your duty to seek the truth of what happened to Gary Farris. You are not to seek doubt. All of the evidence before you points to her guilt. It is not your duty to go through all of that evidence to find all the holes that are unreasonable and to come up with some hypothesis that it doesn't even make sense. Your duty is the truth. And see, the defense wants you to ignore all the evidence that points to their client's guilt. They don't like the truth. They're going to lead you in a different direction. That will not make sense. That is not reasonable. Stay on the path of truth, and you will come to the conclusion to convict Melody Farris. The defense is going to talk about the state's burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As the state, we have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. But that is just that, a reasonable doubt, the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror seeking the truth. If there's a doubt in your mind, it has to be reasonable to acquit. It cannot be a doubt that makes no sense that you have no answers for. That's not a reasonable doubt. And in this case, we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. All of the doubts that they're going to get up here and try to plant in your mind are not reasonable. And the evidence shows that. And the law demands it. The defense is going to want you to believe that this standard is unattainable. They may even show that stair-step picture that they showed an opening of each burden as it gets higher and higher with reasonable doubt at the top. You cannot define reasonable doubt with steps. It is defined in the law. It is not to a mathematical certainty. It is not beyond all doubt. Beyond all doubt is unattainable. Crimes are not committed for everyone to solve and know about every single detail. Crimes are committed and concealed because no one wants to be caught. That's what you have in this case. No square circles. Essentially, that's what the defense is going to want you to figure out. How to make this circle into a square. You can't do that. That's impossible. The pieces fit together and they show the truth. We asked you in jury selection about your experiences in your life things that you've been through. We're asking you to bring your common sense and reasoning into that deliberation room. Do not leave it behind. Because common sense and reason gets you through life. That's what you need to apply to this case. You make inferences, you can make deductions, and reach the conclusions based on what you know, what you've experienced, the evidence, your common sense. That's how you'll reach the verdict in this case. In the beginning of this case, you were informed that you must be an impartial juror, not biased to either side. Impartiality, that's the starting point. And that she has the presumption of innocence. Well, that was 4 weeks ago. That was before you heard all the evidence. That was before you actually realized that she's just cloaked in all her lies. You no longer are impartial. You have all of the information, all of the evidence. And that leads to one conclusion, which is that she's guilty. She is no longer presumed innocent in your eyes. That is no longer where she sits. There are two types of evidence that the judge will instruct you on, direct and circumstantial. A lot of shows and podcasts and commentators, they all say, well, it's just circumstantial, right? We've all heard that. But the law says you give whatever evidence, whatever weight to whatever evidence you want. There is no legal difference between circumstantial or direct. You could have the most convincing circumstantial evidence, and yet the direct evidence is just, well, maybe. Or you could have evidence that's actually both. Let me give an example. I have a 3-year-old, and the other night he was eating dinner at the table, and I ran upstairs to go get his sister's pajamas or something. We have a box of cookies on the counter by the cookie tin. They weren't in the cookie tin, they were in the box. And I come downstairs, and he had crumbs all over his face. There was a cookie missing. And so, based on that circumstantial evidence, I could infer my child stole a cookie out of that cookie box. I'm not going to infer that some cookie fairy came into my house and took it. That's not reasonable. But that is circumstantial evidence. Now, had the box been knocked over on the floor and the crumbs sitting there on the floor and my dog is laying on the couch licking his paws, well, that scene points to my crazy dog probably jumped on the counter, got a cookie out of the box and ate it on the floor. I don't have to see who took the cookie to know who took the cookie. And the scene leads me to believe it's one or the other. Because I know my child and I know my crazy dog. So circumstantial evidence is a conclusion that you can reach based on inferences. Direct evidence is something you heard, saw, tasted, smelled, Scott seeing blood on the floor in the basement. All of the testimony you heard, those are things that they experienced firsthand, the witnesses. It's direct evidence. There is no legal difference. You give whatever weight to whatever piece of evidence you deem appropriate. You get to determine the credibility of all the witnesses in this case. To do that, you can consider all the facts and circumstances of the case. And on the next slide, there's going to be a non-exhaustive list of other factors. In this case, motive, bias, all of those come up. Scott, Emily, and Chris will not get their father back. Whether they get up there, they have no motive to lie to you because Gary's not walking back through that door. That's their mother. They have no reason to lie. They don't want this. They don't want her sitting there. They don't want Gary gone from their lives. All they wanted is for you to have the truth. Martha, she is the epitome of a credible witness. Look up credible witness in the dictionary. It's a picture of Martha Barton. She loved Melody. She knew it was the right thing to do to come in here and tell you people the truth because you need to know the whole story. She had no motive to lie. Consider all of these factors when you're giving credibility to a witness. All of the facts and circumstances which they testify, their manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing facts, the nature of the facts, the probability or improbability of the existence of that fact, the interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. You actually weigh people's credibility every single day without really thinking about it. You choose who your friends are, you choose who you want around your family, who you hang out with at work. You decide that based on a person's credibility. This is no different. The nature of the facts, the nature about the facts of which they testify. Let's talk about that for a second. David, Melody's friend, who came in here talking about his one experience with Scott in the driveway in the trailer, he didn't really have the means and opportunity of knowing the facts surrounding that situation. He knew Melody for like a second. Scott didn't know who he was. You know what Scott knows? Scott knows Melody killed his dad and is running around with Rusty Barton still and letting strangers over to the house and throwing Christmas parties. Yeah, he's gonna be mad. His dad was just murdered and burned up in a burn pile on his own property by his mother. And now some strange man is coming and using his trailer. He's gonna be mad. David had no perception of that. Zero. And he has an interest in the outcome of this case. He doesn't want to see his friend go to jail. We've talked about this. You must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or don't believe. Again, you weigh people's credibility all the time without even knowing it. The law allows you and demands that you determine who to believe and who not to believe. And some people, you can believe some things they say and not some things they say, right? Like Rusty Barton. He plays both sides. We know that. We saw that. He wants to stay out of trouble, yet he doesn't want to upset Melody. We know what he said was the truth about her statement, he's in the burn pile, because of the context in which he said it. We know the recantation is a lie because it makes no sense. Why, if she gave that statement at Martha Jane's house after Gary's remains were found, why would Rusty respond with, "Don't tell me anything else"? And he references that 2:20 a.m. call. And then the call you just heard, he references it again and that was August 2nd of 2018. That is a witness. You'll have to resolve the conflicts of his credibility. But he was up there long enough. Y'all know the kind of person he is. Use your common sense and reasoning. Now I want to talk to you about what she is charged with in the indictment. And you'll have a copy of the indictment in the back with all the charges in it. I'm going to start with 4 and 5. We've got malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, and making a false statement. I'm going to start from the bottom and then go to more serious charges. First of all, let me say this. If the defense doesn't get up here and concede making a false statement, no credibility to the closing argument. Knowingly, willfully making a false statement in any matter within the jurisdiction of the government of any county. Like Michael Ray said in his opening, lying to the police. I lost count how many times that woman lied to those police. But specifically this charge is about being currently in an affair with Rusty Barton. And y'all heard that voicemail on June, I think it was 25th. It was like less than a week before Gary's remains were found. Call me back, love you. That affair didn't end a year before. She just saw the unraveling. She didn't even own up to any affairs. She lied about Ted Wiley. Oh, we were just friends. We were all just friends. No, that's not true. You literally left your husband and went to stay with him for a significant amount of time. And he had to take the stand and talk about their relationship. If they don't get up here and concede that, you can't give their closing any credibility. Concealing the death of another. Commit this crime by concealing the death of another, hindering the discovery of whether or not such person was unlawfully killed, i.e., putting a body in a burn pile to conceal that he was shot to death. Concealment. Now we're going to go to count 1, malice murder. Causing the death of another person, in this case, Gary Farris, unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Malice. That's what this charge is about. Malice is doing something maliciously, which means you have an abandoned and malignant heart. Malice can be formed in an instant. Now, we have a lot of evidence of malice in this case. Malice is not premeditation or anything like that. It's not ill will or hatred, although we have hatred. She despised Gary. That's no secret. She intended to kill him without a legal justification. The state does not have to prove premeditation, although we have evidence of premeditation in this case. Taking that gun from Martha, telling Addison not to spend the night, she knew this day would come. There's no required time to form malice. Like I said, malice can be formed in an instant. Every time she saw Gary, she had malice. Felony murder is another type of murder, which essentially is when you cause the death of another during the commission of a felony. And in this case, that's aggravated assault. Aggravated assault will be defined in the next slide, but it's shooting someone or pointing a gun at someone. That's aggravated assault. And that caused the death of Gary Farris. We do not have to show in felony murder that Melody acted with malice, even though we know she did. This charge does not require malice. It just requires the commission of a felony and someone resulting in somebody dying. The judge will instruct you that aggravated assault is a felony. There needs to be what's called proximate cause to the death. So the felony has to have resulted somehow in the death or be connected to the death, which we have. The judge will give you a definition of a simple assault, so you know what assaulted means, assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. And he will also instruct you that a firearm legally is a deadly weapon. We do not have to prove injury, although we have that in this case. It's not required. You can assault a person by instilling fear, but that's not what we have here. We actually have a shooting and we have a death. I want to talk about the state's burden. Like I said, reasonable doubt cannot be measured. They will want you to believe that that burden cannot be reached and it is unattainable. They will get up here and try to instill upon you that there's no way we can ever prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, that is just not the law. The law does not require beyond all doubt. We need order and justice, and that means we prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. You have more than what you need in this case to convict Melody Farris. I want to talk about grave suspicion and mere presence because I assure you that Mr. Ray or Mr. Weaver will get up here and talk about how we just have grave suspicion of Melody. She was merely present at the home when he died. No. We have way more than that. What they have is a grave suspicion of Scott, which is based on speculation and conjecture. And that's what that charge says. You cannot convict on speculation and conjecture. You can't even indict on speculation and conjecture. That's not even probable cause. Mere presence. Scott wasn't even merely present in the home. He was merely present at the barn. Compare the two, right? Grave suspicion, mere presence. Scott Farris. They have suspicion based on what? He's 6'5". He has a messy apartment. He was in the military. I'm sorry, is that a suspicion these days? We have to suspect everybody in the military is a murderer? Grave suspicion, speculation, and conjecture. That's what they're going to throw at you about Scott Farris. That was all their defense witnesses. Well, I just didn't like the way he talked to me. Well, I'm sorry his dad was brutally murdered by his mother. I think he's allowed to be angry. But Melody, we're here because Melody is sitting in that chair. And we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is the one that murdered Gary Farris. The judge is going to instruct you on what impeaching a witness is. It's essentially showing that a witness is unworthy of belief. You can attack the credibility, and he'll give you all those charges in the jury charge. We saw some of that here, but you know, the person whose credibility that was attacked the most is Melody's. I mean, you saw Amanda sit on that stand and Mr. Fogus showed her the text messages of Melody lying to her about going to Minnesota, did you see Amanda's demeanor? Betrayal, disappointment. That's attacking her credibility. She's not worthy of belief. Amanda knows that. Her other children definitely know that. They sat up here and told you that. To that same vein, consider the source of a witness's information. If that witness's information is coming from Melody Farris, it is not worthy of belief. That's how you impeach someone. Every crime must be committed with criminal intent. To determine criminal intent, you can consider words of the defendant, conduct, demeanor, motive, and any other circumstance that you deem relevant. We have a lot of intent in this case. We even have a text message where she says, I told him I hope you die a gruesome death. If that's not direct evidence of intent, I don't know what is. Her demeanor when she found out about Rusty's statement, she was angry. She was mad at him. Her motive, she had plenty of motive. She's the only one that had motive. I've said this. She despised Gary. She hated that he was giving away their money, her money. That was the main motive. Rusty was a bonus. She was mad about that money. And you could tell that was her motive because after the offense, she was on a money hunt. It was all about the money. We'll get into that in the next close. Telling Addison not to sleep over, she had criminal intent that night to kill her husband. And she, one, didn't want witnesses. Two, never told her grandkids that they could not spend the night. Telling people to, shh, I thought I told you to stop talking. Everything she said and did in this case not only proves that she committed these crimes, but she did it with malice aforethought and an abandoned, malignant heart. She stood to inherit all of his money. She burned the remains of her husband for almost 39 years in the hopes it would look like an accident. All because she wanted his money and to live a life with Rusty. In my next close, I'm going to talk about the evidence and why the evidence and the law demands a verdict of guilty in this case.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to try to set up another
May it please the court, opposing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, first off, on behalf of Mr. Weaver and Ms. Farris, thank you very much. I know that this has been, for y'all, a long 4 weeks, and definitely for all the lawyers, it's been a long 5 weeks of dealing with this case. And we note that you have been paying diligent attention, taking your notes, and we are very appreciative of that. And with that, and like I told you on October the 7th, when I did my opening statement, you're getting on the Ferris wheel. And it is, in fact, this family is a soap opera. And I think through the testimony that you saw that. Now, first off, the indictment, Ms. Frankish went over the indictment with you, so I'll just touch on it briefly. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death. And count 5, making false statements. Now, this is just to point out, Ms. Frankish pointed out that, we're disingenuous if we don't just get up here and freely admit about count 5 making a false statement. So I'll just go ahead and give you a preview that Mr. Weaver is going to be coming up with. He does not have a PowerPoint. He's got 2 books and about 10 pieces of paper, and he's going to be specifically addressing that with you. But what I will be doing in mine is walking you through what the actual physical evidence was in the case. And we're actually going to start by walking through the front door of the Farris property. Now, first off, with reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Ms. Franklin said it to you. I said it to you in opening. The judge is going to say it to you again. Mr. Weaver is going to say it to you again. And Ms. Frankish was right. There is a stair step. I found that several years ago, and I have used it ever since, and I absolutely love it because it shows what reasonable doubt is. Because you're not finding this case and deciding this case based on reasonable doubt. It is beyond reasonable doubt. So it's a doubt that you can give a reason for. They have to go beyond that. They don't just get up to the reasonable doubt step and stop, because that's not guilty. They got to get up on that top step beyond that doubt. And it is a long road. Look at all the stairs, no evidence until a reasonable suspicion, probable cause, preponderance, clear and convincing, reasonable doubt, and then finally beyond reasonable doubt. They have not come even close to beyond reasonable doubt. The state has introduced a case to you and spent 4 weeks presenting evidence, and it is so full of holes, and we're going to go through all of those. Remember I told you about when John Luke and I were getting ready for this case, and he had kind of hit a wall that day, and he was like, I'm leaving, I'm done. Can't listen to any more interviews. There's so many hours and hours of interviews in this case. He was like, I'm leaving. And he went to the drugstore close to our office, and he was just talking to the clerk there, and she said, well, sometimes the greatest questions go unanswered. Came back in rejuvenated the next day. We're like, hey, we got a theory, because we do have a lot of unanswered questions. So what are just some of those? The questions that have no answers in this case. How about the easiest one? Where was Gary shot? All right, if you remember from that drawing from Dr. Gooding, and I'll show it later, he could have been shot here, but she also said he could have been shot here. They don't actually know where he was shot. They don't have an entrance wound. They don't have a wound pad. They don't have an exit wound. And in fact, and I'll go over it more later, Dr. Arden stated that the bullet is lodged in the soft tissue, never entered the body cavity. In that fact, that bullet that they found in the burn pile, there's no way that it would cause death. It would cause some bleeding. He said it could possibly bruise the lung. But in his medical opinion, it's impossible that that bullet caused the death. How was he put on the burn pile? This trial started out, it was a week of establishing the fact that they have a tractor. And there are now hundreds of photographs of a tractor and an RTV. But how did he get on it? And we'll go through what the tractor and the RTV shows. Where is the gun? No idea. How about where are the bullets? No idea. Scott's odd behavior, and I'll talk more about that shortly. How did Gary even die? And that ties into where Gary was shot. You heard Dr. Arden say that he would have to say that the manner of death is undetermined and that the cause of death is undetermined. And he said that because that was his medical opinion. And he was very clear in stating that I am saying this because I just do not have the facts. And I have not been given the facts. And the state hasn't shown me the facts to be able to make to a medical certainty of what the cause of death was and the manner of death was. And there are countless others. And we're going to be going through several. So, walking through the crime scene. This is the front door of the Farris home. You'll remember from talking or from the testimony to that point in time, he was investigator. Now he works at the school. Shaw, you remember him. Shaw stated that he was brought back in, because I don't think you remember who told him to, but there was a blood droplet. I don't think my little pointer will work on the TV, but it's right there, kind of underneath the window in the middle of that hallway. That there was a blood droplet, a potential blood droplet. But what ended up happening, that blood droplet was not collected or tested. And actually, when they brought Agent Coffee out, or Agent Honey, they didn't even have her blue star it either. So there is a spot on the floor of unknown origin, and nobody knows actually what it is. Moving further into the house, into the dining room, and you'll remember, if I am facing this photograph, the door to the stairs to go down to Gary's living quarters, it would be to the left. Agent Honey sprayed this entire area, if you'll remember from her testimony, in Blue Star. Nothing. Not a single drop of blood, except for when you turn and on that same rug, that's the rug there, and that's up toward what would be the left-hand corner of the rug. There's a single drop of what she said is possible blood because it reacted to the Blue Star. Wasn't collected, wasn't tested. I asked her, I asked Shaw, I asked Stewart, can you take that, can you cut it out? Can you swab it? Yes, yes. Have you ever done that before? Yes. Did they do it? No. They didn't do anything. They literally took a photograph of it and said, well, good enough. And you're going to hear a lot of that in this case. It all seems as a lot of good enough. And actually, they came in and they're sitting on the front there, which is perfect. Because a lot of them, if you heard us when we were questioning them, it's like, why didn't you do that? And what's the answer? I wasn't asked to. Well, when you're the government and you're investigating a murder, you should have some decency to actually take initiative in this case, especially if you're going to accuse a woman of murder. But they don't have any initiative. In fact, they had Kuykendall over there standing next to a tractor at 8 o'clock at night for no reason instead of actually investigating. They abandoned, and of course, Hayes ain't getting off the hook that easy, but that sheriff's office, they abandoned Hayes. They went out there and they investigated that crime scene and they left, and then they just said, Hayes, you know what? You're the lead. It's on you. Figure it out. And just left it. That's why Pope had to go with him to Tennessee. He don't even work for the sheriff's office. He's an investigator with the fire department. And he goes all the way to Tennessee to interview Martha Jane, I believe, and also Rusty Barton, because he was left. But so there's no initiative. Agent Honey says, when I asked her, did you collect it? No. Why? Nobody asked me to. No initiative. Here's the other blood spot, and this is two separate photographs. One on the left is essentially how the photograph is taken if you just took it while we're standing here today. The second one is you turn off the lights, and you remember with Shaw how you got to manipulate the lights, and then I did the whole thing about instead of taking a photograph and manipulating it, why don't we just set the stage in the house to actually be able to show the luminescence of the Blue Star actually on a photograph instead of manipulating the photograph to maybe see the Blue Star. So that one's been manipulated, but that's fine, because what did Honey say? It reacts like blood, but it could also be something else. Because remember, I went through with her different types of food that can react to Blue Star, different type of chemicals that can react to Blue Star, different type of minerals that can react to Blue Star. So she said, I don't know what it is. And also, did they sample or collect it? No. So essentially what we have here is a photograph of something that proves nothing. The stairs were the same way. I was going to go in, put in the Blue Star on the stairs, but, not just going to sit here and beat a dead horse. They didn't do anything with the stairs. They said, well, there looks like blood. Well, we're not going to collect it and we're not going to test it. So good enough. Now the downstairs, we actually get some investigation going here. You see from 1, 2, 3, and 4. You heard with the GBI that essentially we were calling 1 and 2. That's EM1 and EM2. And that's just EM was evidence marker, so 1 and 2. Now, those blood droplets are the DNA, blood DNA of Gary Farris. That is proven. That is a fact. 3 and 4 were not collected nor tested based on the testimony of Shaw and Thrasher and Hayes as well. Side by side, up close comparison of EM1 and EM2. You can see the blood droplet of EM1 is a centimeter, a little bit smaller. EM2 is those tiny, substantially less, less in size than a centimeter, 3 little droplets. Now, the basement. We talked a lot about the basement. So I just put that in there from a backed away perspective of this. You can see there where the arrow is, that's about where EM1 was. It's essentially at the foot of that wooden spiral floor length. The projectile that was found in the basement is in between the cushion and the chair. And there's a close-up of the projectile. Now, here's what's interesting about the projectile. The projectile, they testified, did have DNA of Gary Farris on it. And I believe that they actually tested a piece of skin. That's what the testimony of that was. But look at that bullet. It's in a very peculiar spot. According to all the witnesses that testified, there's no impact marks, there's no bullet holes, there's no nothing. There's no marks on the ground where this bullet landed or anything like that. And then when Honay got on the stand, because remember she blue starred the basement, and also with Kuykendall, since he's the one that found the bullet, no blood found around that bullet. The only blood is EM1, 2. That's the only blood in the basement. Around that bullet, there is no blood. So there's no blood found anywhere around the projectile. Now, Honay said she blue starred it, the whole basement. I'll show you another photograph in a second. And also the GBI quantified that they examined the bullet and there were no textile fibers found on the bullet. And if you'll also recall with, I think her name was Bagwell with the GBI, talk to her about how a bullet can go through, especially with those types of bullets that you saw, and you'll have it back there. You'll see that the flanges that kind of go out, kind of got, almost looks like kind of teeth on them where the bullets opened up. And they talked about how that can go through and snag on clothing and things like that. You get fibers and other types of materials on the bullet, of which they found 0. Now, showing the basement out again, the little area, that's where Honay blue starred. And I asked her specifically, did you blue star on the couch and the chair and all? Her testimony was, and you'll remember this as well, was that she believed that she had blue starred the whole basement, but she would only take photographs if it showed the luminescent or presumptive blood. And she had no photographs of the couch. Nothing. Up here in any of the walls, and this applies upstairs too. Nothing found. Nothing found on the back walls, nothing found on the ceiling, nothing. The only thing found, 2 less than a centimeter drop of blood in the basement. Now, this was admitted through Thrasher, I believe, essentially, and this is a pivotal piece of evidence because when you're looking at the photograph, it's kind of hard to figure out, especially for you guys who hadn't been there and seen all this stuff, of actually trying to navigate that house. Very confusing, especially when you get in the basement. But you can see, and you'll have this back with you as well. This is the main floor layout, and you got the porch and all that. And I've taken this and I put the little dot. So that first dot closest to the bottom, that's where they said they thought was blood, but they didn't do anything with. Then you move around and you've got nothing, nothing, nothing until you get to that little drop at the top of the stairs that Honay talked about, as well as Thrasher, and then that other kind of swipe mark closer to the family room and the drops going downstairs. Now, what I thought was interesting in this, and the reason for it is, so you supposedly have, because you'll remember Mr. Focus is asking, I think he asked Hayes, did you have evidence of a violent crime being committed in this house? He said yes. Okay, so that's your evidence of a violent crime. 4 supposed drops of blood
that was never collected, never tested in this entire, y'all saw the house. It's a pretty big house. But where else was nothing found? Or what else was found? So we got the living room, there's nothing. Kitchen, nothing. Breakfast area, nothing. Little hallway that leads to the bathroom and the mudroom, nothing. The hallway leading into the dining room, nothing. The dining room, there's just that one little drop that they didn't collect on the carpet. But other than that, nothing. Study, nothing. And most importantly, or second most importantly, that's the hallway that leads out to the garage, 0 found. Front porch, 0 found. Going downstairs, that's EM 1 through 4. You can see I've labeled it, the top 2 kind of bigger ones. It is hard to make a circle with a mouse attached to your keyboard, where you just got to do it with your fingers. So pay no part of that. But also down here, so we got that, and we also got the projectile, right? So let's not forget that. But what else we have? Well, we got nothing found in the media room of the workshop. We got nothing found in the bedroom. Nothing in the office, storage, utility. Nothing leading out of those sliding glass doors to the outside. And nothing leading out upstairs, going back again, no, don't do that, leading out the front door. This is different. And also, you remember I asked, I think it was Shaw, and he hemmed and hawed around most of the stuff I asked him, but there's no damage to any of the doors, leading in or out of this house. So, any evidence of any dragging or any equipment being used or anything like that, and we'll get more into that later, but there's no damage to any of the door frames, the doors themselves, nothing. Now, this was, I think, aerial, one of them. And I put a little campfire, so that's my burn pile. All right, and that's a rough estimate of where it was. Y'all recall, y'all all walked down there. But what I wanted to show you is using this photograph is, so here, no blood is found. Here, no blood is found. Around the burn pile, no blood. No blood, no blood, no blood. Not a single solitary drop of blood from anybody. Melody, Gary, no one. And we'll go into the tractor. You're probably like, well, what about the RTV and the tractor? We'll get to that. So that just shows all of those law enforcement. I could name, about who was there. Hayes was there, Shaw was there, Thrasher was there, Eckhart was there. I think Hands was there, Ballard was there. All of these people, all of these investigators, all of these law enforcement officers, EMS was there, fire was there. All of these people, and not a single solitary drop of blood is found on the outside where they claim that a violent murder happened. The outside of the house. This came up because you've heard, probably didn't know what a preliminary hearing was. There's no point to learn it now, but you heard you heard Amanda talking about it. I learned it at the preliminary hearing. And one of this photograph became a big deal actually in the preliminary, because you can see the crime scene tape. So that is actually taken on or around July 5th. And I know the grass is extremely different now than when you all went out there. That is actual, real, regular old grass. Not a single tire track, drag mark, nothing on that well manicured grass, or the surrounding mulch, or anything else. In fact, well, there's the photo. We'll go on into that. So, we spent a whole day establishing tractors. So we got the tractor, and then we tested. Or actually, I stood by with it for some reason. I think Stewart actually found a photograph on the left. That's the blood drop that was Gary's. That single, solitary, tiny little blood drop on the step. Because if you actually look at the tractor, there's no step on the, what would that be? If you're standing behind it on the right side, there's no step. So this is the left-hand side of the tractor, and that's all it is. Now the other photograph, that's the Blue Star photograph that Hayes and Shaw took when they actually took the tractor and the RTV
over to the sheriff's office. And they said that this was, well, number one, it wasn't collector testing, running thing we have here. So they said that was indicative of blood because it illuminated. But then, out of nowhere, I've been here for 4 weeks, and then we call the chief deputy. I didn't know he was the chief deputy. Thought he was still a captain. Found out he's the chief deputy now. We got promoted. Found out, why did you call him the GBI? And I was going to ask him that anyway because he was the head of CID, so he had to be the one to approve it. And what did he say? But our blue star expired. So there's now evidence that the blue star that they used in this investigation was actually expired, and that they believed that it was necessary at that point, then they needed to call in the GBI to do blue star testing because they didn't have any that wasn't expired. Nobody told you a single word about that, and all of the testimony about blue star by the sheriff's office until opinion came and said, no, I called in the GBI because we didn't have any that was good. Not that it matters anyway, because yet again, not collected or tested. Now, the bucket. No blood, no DNA, zero evidence whatsoever. There is nothing that indicates that tractor was used to move Gary Farris's body at any point in time, other than a tiny drop of blood on the stairs. And there's plenty of evidence that Gary used the tractor. In fact, it was his tractor. He can use it if he wanted to. And there's a tiny drop of blood on it. But where we're talking about a murder, we're talking about moving a 6'5", 300-pound man. We got to have a way to do it. Use the tractor. Nothing. Somebody that the state says was shot 2 or more times, and there's not a single, not blood, not skin, not sweat, not hair, nothing found in the fluff of the tractor. Also, the back. I was just thinking last night while I was putting this together that, maybe they tied a rope around it, and we'll get into ropes and stuff later, but on the back of the tractor, no blood, actually no blood, suspected blood, or DNA, or any evidence whatsoever on the back of the tractor. So the front has nothing, the back has nothing. Now the RTV kind of shifted, and then it seemed to me like in the middle of the trial almost, or not necessarily in the middle, but during the physical evidence part, that things kind of twisted. It was well, we've got to abandon this tractor idea because that's not really working out. We're switching to the RTV. It's a little easier. So of course we got a blue star tested too, but there was Melody's blood was found in the GBI testified on the L2 shifter. There was no other blood or other DNA found on the RTV. Now, here's what's interesting though. L2 shifter, that's how it's labeled. You'll have a copy of the GBI report back there with you. That's what they call it. Problem is there's zero evidence or photographs of the interior of the RTV, and nobody testified what the L2 shifter is or does. We have no idea. I don't know if that's what makes it go front and back. No clue. It's just called the L2 shifter. Now here's the blue star, yet again expired, on the RTV. So it is very hard to see, but so I'll put the circles around it. So that is on the, we'll go with the left side first. That's on the, looks like the driver's side of the Kubota. Those little drops. They said that was presumptive of blood. Then on the back, where that indention is on the left-hand side, there was a little blood there, or what they thought was blood. Now, and keeping the theme of this case rolling, not collected, not tested, not sent to the crime lab. Also, remember, because I asked who would that have been? That had been Shaw. I asked Shaw specifically. That tractor and that RTV, what'd y'all do with that blue star? And he was like, we hosed it down, the whole thing. Remember, we got a violent crime, a violent murder. The state's trying to say that this was potentially used to transport a 6'5", 300-pound man. Where there is absolutely no DNA based on the blue star, and actually their own physical examination of the RTV is actually in the bed. Nothing. And also the blue star was expired. Now, this just occurred to me just out of other reasons. it's hard to go because people are just, you never know what a jury's gonna think and what other people think. So you just try to cover all your bases. So thought about, maybe they used a winch to get Gary out of the house or something. But there's no evidence of a winch at the house. There's no evidence of a winch on the RTV. Four-wheelers, well, I ain't got a four-wheeler. Got an RTV, it's got no evidence on it. No evidence of any ropes, cables, straps, sheets, tarps, horses hauling, dollies hauling. That could either be, I call them hand trucks, or the thing, like 4 square with the 4 wheels kind of dolly thing. No evidence of that. No evidence of any device used to potentially move the body of Gary Farris. 0. Not one. You got all these photos, hundreds. I don't even know how much evidence we're actually up to in this case. Y'all can count it when you get back to the jury room if you want to. But I mean, there's probably 1,000 to 1,200 photographs alone. A lot of them are like this. That's why I put these 3 separate photographs together. It's like, look at all this stuff. But nothing is found. Now the house, so I wanted to show you that because of that. So, we've got none of these things to move the body. And then yet again, on the outside, no drag marks at all. All across that drag. Y'all saw the leaves, how the, underneath the tree canopy there, how it is. So you can see that if you were dragging a 300-pound man down that hill, it's fairly steep, that there would be some evidence. And there's not. There's 0. Now, Melody's shirt, I just want to show you this. John Luke put this into evidence. And I'm just going to put gloves on to touch it because things get a little nasty when they've been in an evidence bag for 6 years. So, and we didn't do it with the GBI, who actually did the test of the blood. But when you look at the Shaw photographs, y'all have those photographs back. When you look at this, you remember, there's the front of it. Shaw was saying there was blood down here or here. That's where he was saying there was blood. But where there was actual blood found, way up here. He didn't point that out. That's where the GBI actually took the cutting of the shirt and found blood. And whose blood was it? That was Melody's blood. Now, they called the other lady with the GBI, who said that she tried to run what was called a true allele test. And all true allele is just a computer program that can potentially try to separate 2 different types of DNA. And he couldn't do it. It just said that there was Melody's DNA and there might be the DNA of somebody else of unknown origin and unknown type. So we just don't know what it is. So it didn't work. So you got Melody's blood on her own shirt. And you also get a pair of shoes, what John Luke also put in. There was a single drop of blood on Melody's shoe. And yet again, this is Melody's own shoe. Now, why is that kind of important? For me, it goes to show the quality of the investigation. Because why take those things, send them off to be tested, if you're not going to do the basic thing? Hayes never asked, and we have no evidence of, did Melody wear the red shirt on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th? We know she didn't wear it on the 5th because she's photographed her on the trail cam. So we don't know. No evidence she even had the shirt on. We don't even know. Hayes said he found it in the closet. Remember, we kept asking people where you found the shirt, where you found the shirt. No, it didn't. He just said I found it in the closet. We don't know. Was it hanging up? Was it in the dirty clothes? Was it laying on the floor? No idea. But again, there's a shoe. Melody's blood. So going back to no evidence on the 3rd and 4th that she had those things on. I mean, it's her own clothes, her own blood on it. And there is evidence, remember, because she broke the plate and that she actually had a cut on her finger. That's in evidence. So there you go. But they didn't take that initiative that you have to when you're investigating somebody for murder. Take the initiative to say, hey, this shirt's got blood on it. When's the last time you wore it? Let's document where we found it. Let's take photographs of it before we pick it up. Let's do those simple tasks, but they don't have the initiative. Shoes, who knows? I don't know when the last time she wore them. Put this in, you'll have it back there. I tried to cut the page, use paint, didn't come out too good, but I just know what it says. These are the blue shoes and the t-shirt saying that that is blood, Melody Farris, fine. It's her own clothing, it's her own blood, and her fingers cut. We don't even know when she had it. Also, there was, they sent off some towels, if you recall. Very limited testimony regarding these towels, but they sent off, looks like 26 was the package. So A, B, C, D, E, F, sent off 6 things. 1 white towel, 5 white washcloths. 2 of those, or all of them, it looks like A and E didn't pass the test. It says 2 presumptive tests for blood did not produce the same result. And the GBI testified that basically they did a preliminary test on it, and they do it twice, and it gave different results. So they said, well, at that point in time, we can't tell you that's blood, so we're not going to test it anymore. The other items that they sent down there were negative for blood. Now the bond. The bane of my existence, that nothing was really done in the barn, other than Lieutenant Stewart. And, I kind of feel bad for him, kind of like I do Hayes sometimes, is he just got told to go out there, but to his own fault, he didn't take any initiative. And yet again, when you're investigating a murder, you got to have some initiative. So he took photos, but asked him about Blue Star, all that. He said, I wasn't asked to do it. And one thing is good, going back to Lieutenant Stewart, he works in the courthouse now, so I see him every day. And, I was even talking to him this morning. But at the end of the day, it's like, you got to do your job. Whether or not I like you, Lindsay and Allison over there every day. Talk to them almost every day. See them every day. Most of the deputies in this courthouse. But I tell them the same thing. If you're going to charge my client with murder, then you better take some initiative and actually investigate. So the barn, they took photographs of the barn. That's it. That's literally it. And we had pointed out, and I'll switch the slide in a second, just because we were going through, I'll kind of lay the framework for this. What we did is our staff, who they got here late, and so they did not get to see, are standing over there, 2 of them. Now, they had to go through and print out every photograph in color in this case. One folder that is from July 15th has 2,006 photographs. And we have to print, and that's one folder. There's probably almost 3,000 photographs taken in this case in total. So we printed all of those out, and John Luke sat there listening to interviews, flipping through photos. And then I started going through and flipping through photos. And then we started noticing that, Scott living in the barn, and, he's a 30-something-year-old man, probably not going to be very clean. It wasn't too bad, but his living quarters, pretty nasty. Dog feces on the floor, not the cleanest. I'm kind of a clean freak, so I pick up on that. But what was curious to me, a 30-something-year-old single man living in his parents' barn, that bathtub and that sink are spotless. And law enforcement took no initiative to say, okay, this is kind of weird. The rest of the house ain't too clean. Why is this absolutely spotless? And also, there's a magic eraser in the bathtub. I mean, at a minimum, go Blue Star. What if he was washing off blood? But we don't know, because they don't have initiative. Same thing, you'll remember, you're probably wondering, like, why in the world are they putting these in the photograph? And I don't have it on a slide, but you'll remember downstairs in the barn, I think Mr. Focus put in some, and I put in some too. There's that drain, and there's a water hose running over to the drain. We actually took close-ups of it. No Blue Star at all in the barn. And they had, they can't use the old, it's expired excuse, because they called Renee out there. And I asked Renee, did they ask you to go out and Blue Star the barn? What'd she say? Somebody asked me to. The bullet. This is just more for my own curiosity why I kept asking these questions. And the answers were kind of shocking. We know the bullet on the right. We know who found that. That's the one from in the basement. That's Kite. He found that. But the one found in the rib in the burn pile, of who found it? Dr. Gooding, remember her? She was the actual anthropologist. She said she found it. Now, before she testified, Detective Westbrook testified. If you remember him, kind of the bigger man with the beard that we put in the photographs of Melody Farris. He said he found it. Sally Sims, the coroner, who made herself a witness in the case somehow, she said she found it. And then everybody's favorite investigator, Shaw, he claimed he found it. It's just puzzling as to, what is supposedly a critical piece of evidence in this case. And you've got 4 of your own witnesses being the person who claimed to find it. I mean, that is simple. That really the easiest thing you could have done is who saw it first, documented, located bullet, rib, done. But they got 4 people saying that they're the one that found it. Just doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of things. This is the GBI, the ballistics report, saying that it was a 38 bullet as found in the basement. You'll see the way they differentiate it. 38 bullet basement floor, and then 38 bullet jacket. That's the one from the rib. When it says bullet jacket, that is the one from the rib. And that one is in evidence somewhere. I think it's probably in here. So you can actually have that back in a clear case where you can actually look at it. And you'll also have, I'll just talk about that while we're here, you'll also have what's called a bullet comparison sheet Mr. Fogus put into evidence with Ms. Bagwell with GBI. And what that shows is you'll see the comparison of the bullets. A lot of it probably won't make sense. But if you look at it, and from her testimony as well, you'll see that basically from the bullet in the rib, she based a lot of her assumptions off it based on the bullet in the basement. So the bullet in the rib is burned up, and I said, how can you tell what kind of bullet it is? And she says, well, I'm making the assumption that since the bullet in the basement is a Hornady brand, according to her testimony, I'm just making the assumption that the bullet in the rib is a Hornady as well. And I would say assumptions isn't reasonable doubt. It certainly isn't beyond reasonable doubt. You'll also see things like the weight of the bullet and stuff like that. They're both very, very different. But y'all will have all that back there to look at. Next, we also learned that 357 Magnum can shoot a 38 special bullet. Pretty well uncontroverted. There's plenty of evidence about it. And you'll also, when you're looking at this document, you'll see that the GBI, they gave a list of possible firearms from the bullet comparison. And most importantly, she says this list is provided as only an investigative lead and is not intended to be an all-inclusive list. So short answer is, it's a 38 bullet. What kind of gun shot it? We don't know. But it may be some of these or some like these. Now, bullets, these are what Scott had in the barn and in his bedroom. The one on the left is actually from his nightstand. And what kind of bullet are those? Those are 38 special bullets. 38 special, 158 grain, flat round nose. American. And I also heard Scott talking about, actually he said it, Chris said he didn't own a handgun, never did. We know that's not true. But he's got this many 38 bullets in his immediate range, so to speak. That's a lot of 38 bullets for somebody that doesn't have the ability to shoot a 38 bullet. But he did, because we know from his own testimony, he had a 357 Magnum. Now he claims it was stolen, and we'll get into that in just a minute. But that's a lot of bullets for somebody that ain't got a gun. Now, what did he say? Well, somebody bought those over. Who? No idea. When? No idea. I mean, bullets fairly expensive. I'm not going over to somebody's house and leaving my box of bullets. Yet again, just doesn't make sense. Missing 357. And I call this, you saw that next slide, the magic gun. We'll get into it, but I want to talk just real quick about Scott's missing 357. So John Luke had introduced these with Scott, and it was Scott Defense 97 through 100. And you heard John Luke questioning him about where was your gun stolen and all that. He said it was down in Columbus when he lived down there. House got broken into, remember? Guns missing. They called law enforcement. So, all right, we got a stolen gun. You know, your gun gets stolen. You obviously report it because, you know, I don't want my gun being used in a crime coming back on me years later or days later or whatever. So he claims to have reported it. So we asked the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, give us all records. I believe it was between a certain year time frame regarding a .357 Magnum, other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris that were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports 911, and we asked for that to be between the years of 2008 and 2015. And Muskogee County Police Department, from the sheriff himself, Scott 98, in response to your open records request submitted to the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, please be advised that the Sheriff's Office was not able to find information requested in the details you gave. Therefore, there are no documents that exist. So, Columbus is a big town. Had to call my buddy Cody because he's from Columbus. Actually, I asked him what county it was because I didn't know. So we found that out from him. Then we went to Columbus County Police Department, sent them the same records request, 2008, 2015. Good day. There are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. I did check our jail system as well. No records. He sat on that stand and told you, under oath, that his .357 was stolen. So what is more likely? That his .357 was never stolen, or that 2 law enforcement agencies lost the records of a stolen gun and a burglary that he claims to have had. Now the magic gun. This, you know, I have been on this case longer than anybody. Longer than all. I've outlasted every prosecutor. I don't even know what number I'm up to now. I've been on it longer than John. The only person who has been involved in this case longer than me is Hayes and Miss Farris, and then me. And this has infuriated me from the get-go. And I have waited for 6 years to get to stand here to talk about this gun and this absolute nonsense that the sheriff's office took hook, line, and sinker from that man's mouth on July the 5th. The magic gun in the basement. So what did Scott say this gun looked like? That it looked like that. It was chrome, it was a snub nose, he didn't touch it, he didn't take it out, it was in some kind of a holster, but he could see what it was. Remember, he didn't want to pull it out because DirecTV got there. And I would also tell you you'll have back the text messages that Gary tells him to come over, the DirecTV guys coming. Now you can read those, use your own common sense and reason. I can't tell from those text messages because Gary actually tells him, come here, I need to show you something like SSR or whatever it is. And then they talk about DirecTV guy got pushed back to 2. And it almost seems like in those text messages, he's having Scott come over just to help with something that he's actually there. Not Scott's version where he's having to go over there to let the man in. So you'll have it, you'll read it. It's just a little something to think about. So that's what Scott says is that he finds or he goes to look for. Or first he finds, tells no one, and then he goes and looking for it on July 5th. So it's in the basement. Now Martha Jane, she'd stay for the end. What did she say? Looked something similar. She actually said she couldn't tell what color. She didn't know what color it was. Now Jenna, that was out of the blue, got on that stand and said, August 2024, over 6 years later, here comes Jenna into their office and says, guess what? I saw a gun too. And that's what she told the investigators. And they actually made her, and it's in evidence, you'll have it back there with you. If you'll remember, we actually put it in 3 different photographs of guns and said, pick, what gun did you see? Wanting it to be that, to corroborate Scott and his lies. But nope, they can't hold it together to do something like that. She picks a completely different looking gun, wood handle, black, and that's what she said that she saw. And we'll get to the locations here in a minute. Now, Chris, on the other hand, yet again, 6 years later, he hops up on the stand, and guess what? He's seen a gun too, but he didn't see it in Purcell Lane House. He saw it back in Alpharetta. Remember, it was just laying on the kitchen counter, and he's never told anybody, and he took it and he put it up on top of the refrigerator. And what did that gun look like? We don't have a photograph of it, it's not in evidence. But he said it was a silver gun with an ivory handle. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would propose to you, what that is 3 people trying to corroborate one. The problem is they just don't have the capability to hold it together because it's a lie. You know what Mark Twain said, that you don't have to remember anything if you just tell the truth. The problem is when you're lying, you've got to remember the details of what you're saying. So Jenna knew to say it was a revolver. She couldn't remember the color, couldn't remember the handle. Chris, same thing. He remembered the color, but he got the handle wrong. He also got the location wrong. He said he saw it. They moved to Purcell Lane in 2013. So it had to be before 2013. Chris never told law enforcement in all of his interviews, sitting there talking to Hayes and Kuykendall and Pope, never said anything about this gun. Jenna never said a word in over 6 years about seeing a gun in that basement. Martha Jane, yet again, she's got her own slide. 2019 to 2024, 5 years, 2 law enforcement interviews, nothing. And Scott telling law enforcement within minutes of arriving on July 5th. Remember what Chief Deputy Pinion said? He's literally just walking down the driveway to the house to get things checked on, and here comes Scott. And then he said, he changed the conversation, and he starts talking about a missing gun and affairs and pointing the blame at his mama. Immediately. And you heard it from Amanda too. Amanda gets there, I'm going to check on that gun. You don't even know what's happening. You don't know where Gary is, supposedly. You don't know that might be a gun involved. You don't know anything. Why are you looking for a gun? Frankly, although, why are you these kids? Your dad's missing, and let's go through and let's look for his wallet. Let's look for guns. Let's see, where's his credit cards at? You got Emily days later trying to access bank accounts. Pope had to go out and freeze all the bank accounts. Took all Amanda's money, hadn't done anything. Nobody accusing Amanda of anything. But all her money got frozen too. Remember, because I think she said it was about $800, and that's all she had. Now, yet again, when you're operating under live, so you got to remember where things are. Scott said in the left-hand photograph, that's where the gun is. That's where he saw it with the DirecTV. Jenna, knowing it was the basement, but can't keep it in the same place, puts it over there in that thing. I don't know what that is. Armoire, whatever. Basically, it's on a whole nother side of the basement. If you remember, you'll have those photographs. The Scott location's up by the sliding glass doors behind the couch. Jenna's location is over essentially behind the bar. 2 different locations. Now, here is my whole point of law enforcement buying this whole magic gun theory from the get-go. Oh, and also, Scott saying it was a snub nose. What does every human being that knows anything about a gun think when you hear snub nose? 38. That's just the first thing that pops in your head. 38 special, all that stuff. That's what people think about. So he was very clear in saying it was a snub nose. He didn't say 38, it was a snub nose, and he gave the color of it. But what has hurt me since 2019 is the fact of this. So, who stores their stolen murder weapon in the living room of the victim? So let's see what they're wanting you to believe, because Ms. Frankish talked about, they're gonna meet their burden, and I'm gonna send you down rabbit holes and get you not thinking clearly about the evidence. This is their evidence, right? Their evidence is Scott located a gun in the basement. That gun is corroborated by Martha Jane saying that her gun was stolen, right? Because they're similar in the slide I just showed you. So they're similar. All right. Now, what intelligent human being, if you're planning to commit a murder, stores your murdering weapon in the living quarters of your victim? That is the most asinine thing I have ever heard. If I'm going to murder someone or shoot someone, I'm going to keep my gun close to me, in my part of the house, in my purse, in my pocket, in my car. I'm not going to store it in my husband, according to them, that she despises, behind the couch that he sits on and watches TV, where Scott claims that he sits and watches TV. What sense does that make? And that's why when you're talking about reasonable doubt, it says in there, in that law, common sense. Because you can't, there's no way that the state can explain that away. What, Melody's just so stupid she didn't know where to put a gun? If that's what you want to believe? That's ridiculous. This whole magic gun, it is the biggest farce I've ever seen. Box on. Just briefly, he did the CPAP machine, the Dell computer, all that stuff. CPAP machine, he used an open source, which just means free, program to interpret the data that he extracted from the SD card taken out of the CPAP machine. We had asked him, was that program approved by the CPAP manufacturer? No. Did you do any testing to make sure that the data coming out is correct and you can actually prove it that it's correct, verify it when it comes out the other end? He said he didn't do that because he had to essentially just dump all of the information into the program, and that's what it spit out on the other end, all the dates and the usage and all of those things. So remember, I asked him, I was like, why don't you just take July the 1st, plug it in and see if the data comes out and matches, then you've got it verified that this program's actually doing what you would expect it to do. And he said, well, I can't do that. I have to do it all at one time. So essentially we have a non-approved or tested open source computer program to translate the raw data from the SD card. So you can't determine the accuracy of the translation. Even Box didn't say that it's correct, what he was testifying to. He could just say, here's what this program that's not approved says. Also the trail camera. Scott admitted to deleting the trail cameras on July 5th during the middle of the search for Mr. Farris. You didn't hear any evidence of Scott telling law enforcement in any of his questioning and interviews or anything like that about deleting the trail camera. You just heard that from the stand while he was testifying. But talk about the trail cameras. So that is 12/12/75/2018. That's Scott. He admitted that's him. Amanda also identified him. That is him walking up to the trail camera. Now, what you may be wondering is, how do we know that that's when the photographs were deleted? Well, we know that because there's essentially a way to print out the photograph where you can get the data, call it metadata, call it whatever you want, of each of the photographs that were on the SD card. The two relevant ones, you see on the top one, Scott walking up, and it says deleted at the bottom, deleted true. That means that it was in fact deleted. So every photo before Scott is deleted. And then he's picked up on trail camera at 12:16 and it says deleted false. He's walking by covering his face. So he essentially deleted it and then got picked up walking by it 4 minutes later. Now, what was his excuse for that? Well, just searching for my father. I think a gun's missing. I'm worried about his safety. We need to check the trail camera and, I just always delete photographs from the trail camera whenever I go and check it. In the middle of searching for your father. State's evidence. All right, state's experts. Dr. Gooding, Hope, and Atkins. Gooding was the anthropologist, Hope was the fire lady, and Atkinson was medical examiner. So Gooding, Remember I told you this would come back up. Best we can tell, or best she could tell, is that bullet found in the rib is somewhere around those black areas. And remember, she said, and this is important, I think, their own evidence is saying that bullet was front to back, right? Front to back. So, first off, the body got to the crime lab July 2nd. Claims of projectiles on the inside of the rib. So, remember, as Dr. Arden explained to you, bullet's going. Their expert says that bullet is front to back. That is her expert opinion. Fine. Dr. Arden said, we accept that as fact. If that is a fact, that bullet is here. It is lodged in the soft tissue in between two ribs and did not enter the body. Therefore, that bullet could not cause his death. Claims trajectory is front to back. Dr. Gooding didn't know if the projectile lodged in soft tissue is from the front or the back, but says it's a sternal rib end. And so that's when I asked Dr. Arden about what is sternal rib end, and that is the ribs that are connected to the sternum, coming off at the end of the rib. In the front, remember, if you remember from his testimony, I was able to show him with the little hand on the PDF. Yeah, again, Gooding couldn't tell, and none of them could tell me about any vital organs. And what Dr. Arden said is you can't say it hit any vital organs, and that bullet, if it went front to back and it's right here, didn't go into his body. Also, most importantly, Dr. Gooding found no damage to any bones by projectile or otherwise. So there is no evidence, according to the bone, really, or the soft tissue. There's no evidence of saw marks, cut marks, knife marks. No evidence to the rib where the bullet is found, lodged in between the two of them. It had not been damaged. And there's no other damage to any other bone other than thermal damage caused by the heat of the fire. So, looking at it from the state's case, they want to say that Gary Farris was shot 2 or more times. Right? If that is the case, he shot 2 or more times and not a single bone in his body that they can find was damaged. Now this is Dr. Hope. That's just a little snippet of her report. I just wanted to read basically her findings to you. She said that that's easy if I just read it. The fire that burned this victim's body is consistent with a single burn event where the fire was set and left to burn as a slow rendering fire. And then for some reason it says in parentheses hours, that remained undisturbed until discovered as a crime scene on July 5th. The duration of the fire was less than 24 hours old. You'll remember from her testimony, she made that assumption based upon how hot the fire was when law enforcement arrived on July 5th, somewhere around 1 o'clock or so, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever that is. Now, the important thing is, at 24 hours. I also wanted to point out, so it's post-testimony that Gary's remains are in that state of cremation, being on the burn pile 24 hours or less. Okay. You remember from those interviews you were hearing where Kuykendall and Hayes are talking to Melody, saying that we've seen people come out of house fires. We've seen people die in collapsed house fires, and they don't look that bad. They're not burned up like that. According to the sheriff's office, they don't even believe their own expert. Because she said it happened in less than 24 hours. And not a house fire, an open pit just laying there, burning. And also, no accelerants, no gas, no alcohol, no nothing. Now, the reason that 24 hours, I've always thought was curious. So, if the fire was 24 hours old, 24 hours old when they arrived on July 5th, on 1, 2 o'clock, that means that the fire had to be set less than 24 hours or less before. So that'd been 1 or 2 o'clock on July 4th. I'm mad. Actually, I went over that with Pope. And she agreed. Because I do remember. I was crossing here and it was 1:09, if you'll recall. I was like, it was 1:09 p.m. right now, 24 hours ago. It was the day before at 1:09 p.m. and she said yes. So 1 or 2 o'clock law enforcement's there.
fires burning less than 24 hours old. Well, at 154, Melody is an hour away on the 4th of July, verified at Lake Lanier. So we know that it's about an hour or more on a major holiday to Lake Lanier. Amanda said traffic was horrible. Getting in was horrible. Also know Melody went to Target, had to go buy the chair. We don't know exactly when she left, but through the state's expert, it seems like less than 24 hours, unless you just want to say, well, less than 24, maybe it was 10, maybe it was 5, whatever. Use your common sense there. But if you put it around the time of 24 hours when that fire was started, according to their expert, Melody's in Lake Lanier. She wasn't even on the property. And that is verified by that receipt, that is verified by Amanda, that is verified by Cameron as well, that Melody wasn't at Priscilla, that she was at Lake Lanier. Now, Dr. Atkinson's report, you'll see, this is basically the summary of the findings that Dr. Arden was referring to. I probably should have put it up where I had it. But it said basically you can't find entrance wound and unable to assess direction of a wound path. And like Dr. Arden said, a wound path is a bullet going through bone and muscle and tissue and subcutaneous fat, being able to track the path. Now, Atkinson was the whole copy and paste, and I'll get to that in a second. But he couldn't say what organs were damaged again. Remember, I asked him, did he die of blood loss? Did he, was his heart good, lungs, liver, all of that? He says he don't know. They want to blame everything on the fire. Dr. Atkinson could say to a medical certainty that Mr. Farris was alive when he was shot. He did not want to answer that question. And if you recall from his testimony, he started giving this big long spiel about how I was like, now, you answer my question. Can you say to a medical certainty he was alive and that bullet entered his body? And he said no. And that corroborates what Dr. Arden is saying. Dr. Arden, complete honesty, was like, I'm not saying that you can't say that this is a homicide, but I'm just saying being academically honest, what I think is worth, is I can't say that it is or is not. And when you've got is or is not, then you've got undetermined. And when you can't tell me to a medical certainty a man is alive when a bullet entered his body, then how can you say honestly to a medical certainty that a bullet killed him? And you can't. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say what rib the projectile was lodged in. He actually knew less about the rib and the bone than Gooding did. And the reason why is because he just copied, and he admitted to it, he copied Gooding's findings directly from cut and paste, directly from his report, her report, into his report. He never went out to the scene. He's putting things in this man's autopsy, talking about it was found on a burn pile, and here's what we did, and all of these things, saying that these things are factually true. But he didn't go there. He didn't do any of those things. He's basically taking somebody else's work, hadn't proven that he's actually, verified it, other than just who she is, and just said, this is true and correct. I'm going to say it's a homicide. Dr. Arden, I've talked about it so much. Remember, he just said, look, I think actually what he said was, I'm not going to say it's crazy, to say that y'all have listed this as a homicide. I'm just saying, y'all haven't showed me, excuse me, y'all haven't showed me, and he had everything, all the, even over all the reports and everything, y'all haven't showed me to where I can agree with you to a medical certainty. I'm not going out there. I'm not putting myself out on that limb. Dr. Atkinson, he wants to put himself out there on that limb, be my guest. But Dr. Arden was not willing to do that. And you heard, I think you said, 3,000 autopsies that he had performed, been a medical examiner for 40 years, still practicing, got his own consulting business, all of these things. He's got all the credentials, in the world. And he's saying, no, I'm not going to go out on that limb based on these facts. And that in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Other witnesses. Ms. Frank just wanted to talk a lot about Addison and the text message to Melody, because that means that on July 3rd, Melody was planning on killing Gary. There's absolutely zero evidence of that. There's no text message, phone call, search histories, where there was any planning or preparation on July the 3rd. In fact, you'll recall Addison and Chris come out to the house They come out to the house on the 3rd. She had just landed. Addison actually says they left. And then sometime later, she texted Melody. And Melody didn't say, no, you can't spend the night. She said, how about tomorrow? And in fact, she did spend the night the next day with Cameron. But also with Addison, and the whole reason I called Cameron, y'all are probably like, this kid don't know nothing. But she did prove one thing. Addison, who is Chris's daughter, who was interviewed a year later, who testified that she's only hadn't had any contact with Melody, but had contact with Chris essentially through her mother, because that's how she had learned about the death and all of those things. But she made it seem like when they got out to Melody's house that Melody was not wanting them to go outside, didn't let them go outside, making them go get a bath way too early. You saw the text messages. It's 8:30 when she tells them to take a bath. They sneak out of the house, go get in the hot tub. Now, what's important, what Cameron actually establishes is Melody wasn't acting weird. Melody wasn't restricting them to go outside. That they went up to the barn. They went and looked at the horses. They went and saw the animals. They looked for Gary, and both of them confirmed they were down in that basement, and they didn't see any blood or any blood. Nobody did. Nobody did on the 4th or the 5th. Anybody that was in and out of that house. Oddly enough, the last person, best you can tell, is the last person to come out of that basement is Scott before law enforcement gets there, looking for his magic gun that nobody's ever found and that nobody's seen. He's the last person to come out of that basement. And then the bullet is found. Chief Deputy Pinion, we've already talked about him. Him and Scott, he's just trying to see what's going on, and he's got Scott in minutes throwing Melody under the bus. John Lambert, that was really just to show the weird dichotomy, because Scott and Chris and Emily wanted to get on the stand, or did get on the stand, and basically say, oh, Daddy dearest, I loved him so much, I miss him, I can't believe this. While at the same time, you got Chris robbing him blind, him actually saying he was stealing, him admitting that he had used his bank accounts because he had the account numbers and all that, which is illegal, and he was doing it without Gary's permission. Gary actually texted him and said, your stealing has got to stop. Scott texted Melody saying, is he gone? Wanting to know if Gary was gone so he didn't have to do anything anymore. That is not, those aren't the text messages of somebody who, you truly loves this man. No, that was just their bank. And he was getting ready to cut them off. So Lambert, that weird interaction, he said, it wasn't fisticuffs like Mr. Focus likes to say. It didn't rise to that level, but he said it was just weird. And then Scott making the statement, can't wait till you're gone so I can get this, or something to that effect. That's weird. That's not the statement of somebody if you love your father. Dave Thomas, yet again, showing Scott's aggression, with a whole, Miss Frankish, she got up here in her opening and was saying, well, Scott's dad was dead and he had a right to be upset. And then she said, his trailer. That ain't his trailer. That's not his property. That is Melody and Gary's. He wants it to be his, but it's not. Just like they want the money, they wanted the house, but it's gone. They wanted everything. They acted like it was theirs, but it wasn't. And Miss Frankish bought right into it, came up here and told y'all exactly that. He's upset his dad died. He's got strangers using his trailer. It ain't his. The owner of the trailer was standing next to it with Dave Thomas. When he comes up, acting like a nut, then chases him halfway over to Forsyth. Martha Jane. She's known about this case since July the 5th, 2018. July the 5th, 2018. In the middle of this trial, she called law enforcement and said that I have to tell y'all something. Melody stole a gun from me in 2019, and it was a .38. And when did she say that? After, and you'll have this back there with you, after she admitted to it, after you watched this man on YouTube commenting over Rusty's testimony. And the title of this video, Did I Just Crack the Case? Because that man said, and I asked her, that's where the gun came from. The next day, she is on the phone with Captain Hands telling the story about how Melody stole her .38. There is no evidence that she ever owned a .38. They got some .38 bullets, but also just to show you, go to her Winchester, not one today. The .357 that her husband owned,
was still there, and it also shoots 38. So it makes sense that you could also have 38. But there's no receipt. There's not a photograph of this gun. There's her words 6 years later saying that she's got a gun. Now she sat on the stand and said, well, law enforcement never asked me about no guns. Yet again, July the 5th or the 6th, she knew Gary had been shot. And you don't think that that might be relevant then? It only becomes relevant when a little man with a YouTube channel tells you that it's relevant. And she admitted to that. She also admitted that she was embarrassed. She was furious at this affair that she found out about, essentially on live television. Now everybody in Tullahoma knows. She said she's got to hang her head whenever she goes. Rusty destroyed the Barton name, and also asked her, you believe that a mother should always protect her children? She said, I do. And I said, when you saw John Luke and I crossing those witnesses, you were furious. And that's when Mr. Fogus started his objections about let her finish her answer. Let her answer. She's 85 years old. She might be 84 years old. She might be 84 years old, but she came up with this lie because of YouTube and this trial being on television. That's the only way that she came up with this. She wants to talk about, Ms. Rankin wants to talk about her picture is in the dictionary next to the word credibility. She has no credibility. She watched this whole trial. She knows everything. She knew to even say what color the gun was because she can go back and watch Scott's testimony. What did she do? Yet again, can't get the color right. She got the holster kind of right. You can't get the whole thing because you got to remember stuff when you're telling lies, and it's hard. And I'm sorry, when you want to show up in the middle of a murder trial 6 years later, 5 years after you discovered a gun being gone, and your excuse is nobody asked me, and it doesn't become important until 2-3 weeks in, that's the definition of no credibility. And especially when you can't even prove to me that she owned a gun. And, you know, she's got an excuse for that too. Didn't like guns, she moved it all over the house, blah, blah, blah. Show me something. They got nothing. I'll go on for more, but I got to hurry. Yeah. Real quick, motive means opportunity. Motive, they want to say it's money. All right. Melody had access to money. She's seen the house. She could buy whatever she wanted. Here's where they messed up, though. It was with the financial accounts. You'll look at those. You should have them back there with you. Gary had actually added Melody back on as a life insurance beneficiary in 2012. That's around the whole Ted Wiley fiasco and her leaving Alabama and all that. Got in the back. Here's where they messed up. They did not prove that Melody knew anything about the existence of life insurance. There's not a single witness who has said Melody knew about the life insurance policy, that Melody knew that she was a beneficiary. In fact, you heard from their own witness, Martha Jane. She said Melody didn't know anything about their finances. She didn't know where the money was. She knew that she had a debit card and that she could use it, and a credit card, and that she could use it, and that Gary tracked her. But she didn't know anything about other than that. She didn't know anything about life insurance. She didn't know anything about the 401k. She didn't know about the partnership stuff, though, because she called and asked about it. But that's it. They want to say that money is the motive, then you might want to establish some evidence that the person who's wanting the money even knows the money exists. The only thing that Melody knows about money existing in this trial that is a proven fact is a receipt in her car with $11,000 in the bank account. So with that, I'm going to just go ahead in there so John Luke can do his part, but that's the confirmation bias. And that's what it looks like. You remember I talked to you about that in opening. Confirmation bias. They got their beliefs and they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges. Mr. Weavers, after a break, we'll be talking to you next.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're already halfway through a long day, and I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. You've heard my partner, Mr. Ray, speak about a lot of facts in this case, but I want to speak to you now about the gravity of the situation. What we're here and what we're asking you to do and why we're asking you to do it. You are a jury, and you're well aware of that. And I think Michael mentioned my books, and this is a book I got on my first day of law school. It's the Constitution of the United States of America. And there's an amendment, the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, and it's been in place since 1789. And it is the Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. I think we've given them a public trial. By an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, back then it would have been him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. That's it. That is the bedrock of what we're doing. And it has been here for a very, very long time. I told you back in jury selection that I was only looking for my client 12 fair, impartial jurors, honestly seeking the truth. And you all swore that that was you. And you have sat here very diligently, and you have paid attention and taken notes. And we've all noticed the effort and time that you've put into this. You have put in weeks of your life. You have missed time from your families, your jobs, to be here for this very, very heavy, important moment. And I also told you you had another job. And I don't have my PowerPoints. I go with literally what you guys are going to have to work with. This is the charge that the judge is going to read to you once Ms. Frankish is finished speaking in this case. And your one job was to hold the state, and that's my job too, is to hold the state to their burden of proof. What is it? I'm just very clearly and succinctly going to read it to you, and then we'll talk about it. And I'm going to talk about some other elements of doubt that I think we should discuss, and I'm going to sit down, and the defense of this case will be over, and we're going to leave this to you, the jury, who is the most important group of people here. And I want to note this. I've been meaning to tell you this for weeks, and I can't tell you this. My client, you may notice that she does everybody else in the courtroom. They rise for you. They rise for the jury. We don't. Here's why. You are a jury of her peers. You're her peers. We're on the equal footing. The judge sits above us all as he represents the law. And we are all under the law. So when the judge walks in, the bailiff says, all rise, we rise for the judge as the representative of the law that we must live under. But our framers, who wrote this Constitution, and then they had to go dig this up. We don't actually use these books much at the office, I'll admit that. The Constitution of the state of Georgia, which was actually adopted in 1983, so it's a much newer document. And it embodies the same principles in our modern time. Now, some might say 1983 is quite a long time ago, but not to me. It embodies it in our real time, in our real life to this day, because our framers knew the government is, in fact, that's why we're here. That's why we're not part of Great Britain anymore. And almost every, even the modern democracies of Western Europe, kind of think we're nuts. They think we're crazy because we have 12 people who have no association with the government. And to come in here and decide the facts of a criminal matter, to check the government, for that very reason. We left over there because we knew that the government should always be checked, not just trusted implicitly with power. So I just wanted to explain to you, my client is not being disrespectful. I told her to do that because I so believe that we are equals. We are peers. The burden of proof. The defendant, and still is, by the way, presumed innocent. This case is not over. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with the presumption of innocence in his or her favor. The presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the offense charged, or offenses in this case. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of each crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to get this document. This is the indictment. These are the charges. They have to, every page of this indictment. Count 1, count 2, count 3, count 5. Every element, every word has to be proven in each count beyond a reasonable doubt. It can't just be maybe. I'm going to slow down. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless or until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever. And the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. So here it is. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from the consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law. And you must acquit the defendant. It says the word must. But if that doubt does not exist, if your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to acquit the defendant. You will be given this. You'll be given a verdict form with 5 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making a false statement. It is, in fact, a heavy burden. But I contend to you that the state has not come close. Mr. Ray is far more eloquent than me. Mr. Ray is far more intelligent than me, and his brain works in a way I'm truly fortunate to have such a good partner. But he found that diagram years ago of the stairs. I'll come down here and I use the bar. I say, a scintilla of evidence is down here. Probable cause or preponderance of the evidence is somewhere towards the middle of the bar. Clear and convincing evidence, which is not the standard in this case, is a little further up here. And then beyond a reasonable doubt, it's almost all the way here at the end of the bar. It's not all the way. I'm not saying it is. But I think this case that we have sat and listened to, and I think the time was taken as needed to get through the case. For you to see every bit and every element of this case. But here's what I think you have clearly seen. And this is the first step that I propose to you. That the district attorney's office and the sheriff's office, and all law enforcement involved in this case, from day one, from the early minutes of the 911 call, which let's think who made the 911 call. It was that man right there. He was in control from the very first minute of this case, Scott Farris. Scott Farris was always in control. And the fact that he had to immediately control the case, to me, shows and I do believe it is a heavy job. When you look at everyone involved, every witness that you've heard testify, and that's another thing you need to know. You need to know that your job, and you'll be charged on this as well. As a witness, you are to determine the credibility of the witness. Now, I'm going to read the charge. There's not a lot to this charge, and there's a reason why. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. What does that mean? Here's what that means. Here's what I propose to you. From the day we're born, in the early years of our life, we begin to get a feeling when we hear people talk. Because the words coming out of our mouth sometimes aren't true. For example, if I were to have a bag, and say I told you that this bag was full instead of shoes, it was full of $1 million. Well, I'm going to take this half of this $1 million and give you guys the other half, or we're just going to leave. But here's what you know immediately. You know that if I had $1 million in this bag, I wouldn't be standing here talking to y'all. You know that. You have that feeling in your gut. Because you know, you sit there and watch this case, it's a bag full of shoes. It's a bag full of shoes that has no important evidence on it whatsoever, other than the fact that I think Melody Farris cut her finger at some point and got blood on her shoes. I think they've established that. And I think, and Mr. Ray did a very eloquent job, and I can go on and on, I'm not going to. This case has got to come to an end. But when you think about law enforcement in this case, and their response immediately, let's go back to July the 5th. Let's go back to the time that Scott Farris, who's sitting right there, goes up to Detective Kuykendall, who's sitting right there, and he gets in his car for an hour and begins to tell him the story of the missing gun and his mother's affairs. And in opening statements, Mr. Fogan talked about circles. Circles getting big, smaller, smaller, smaller. And I think circles will be talked about too when we talk about Miss Harris. But those circles were controlled by one man. And that's Scott Farris. The investigation of this case became one-sided in that first afternoon. And I would contend to you everything that happened, and it's unfortunate for us in Cherokee County, for the jury, for Ms. Farris especially, that it was stuck that way. There was never any true regard or respect for the evidence that should have been gathered in this case. You saw it. You had 1, 2, 3. 3 locations on this massive property. You've been there, you've seen it. That were not checked. All the countless problems that Mr. Ray unfortunately had to kind of wrap it up because we have time limitations on now. We've been up here for weeks, we can't continue on. That's your job. You as a jury are allowed to go back to deliberate, and you get to go through every bit of this. And there's going to be some of you that believe this, and there's going to be some of you that believe that. And the judge will tell you that you are allowed to hold on to those beliefs and stand up for those beliefs. It is that standard that gives you the true check on our government. You are the democracy. You are it. We're having an election in a week. Nobody's got to go vote. There is no draft anymore. Some people don't have to pay taxes. But the one thing you got to do, and y'all know it better than anybody, is when you are compelled into jury service, you have to come. We literally saw an individual brought in here during this trial who tried to get out of jury duty. You've seen it. This is the last duty we have. Because it's that important. You can take any fact that we may have talked about, or even things we didn't talk about, and you argue about it back there. I'm not saying screaming and yelling, but if you got a belief, you state it. And you listen to other jurors, and you make sure they listen to you. It's truly that important. But I would continue that the fact that Thrasher, who came out of the crime scene, I believe she testified something to the fact that this was essentially the first crime scene she'd ever been on. And she totally and completely failed in intaking the crime scene in the house. And that complete failure of that investigation alone, I think that's a doubt. I think going further into that day, and the fact that this investigation was completely veered in one direction, and that's to Melody Farris. So much was left, and that's part of what you've seen in this case. We've been attempting to investigate this case because we ultimately feel that it wasn't. We believe that the complete ignoring of the barn is absolutely, it's just despicable, for lack of a better word. And because they never even looked over there, they never even used Blue Star or luminol or intook any of those things, even though there were some clear signs that they maybe should have. Gary Ferris's card was over there. Scott Ferris's bathtub was perfectly clean. They're there. I mean, Michael Ray told you. He told you. We had all those boxes that sit back there, and y'all, I'm very analog. That's the way I am. So we had all these pictures, and I'm going through all these pictures months and months and listening to all these interviews, and you guys have gone through most of them. And sure, I got real frustrated one day. Michael's told the story, but I'm going to tell the story to you too. I think you need to know. So after going through this for weeks, preparing for this trial, hours and hours and hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours preparing for this case, I finally threw up my hands. My paralegal will tell you. Sometimes I throw up my hands and I'm out. Michael said, "Where's John Luke?" I don't know. So I have to go pick up my family's prescriptions at our local drugstore. And I go over to the drugstore. And there is this little, she's young. I think she's 17 years old. She loves to read. But I walk in and they're redecorating the drugstore. This is a drugstore that's been owned by one family in our hometown for about 70 years, Jasper Drugstore. So I go in there, get my prescriptions, and she's like, John, what's wrong? So I tell her, oh my goodness. She looks at me, 17 years old, redheaded too, unrelated. 17 years old, she looks at me and she says, you know, Mr. Ware, sometimes the greatest questions, they don't want answered. I mean, literally. Tell her breaks. The second she said that to me, it finally cleared it up. Because I've been running around trying to solve this case for 4.5 years. That's how long I've been on it. Mr. Ray was on it longer than me. But because it is not answered, that's a doubt itself. I want to talk about a lot of the evidence that has been shown about phone calls and sexual relationships with Rusty Barton and the grotesque amount of time that was spent by the district attorney's office proving a point that was proven very quickly. And that's that my client had extramarital affairs. But also evidence was shown that so he did. And they were in an open relationship. They lived on separate parts of the house. And Amanda, I thought Amanda was a truly fascinating witness. And it's kind of sad we had to call her. I think she's the only child that is impartial. She literally just looked at you guys and said, this is y'all job. I believe in my mama unless or until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think Amanda is such a credible witness because she also testified she was with her mama the day of the 4th. Nothing was out of place. And sure, they were texting, they were calling. And you see all this back and forth bickering all the time between them. And that's the Ferris wheel the moniker that has come to be in this case. And I know we are all sitting on top of a Ferris wheel, and we just can't wait for that ride to let us all off. That's y'all's job. And we're going to get there. But all of the drama and all of the infighting between the siblings and the affairs and the relationships that go on. I mean, the affairs started in the mid-2000s. You got Angela Phillips back in the 90s, who may or may not remember if she had sexual intercourse with Gary. All of that insanity. That's their life. But it's not motive for murder. And that is what they have put and linked so much of y'all's time into. Because they don't want you looking at this. They don't want you looking at what they didn't do to get to their burden. But let's go back to those phone calls the night before. Let's go back to the timeline. There's something that is absolutely bizarre to me. We did not find out until, I think it was last Friday, when Commander Harris testified. Gary Farris went to dinner, we think, by himself the night he was murdered. We don't know. We'll never know. He was at least alive until 9:30 something. When we see the dot moving, if the science is true. But sure enough, he went to dinner. They never thought to go get a video of that. Let's go up there, interview somebody. Maybe he was with somebody at dinner. We'll never know. I'm not saying that breaks open the case, but I contend to you that huge glaring hole in the timeline right there, I'd say that's a doubt. Scott had been out at the lake all day. Golfing, laking. And there was a lot of testimony heard about that and the life and the dynamic that he had on the farm. He referred to the farm as his. He referred to the farm as his property, his possession. I mean, his sister even called it kind of comical. But you saw, and you'll get to go back through any of those you want to go back through and see the communications between Scott and his father. What really was happening was that Scott was a grown man who had every second. So whatever they're saying about Melody has to at least apply to Scott. He was completely controlled by his father financially. Bring me back that credit card. Where's my credit card? It better be in my wallet when I get back. Over and over and over. It's in the messages. You've seen it. You'll see it again. So that financial motive alone and that control, wanting something that's not his, I think that's a devil. The timeline of the phone calls. You will have seen from Commander Harris something regarding activity in phone calls. But I think that you guys have enough common sense to know, and this is just some things we saw, that other days and other times you went back and extrapolated out over a year, sometime back in 2017, and we clearly saw that there was more activity the night before a baby shower in Nashville than would be alleged for Melody to have shot, killed, moved, and burned Gary Farris. This is no easy task. That's a doubt. All of the weapons that could have been used in this case, all of the bullets, the means, the ability, they started talking about their souls. They started zooming in on one person. And it's not Melody Farris. It's Scott Farris. He's sitting here today. All of it. But I think it starts to become clear why I'm doing this. Why am I dropping these bags? These bags are 40 pounds apiece. I've got a few more bags to go. But I want you to know that it starts to become very impossible when you add this up, that someone who weighs 120 pounds can move this. That is a doubt. And it's all right. But there was a person on the property who could. And that's Scott Farris. He's sitting there today. This is 320 pounds. I am 185 pounds. And that's all. I think it is the heaviest out of all that they have provided you with no means, plan that this could have ever happened by Melody. They have established there was tractors on the property and RTVs, but as my client or as my partner very clearly laid out to you, I'm sorry. As my partner very clearly laid out to you, they didn't do their job. They provided no way that you could have done this. They didn't check the boxes. They didn't fill any holes about. The state of Georgia has put my client under grave suspicion. That is exactly what they have done. They have put on her grave suspicion, the most grave suspicion of all, and that is murder. But the doubt, I contend to you, absolutely exists. I'm sorry I had to do this demonstration, but they didn't. They didn't show you what 300 pounds truly feels like. I'm not saying I'm the strongest person in the world, but that is as heavy as a thing as a person can move. And I'm almost a 200-pound man. No explanation has been given, and I keep bringing this back because the grave suspicion that they put on her, these affairs, calling Rusty, all of these things. And I want to note about Rusty as well. Let's note a few things, and I know you've listened to it and you saw it. Hope, he threatened to arrest him. He threatened his own warrants against him, the death penalty. Bugged my client for over a year. No confessions. Her own daughter has lived with her for years and years and years. No confessions. Now I want you to know this too, and it's a charge that the judge would give you. My client does not have to testify. She didn't. She chose not to testify. And we talked about this in jury selection, that she wouldn't hold it against her. But the law is clear. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Because again, the burden never shifts to us in the defense. I feel like there's been so much time that we felt like we're trying to get you to see the side of the story that was never investigated. I feel like we were able to do that, but we didn't have to do that. This decision in this case is everything for Melody. Melody has had to live under this grave suspicion for 6 years. But now is the time that 12 fair and impartial jurors, the jury of her peers, can finally give us answers. I'm not saying that you guys can ever answer what happened that night. The greatest questions, I do believe, they really do go unanswered. And in this case, and it may be some of you as it was me that day. Very frustrating. You want to figure out what happened. But it's okay to know that you can't. And I contend to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that because you can't explain what happened that night, they have not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask you to please hold to your oath and find my client, Melody Walker Farris, not guilty. Thank you for your time.
There was one thing that Melody Farris was very good at, and that is betraying everyone.
Okay, wait a minute. Before we go into that, I want to give a shout out to Kat Not Williams. Give them 5 memberships. And you guys, you know, if you got those 5 memberships, you know what you're supposed to say. If you turn green today, I'm not gonna say happy holidays. That would be, I don't know why I want to say happy holidays, but you know, if you didn't turn green, you're supposed to say thank you. Thank you, Kat. Definitely appreciate your support. You guys definitely go check her out. You know, she's covering Zach Adams and other things that she covered on a different level than me, but definitely go check her out. I enjoy going over there and hanging out with them when we're not on stream. And you know, we go over there at times, and she's covering the Halle Bobo. So that's where we can get secondary information. And y'all know my theory. I love rehearing things over and over and over again, because I kid you not, no matter how many times I hear somebody's testimony or I hear something, I find something different out of it. And I'm pretty sure you will too. Also a different perspective, a different objective. So definitely check her out. If you haven't went over there and subscribed, please definitely make sure you go over there and subscribe. I also want to do a shout out to Allison. Allison says, Merry Christmas to everyone in our amazing group. Take it to trial. Thank you so much, Allison, and a happy holiday and Merry Christmas to you. Okay. So before we go into, I'm so glad we done with all the bags. Good grief. He was wearing me out. I started sweating over here. Okay. So Rachel, you would like for me to read your comment? You want me to read your theory? Oh, okay. Oh, Marilda got it. Okay. Okay. I should have been more angry. What? What are you talking about? Yes, and therapist, if you could, since I see the therapist, you know that I know and everybody know, could you please drop Kat's link in the chat for me? Pretty please. The thing on your screen. What thing on my screen? Oh, you talk about this? That's one of the quotes. She tore our family apart. Mom became more hostile, more aggressive, demanding money. Emily Payne. Amanda, I should have been more angry. There was manipulation, Amanda. I think it's sick and twisted. Chris Ferris. Oh, SD Supergirl. Supergirl. She done flew in here. Did everybody see Rachel's theory? Marilda put it in the chat. I'll read it out. Okay. Oh boy. It says, okay, so this is what I remember thinking first go round. Scott redrummed him. Melody, she was just trying to help that fool out. And how not to get caught. She didn't want him to burn him. But Scott, she had some other advice, but Scott said, no, 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 no. I'm putting him on a burn pile. And that's exactly what he did. That wasn't what Melody wanted him to do. So Melody was trying to help him out. She told him, don't put him on a burn pile. And this old fool went and put him on a burn pile any old way. Thus, Melody's statements. And then Scott and Melody, they got into it because she told that fool, don't put him on the burn pile. He's stinking, smell like flesh and meat. And she going down there to the lake. Okay. Maybe she threatened to turn on him and then he flipped on her. So that's her theory. The best way I can do it in SweetP's language. Okay. And that's the best way I could do it. Oh, Barb said, nope. Melody unalived him and Scott helped her along the way. Lynn said Melody did it and Ted helped her. Well, damn, Lynn, that's definitely getting far out there. If you going all the way to Lynn, I'm wait, look, not you going all the way out there to Lynn. Lynn, you going all the way back to Ted? I mean, now we getting you to at least think that somebody helped. I didn't think you even think nobody helped her. Rage, she hated that man. So I guess we are at the prosecution team's rebuttal. So I guess we'll listen in and see what they're gonna rebut. Yeah, I think that, and just to be clear, is I don't think, and I hope this is why I put that survey out there, is I don't think anybody in this chat, and y'all can let me know in the chat once we go in. I hope don't nobody in this chat really think that she don't have nothing to do with this at all. And what I mean by nothing to do with it at all is I don't care if Scott told her, if Scott did it, if she knew, she's guilty, right? She's guilty as accessory after the fact. She's guilty of something. Now, I think that she may have had help. So, but at the end of the day, that still means she's guilty. You know, and if she decided that she wanted to fall on the sword for Scott, and Scott said, well, you on there on your own, hey, you gotta have better choices. You gotta have better choices in regards to this. And you know, and quiet as kept, mama, even if Scott did do it, go ahead and fall on that sword. I mean, you might as well let Scott be out here and live his best life. You done did yours, you know. Yeah. That's just me. Y'all know I'm weird. Carvel said if she hated him, there would be evidence of that in messages, emails, etc. And there is nothing. Yeah, and we don't have that evidence, not that I have seen in regards to that, except for some small little glimpses of in regards to how she actually felt about him. But even with that being said, if we want to say that Scott did it all by himself or Chris did it all by himself, my only issue with that is that she knew. So you say, but Scott was the angry one. Therapists say, look, I think we aren't all looking at the evidence the same. Some are looking at it as if they were on the jury, and some are going off looks and vibes, and some are doing other things. It's all over. That's definitely a truth. There's definitely a truth up in here. Order in the court. You have to only go by the evidence that's presented in court. Courtesy of the therapist you may know. She must want me to bang out your ears. Order, order. Are y'all fussing in there? Nope, I don't think so. I just really want to hit my gavel. Order, order. Okay. Okay, well, and that's what I'm saying. So like a person like me, like I'm coming into this case, I don't know anything. All I know is the evidence that they actually present to the jury and what everybody else is telling me, right? I have not seen for 48 hours. I haven't seen any of this other stuff. All I know is what the people that came up there and testified, what they said. I'm not sure what other stuff outside of that I mean I got that the jury got to see. But I mean, we got to see everything really the jury got to see because he, you know, the autopsy, there really wasn't an autopsy. So we really got to hear everything. So if you just going off of what you hear in the courtroom and the information that's being perceived, I'm talking about, I haven't watched any 48 hours. I haven't watched any specials or shows or anything in regards to this to even blur my judgment. So if we're talking about what we are getting as jurors right here in this case, what I will say is that so far, they did have SweetP at reasonable doubt. My problem is I am hung up on this call, and I don't think they have addressed it. Between this call that she done made, and I know that y'all say that there's more context around it, but the thing is that they did this in their closing statement, and certain things just stand out that I don't know how you reconcile it. I don't know how you do it. So let's see if the prosecutor, I mean, I was hoping that the defense was going to touch on it and try to reconcile this call, but he decided that he wanted to be doing all this heavy lifting and dropping all these bags. Like, all he did was get sweaty. But, you know, yeah, I think that's what turned me over, Lynn. It wasn't even the all that the crappy investigation, all of that stuff. I was gonna keep her with reasonable doubt, but when we was on that phone call and they opened in the opening statements with that phone call, like as a juror, just listening to the evidence, man, I'm like, man. You say she didn't do it. I don't know what you're talking about. She knew Scott did it and he wasn't supposed to get rid of the body that way. That was her response to him asking about Scott. Well, maybe, I wonder, can we get just that phone call? I really enjoy how everybody's all over the place and have their different theories and different ideas and ideology about it. I mean, that don't make sense to me when we thinking about when we saying that in regards to Scott did it. She didn't want him to put him on the burn pile when the burn pile is the best place for this man to be. Why not put him on the burn pile? That's the best place. It get rid of almost all the evidence. Like, I don't know. Why wouldn't she want to put him on the burn pile? So that don't make sense to me. I don't know why she would be fighting Scott about not putting him on the burn pile. What, we want him to be found with this bullet in him on the basement floor or outside? Just all willy-nilly? No, put homie on the burn pile. I don't understand why she would argue that. She told Rusty he was in the burn pile before he was even found. True. when Scott's fiance ends up unalive in years, people will be like, wait, what? Oh gosh, for real. I hope not. Lord. Oh Lord. She was trying to convince him not to do it that way. Why? If he had already shot him, why not put him in a burn pile? Therapist says, I think I just get frustrated when normal people refuse to even admit there are hoes. Well, maybe they don't admit to their hoes because they don't believe that there are any hoes. Some people think that it's a clear-cut case. I mean, everybody just don't think that there's hoes in it, regardless of what, you know. And I guess that's what makes it real good, because everybody's kind of like different on what they see and how they perceive it. And it depends on what their consideration of reasonable doubt is. I think that plays a good role into it too. I mean, we coming up with a whole bunch of hypotheticals. Herville, right? Let's see what we got here. The smell is not being hot enough, knowing that it wasn't smart to have his remains on the property. Well, where else was they going to take them? So even if we go with the theory of what you're saying, Dr. Rachel, and I don't personally understand. And, you know, I'm a rock out with whatever, because, you know, I'm pro defending, but I don't understand why the burn pile would not be a good idea and why we will fight against the idea. Like, I don't get that. I don't, apparently the burnt body smell didn't bother anybody. I don't get why that wouldn't have been a good idea. Even, I don't care who brought it up. If Scott brought it up or she brought it up, I don't understand why that wouldn't be a good idea. That seemed like the best idea. The problem is they didn't let them cook long enough. Rest in heaven, Gary. That's the problem. This all came down to a one rib and a bullet. If that rib was gone, like everything else had burnt away, if that was gone, then we would have nothing. And I mean, I don't know why they didn't why they started going to look for him so soon. But, you know, then that brings me to my other question, then. Why would she even bring up where's Big Daddy if she knew Big Daddy was on the burn pile? Because she would want to make sure that he didn't cooked up long enough that she don't see nothing of him. Okay. Not to go with your theory, not to go too much with that theory, but I can see how maybe she didn't know and Scott did do it and she called. Now that theory I can probably get with. Like, I can probably get with the thing that maybe she didn't know. Maybe she found out after the fact. I don't know, because that seems stupid to me too, because if you already got him on the burn pile, he is already cooking. Why wouldn't you just wait till he finished cooking and then go over there and shuffle around and make sure everything Gucci? I don't know. Rest in heaven, Gary. They disrespected you. Yeah, Lynn, I do believe she left the house because she was sick of smelling them. Not because they are idiot. Oh gosh. He had bullets in his apartment. Look, Captain say, I got some stuff to say. We had a burning body where I am. And the only way they identified the person was because of the type of jeans he wore. Well, God, how did the jeans not get burnt up? Dr. Rachel said he had a history of raging. And they pieced it together and found it was over a drug debt. Oh, wow. No, Morel. They talking about something that happened in they area. So it says, we had a burning body here where I am. So no, he's not talking about this case. I'm talking about where they from. Yeah, I just think that there's so many theories. Now, don't get me wrong. I do think that there is a possibility for some reasonable doubt, but clearly the reasonable doubt did not stand out enough for the jury to not convict her, at least from what I can tell. Right? So. Okay, well, let's go in. Let's see what the prosecutor says as the closing arguments and kind of go from there.
Close to her. I went through testimony of her children in this case, even Amanda. She tore our family apart. Mom became hostile, aggressive, demanding money. Even Amanda said, there was manipulation. I should have been more angry at her. And Chris Farris, when he was asked, how do you feel about your mom committing this crime when your daughter was possibly at home? I think it's sick and twisted. He didn't say, oh, I don't think she would do that. These are her children. But as you sit here, she is trying to blame them for this crime. Those are her kids. Let that sink in.
She about to say, let that sink in. That is low down and dirty. Prosecutors say, look, she trying to blame this on her kids. Let that sink in with you. That is messed up. Mama should have just took that. She should have just fell on the sword and just continued to fall on the sword. She should have just continued to fall on the sword. Like, I mean, you didn't live the life. I don't know. How old is Melody? About 60? I don't know. Was she about 60 something at this point in time? Yeah, she should have just took an L for the kids. Yeah, she should just take an L for the kids. No.
She has thrown both her sons, a son-in-law, under the bus for this crime. The murder of her husband, who she betrayed the most. She didn't only take away their father, but she took away a grandfather. She took away a big part of Bern Foreman. But the only thing he was to her was in the way. When she's faced with the reality and the consequences of what she did, the first thing she does, serves up her kids on a silver platter, parades it all around the courtroom. But the evidence in this case doesn't point to a single one of them. This is Gary. He is not a pile of bags of fertilizer. He's a man. It's offensive to compare man to bags of dirt.
Whoa. Oh, whoa. She didn't bring that out yet. That was dirty. They just bring it out, all them bags. Oh, man. She done put it in a whole different element to make it seem like very bad that the defense did that. And even though they were just trying to prove a point, Oh gosh, she putting it with bags of dirt. Oh gosh, that's not gonna sit well with the jury. He is not bags of fertilizer. Whoa. All right.
Now the defense wants you to believe she's just the unluckiest woman ever. There was blood found in her home. There was a bullet found in her home. She was framed. It was planted. That's not reasonable. She just happened to also be having a long-standing affair with a man who's searching for wedding rings less than a week before Gary Farris is murdered. They want you to think that's a coincidence? Man, they're in for it because there's a long list of coincidences if that's the game they're playing. If that's what they're trying to get at. Not only that, but she just so happened to be taking care of a woman who owned a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster that her son saw in the basement of her home. Another coincidence? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's called evidence. They want you to think there's an individual, innocent, reasonable explanation for all of the incriminating evidence against her. That it's a giant conspiracy. That the gunshot wounds didn't kill him? Use your common sense and reason. Now let's briefly talk about Scott, then we're going to get into the evidence that incriminates Melody Farris. When you think about Scott Farris, think about the manner in which he testified. Think about how he was corroborated, not only by the witnesses in this case, but the digital evidence. The digital evidence proves he was truthful about everything he did that week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And he's corroborated by Martha Barton because you know what? He didn't know that Martha Barton had a gun, a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster. And a huge piece of evidence. He knew Melody best. He knew his parents. He knew their dynamic. He knew that. Melody never had a credit card. He knew that Melody was angry. He was there when she slammed that plate down and said, God, I can't wait till the day he's dead. He saw that. The day before his father was murdered. He knew that Melody despised Gary. And he would get caught in the middle. He just wanted to bury his head in the sand and be like, let me do my work, keep me out of the marriage problems. But the second he knew his father was in that burn pile, they want to get on him for taking charge. You know what you learn in the military? To take charge. To take action. That's all he knew. That was ingrained in his mind. We need to call 911. We need to get the girls out of here so they're not traumatized for the rest of their lives. And we need to get to the bottom of this and get to the truth. Let's talk about lack of motive for Scott. He was completely relied. He completely relied on his father for everything. His livelihood, the place he lived, the money, why would he take that away? He would have nothing left. Melody would kick him out immediately. He also knew, forgot to mention, Melody disappeared every week to go see Rusty. He knew that. One of her motives. And he didn't have access to a .38 revolver or own one. Think about this. Scott committed this crime. There's no way she wouldn't know about it. She was home the whole time. Law enforcement didn't blue star the barn because nobody saw blood in the barn. They blue starred where there was physical blood. No blood found in the barn. They didn't have to. The bullet was in the house. Gary was on the burn pile.
This is what happens when you leave a plate. Forget to take it upstairs. Minor temper tantrum. Of course, I had supper tonight and it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
There was testimony about Gary talking about Melody poisoning him. We didn't admit that or get that in evidence because we think he was poisoned. That shows his state of mind. That shows he knew Melody would kill him if it came down to it. She's the only one that would have. And he knew she wanted him dead. She's clearly poisoning me. Supper was fixed for me. I'm probably going to feel bad. And that was after her slamming that plate down on the ground in frustration because he left a dirty plate in the theater or his bedroom or wherever. It's not normal behavior. That corroborated Scott. So this might be because I'm a millennial, but I always read that first line as, do you have my credit card? Because my phone always fixes due to so, and it just irritates me. But read it however you wish. Gary to Scott, do you have my credit card? So you have my credit card. Choose one. Yes. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. Is that what you tell someone who you want to cut off? No. That's what you tell someone you trust to keep the credit card away from her. He relied on Scott. Probably a little too much for this dynamic for him, between him and Melody. Probably shouldn't have gotten Scott involved, but here he is. He lives on the property. It's natural. He says, okay. And then he says, she makes me go shopping with her because she keeps saying the other card was turned off, her debit card. The girlfriend of her boyfriend, Rusty Barton, sent me several disturbing emails last night. This is in October of 2017. She is spending dime of my money. Either she is spending every dime of my money or she won't spend every, I don't know. Something about spending his money. Things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon. He's not telling Scott to pursue a job because he wants him off the property. He's telling Scott to pursue a job because something's about to go down. He's about to leave her. He's had it. But this was almost a year before his death. Melody wanted everyone to believe after Gary was murdered that Scott was some big, scary dude that everyone should be afraid of because he's got PTSD or whatever. He's just a big guy, so you should fear him. She even had Amanda and Chad change locks on that house. But if you go through these text messages, which is S. Ferris 5, State's Exhibit, all their text messages post-offense when they were living on the property together. You know what she did? She relied on Scott. She left him keys under the rug to get into the house, but then turned around and told people he stole stuff out of the house. That's not two-faced. That's not malicious. I don't know what it is. That's your own son. You don't leave a key under a rug for someone you think wants to kill you or frame you, or someone you think killed your husband. Oh, keys on the rug. Come on in. One more thing about Scott. Mr. Fogus mentioned the oath we take as prosecutors. It is our duty to uphold the law without fear, favor, or affection. There is no evidence that points to Scott in this case. You don't think if there was evidence Scott did something in this case that he wouldn't be sitting at that table with Melody? Sure, make our job easier. I'm not going to indict someone where there's no evidence he committed a crime. Let's talk about a little about the Farris family history. In the beginning of this trial, y'all probably were wondering why we walked through every child's history and experience growing up in all these different houses and states, and what their dad was like when they were younger, what their mom was like when they were younger. Then you realized how far back and how deep this goes. This is not a simple family. This is not a simple case. But in order to fully understand the dynamics of this family, you had to hear all of that history. You know that this is from Emily's wedding. I'm going to talk about a little bit of build up to the day of July 3rd, 2018. You've got Ted Wiley, that affair, about 8 years before Gary's death. That changed the dynamic of Gary and Melody's relationship greatly. He totally took her off the finances. He was like, you want to take out all of the money I had set aside for taxes? Great, I'm going to take you off all the accounts. You want to come back and try to work this out? Come home, leave Ted, who, by the way, was dating Gary's sister for like 20 years before she decided to hook up with him. 2010, he dismissed the divorce that he filed. Martha Jane had her surgery in 2014. Okay, the kid said that things seemed fine between 2010 and 2014. Seemed fine. Martha Jane had her surgery, and that's when the affair begins with Rusty Barton. Emily's wedding was 2 years later. She flaunted that relationship in front of people that night. She didn't care. She had no conservative spirit about that whatsoever. And Gary had to pretend like it didn't bother him that night because his daughter was getting married. It was supposed to be the best night of her life, but you know who couldn't help but make it about her? Melody Farris. Chris testified that Gary was so upset, he said, that's the last time Melody's gonna embarrass me. Then you have in 2016, Martha tells Melody about the location of her revolver. You also have in 2016, Melody telling Gary, I hope you die alone and a gruesome death. And remember, Terry Braswell, this was Terry Braswell's phone, and he had her burner phone number. This was a phone she thought nobody would ever see the inside of. She's not saying that type of stuff on her 9029 number.
Wait a minute, y'all. I had to pause this. I think I just figured out something. It's Captain USA. You know, sometimes when I be reading y'all names, I be thinking to myself, well, you know, it's kind of like playing the license plate reader sometimes. And so I kept looking at it and I'm like, damn it. I'm like, why I want to call them captains? Like we in the Hunger Games or something. And then I'm like, no, let me really think about this. And I had an epiphany. This is Captain USA. Oh man. Look. Oh, sorry. I thought I was doing breaking news. Y'all all knew this? All right, cool. Okay, I'm the only one late. Because I'm gonna keep calling it Cap this. Cap USA but you know, I got to think, I said Cap in USA. Yeah, SweetP a little slow. I'm so slow. Jokes go over my head. I'm sitting up here staring at this since he or she came back in the chat, because I don't know if it's he or she, but since they came back in the damn chat, and I'm like, I'm gonna figure this out. Wait a minute now, because just in case I have to say this again, let me see. Oh, I got it. I figured it out. I'm telling you, boy, it's like reading license plates. I'll be sitting behind people's cars like, what the fuck? Okay, 6 and an 8. All right, let me take a picture and I'll figure it out later because I ain't fast enough to figure it out right then. So, all right, cool. Capnosa. I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, Cap and US. All right. Breaking news. All right, here we go. SweetP figured it out.
And then Terry says he's gonna push you over the edge, and she says, I know, and that scares me. I told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. She knew she had no self-control. She hated him that much. September 2017, she gallivants out to Jamaica with Rusty. Meanwhile, she sends her debit card through the mail to Sherry Cooper to run it in Minnesota because she told everybody she was in Minnesota. Poor Sherry, she had some guilt about that. She's like, I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. Don't forget, Melody betrays every person and uses every person close to her for her own benefit. She even, you saw, and I've already mentioned this, you saw Amanda's reaction to those text messages. Oof. She did not like being used like that. Harry receives an email from Christina Grant. Just FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years. I'll give it. This Grant email, sorry. I'll give it to her. She's the only one who's bringing this to light. Everyone else sitting on the rug. Christina's like, no, y'all not gonna get away with this. That's when Gary texts Scott about the credit card. Hang on to it as if you're like, March 2018, Gary sends Melody this text message. Your profligate spending must stop. He says in the middle there, between you, Chris, and Scott, I can't keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive, typo, more typo, given how you repeatedly betray me. Gary's in the hospital in April of 2018. Meanwhile, she's telling Rusty Barton he has like esophageal cancer and he's spitting up blood and he's on his deathbed. Even Chris said she made it sound like he was bad. And then he shows up to the hospital and Gary's like, what's that look on your face for? He's like, I thought you were like real bad. And he was fine. He walked out of the hospital and went back to his Mountain Dew. And that's when he tells Chris, you know, I think Molly's poisoning me. Again, that goes to his state of mind. This was all amping up. He knew something was off. June was a big month, 2018. June 6th, DirecTV comes to the house, and yes, please look at those chats, because Gary says, hey, come to the house real quick. I need to show you the issue, so you know what issues when they get here. That's when DirecTV comes, that's when Scott sees that as well. Again, this corroborates Scott. He could have said, I don't know where I saw it. I don't know. He knew when he saw it. He was like, actually, I was looking for a remote, which makes perfect sense. He's looking in drawers for the remote to figure out the TV or the TV guy. That's completely reasonable and natural. He's opening drawers and he's like, oh, that's weird. A gun that looks just like the one Martha Barton described. June 25th. Rusty searches in his phone, plain gold wedding band. You'll see text messages from Melody to him. Plain gold wedding band, that was their thing. And then Gary's birthday, Jenna sees a revolver. Jenna has no dog in this fight. Her and Chris aren't even together anymore. They don't talk. She has no dog in this fight. She didn't want to be here talking about this. No motive to lie. Then on June 28th, Melody learns about the beach trip, which is supposed to be that Saturday. That's also not a coincidence. Then the text messages. To Emily and Amanda. These are two separate messages that she sent to two separate people expressing how angry she was that Gary got a condo for Chris and Jenna. Not a reasonable reaction. She was over it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. No one thought these would be the measures. But here we are. Because the next day, Gary's murdered. Again, not another coincidence. Let's talk about her motive. That first text message, I was shocked when Terry told me he had a boyfriend, but don't blame me, from Terry Braswell to Melody. Plain gold wedding band, that's when he searches on his phone. Rusty does. This note, Crown XO, March 31st, 2014. She made a note on her phone about Rusty's favorite drink. So we know that corroborates the timeline of their relationship. And then these messages on the side here from August 4th and 5th, that's between her and Rusty. That's not even, that's a month after her husband was found murdered and burned on a burn pit on her own property, who she claims that her son killed. Meanwhile, she's over here forever. We need us. I need you. All. You don't get more motive than that. Except she had more. All right. This is all money she would get if Gary died accidentally. Add all those up. Okay, $4.15 million. Now, the defense wants you to believe she didn't know about it. You know what you do know? You know if she goes in his phone when he's not around, you know if she cleans that house. You know she's not stupid. She knew about his profit sharing. She called the office and asked about it. She knows where that money goes. She, again, consider the source. She is going around pretending like she's asking Emily, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if something happens to your dad? They're the ones that stood up here that said his money is her money. We all know that's true when you're married. It's either going to go to her or the kids. Probably all four. Naturally, without a will, that house was hers. You cannot tell me she thought she was going to be broke. It's ridiculous. Afterwards, it was always about money, money, money. Melody was demanding money. She was trying to get as much money as possible. She didn't think that when he was found dead, all the finances would be frozen. She didn't think they found a bullet in his rib either. I was terrified I would be broke. Man, your husband's a millionaire. And here we have it. The condo. This is Hayes 55. Did you talk to Chris about his beach trip? What beach trip? He wants to take girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch telling me he's going to beat me unrecognizable, and then only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. She's blaming Gary for that. There is something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with the grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you. Man, he knew his wife, didn't he? July 2nd. I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for the condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious. Amanda, oh, big surprise, right? Always there in mom's corner. I had to put times on this one because this is ridiculous. Melody, did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna? Trying to like trap him? It's your husband. Be like, hey, I got your phone, so you booked this condo. You don't want to talk to me about that? Actually, he did talk to you about it. He invited you on a trip. You said no. I booked one from you as well. That's how manipulative and conniving she was. And you remember, in Lindsay Harris's presentation, you saw the group chat among Amanda, Gary, and Melody about she was making a photography appointment. Amanda, she invited both her parents, and Gary said, I'm going to the beach. Melody chats her on the side. This is your time asking. Thanks for the invite. Manipulation, conniving, deceit. That's what she's about. Again, these text messages. The top one's a little bright. Melody to Emily. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. This was July 2nd. That's her message to Melody Farris. This is the last straw with him. All right. I want to get into the timeline of events. These phone calls, these are all the phone calls that she had with Rusty on the 3rd in the evening. I didn't go before that. We know Chris and Addison stopped by the house in the evening. We know Gary went out to eat and came home around 9:30. And don't forget, John Lambert heard gunshots between 9 and 10 p.m. that night. They talked for an hour and 14 minutes at 11:45 p.m. But they talk for 5 minutes at 11:28. The call in between that is the one to Scott, 11:34, when Scott calls when he gets back home. Because, you know, she has to tell Scott to come home. She calls him and she's like, what time are you gonna be home? The horses got out. And I want you to think about this. In her statements to Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall, she talks about these horses getting out. I think it starts like before dinner. And then it starts with like one horse, right? And then for some reason, she's still chasing horses 3 hours later, but then it goes to two horses. And then she's like, oh, but then the third one got out after that. Inconsistent. You weren't chasing horses. You were murdering your husband. She had to call Scott because she didn't know what time he'd be home. She had to call Scott to see what time he'd be home. Because then when she says, well, the horses got out, and he's like, okay, I'm coming home. She's like, well, I got them put up. Okay, then why are you calling? It doesn't make sense. The horses are the cover-up. When she calls Scott, Scott's all the way up there at the lake. She calls him at 10:52. What time are you gonna be home? All those calls with Rusty in between. I want to talk about this notification. At 12:24 a.m., the morning of the 4th, so the night of the 3rd, the night Gary is killed, she uses her debit card to purchase minutes on Straight Talk. Y'all heard a lot of testimonies. 1, about how she has no credit card. 2, about how Gary would get financial alerts for all of her purchases. Lindsay testified, Ms. Harris, testified. This was the only alert that popped up in his email, in his phone, for Straight Talk. That's not a coincidence. She knew Gary was dead. So using her debit card to blast that she has a Straight Talk phone, not a problem.
She said, Gary is in the bar pocket. No, she said, he is in the bar pocket. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the bar pocket. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
That's what that 220 call was about. Now, again, believe what you want about Rusty. We all know he knew more than he came in here and told you. We all know that. We're not stupid. They talked for an hour and 35 minutes at 11 whatever, and then another 35 minutes at 2:20 a.m. But that's all he was willing to give. But that's enough. And you know that that's how it happened because he gave you the context and he told you when that call happened. Mr. Ray talked about Detective Botsong using this open source document or program for the CPAP machine. All right, the date is the 3rd. It ends at 7:48 a.m. That's the last data for that CPAP machine for Gary Farris going to sleep. Now, you got the raw records too. Look at that. Oh, 7:48 a.m. It's the same. The data, the raw data shows he never, ever went to sleep the night of the 3rd. Now, I want to talk about this map. All right. A little bit. All right, see where that dot is? And that's Gary's phone. The morning of the 4th at 6:37 a.m. till 7:21 a.m. Right there at that burn pile. We know Gary's dead. And we know it goes from the house to the burn pile. You'll have that with you in the jury room. And then it goes back to the house. 7:58, 8:21, 9:05, back at the house. She's on the phone with Rusty all morning. And you know Scott's location during this time, it's in here. He left for the lake. He was 20 minutes away. The only one home was Melody. That phone was either on Melody or on Gary's dead body. But you know who wasn't there? Scott. And Melody was by herself. You know, Russ wasn't there because she's on the phone with him all the time. Well, and you heard testimony that he was actually in Tennessee, but also, we know what time she left for the lake. She left 12:47 p.m. She puts that location Amanda sends her into her maps and heads out to the lake. Now, the thing about Dr. Pope's testimony in that 24-hour window, she said that that was dependent upon the fuel. And you heard testimony that that burn pile was huge. You know what she did? She lit that burn pile and she left. The 3 calls with Rusty Barton, the evening of the 3rd and the morning of the 4th, total more than the other 15 calls that they've ever had between those hours. Again, that's not a coincidence. She was freaking out because she just killed her husband and had to figure out what to do with him. You know who she turned to? Rusty. What do I do? Yeah, I'm going to talk about her activity. The 3rd, the 7th, September 7th, 2017, September 30th, 2017, and the 3rd, July 3rd, 2018. Those are the 3 days she had the most activity between. This is a 1 hour period, 1 hour from 11 p.m. to midnight. Okay. Now we talked about Jamaica, the one on the 7th. That was probably a day done. Okay. All right, fine. Get rid of it. 2. The 2 most active nights she has ever had in a year are gallivanting about Broadway when she's out in Nashville with Chad and Amanda, and the night she murdered her husband. That tracks. That makes sense. That's reasonable. This is also not a coincidence. I want to talk about the money. We know Melody didn't have a credit card. The only card she had was a debit card. And that card is the one that ended in 0078. The one Scott used at that ATM that morning that he got from the house and brought back. Okay, there's that ATM withdrawal. That's the one brought back to his mom. Even Melody says about Scott, and he has a credit card. I don't even have that. We know that. That 0078 card is her only card. Until law enforcement empties her wallet. That card on the right, ending in 1727. That's the card Gary got mailed to his office less than a month before his murder. That was a new credit card. That's his office address and that Bank of America activity alert. And that's her transaction at Walmart, the morning of July 5th, before Gary's remains were discovered. Oh yeah, by the way, the trip to Walmart that she doesn't mention to police ever, that she says she's literally interviewed on the 5th and on the 6th. Leaves it out, says she's just, I don't know, cleaning up after the girls, lays in bed. Why don't you talk about this trip to Walmart? Look, she even activated a phone card. What was so important? You had to run out to Walmart that morning. Could it be to restock on cleaning supplies? Is that why you didn't call law enforcement until you went to Walmart? Or because you spent $450 on a credit card that you didn't have until you took it out of your dead husband's wallet? Both. She needed to wash those towels. She needed to Clorox that floor. She got a lot of soap, a lot of bleach. And we know it was her because she got wine and showed her ID. Let's talk about the truth of July 5th, 2018. Melody is actually the one who pointed out Gary's remains to Scott. And yet she's letting everybody gallivant around saying, Scott found him, Scott found him. That's not true. And she knows it. She's the one who told police also
that corroborated Scott. I said, hey, did you put a goat in the fire? That was her, pointing out the remains to Scott. Because if you don't have a body, you don't get the money. She didn't even have to be found. Melody actually knew the night before that the girls couldn't find him. Madison said that. She wasn't concerned. And yet she pretends like the morning of the day she didn't know he was missing. Melody only started looking when Amanda got there. She was sitting on the stoop, just like, hey, yeah, they can't find Gary. Okay, well, how long do you know about this? Actually, since last night. Well, that would be the wrong answer. That would make her suspicious. And when Amanda described the events on the 5th, boy, were those vastly different from everybody else's. Same about it. And what got me was she was like, nobody asked me. Weren't you told not to talk to the police? You were the one who didn't want to tell what happened. So then you live with your mom for 2 years and decide to tell what happened, and by then, you've been completely tainted. Scott testified he went to go look for the CPAP and the gun that he used for duck hunting to see if maybe he's out duck hunting. All his comments on missing gun, that's not true. He didn't mention that until after he went in the basement. Thought to look for that 38, saw it was gone. Then he came up and was like, oh yeah, by the way, this 38's missing. He didn't mention a missing gun before that. Think about the source of all that information. That's Melody being vindictive and planting thoughts in her daughter's head. On the 5th, when you go back and you hear Melody's statements, on the 5th, man, she tried everything. Scott's health issues, suicide, Chris steals money. Here's the thing. Here's how it went down, okay? I have a picture of an octopus up there. Do you know what an octopus does when it feels threatened? It squirts ink in the water to escape. The closer she felt like she was getting into trouble, the more she felt threatened. She started spewing all this ink about her kids. She even talks about Chris Payne. He wasn't even in the state. I mean, she does not care who she throws under the bus to save herself. It is actually insane. And it's such a reach. Scott likes to shoot guns. Okay. Chris takes money. Okay, well, he was in Buckhead, so this is going nowhere. And then the suicide. It's funny because she says, no, he wasn't suicidal. And then when she feels threatened, she's like, oh, well, yeah, no, he used to be suicidal before we got married. Once she realized that the jig was up, ooh, she was frantic. The only person she didn't throw under the bus was Amanda. Because she'll need one child to support her. She just needs one. It's all about what she wants, what she needs. It's not about anyone else. She prided herself on her house and her things. She liked her things. She wanted to keep her house immaculate. She talked about that. She decorated it to a T. Not my style, but you know, to each their own. And yet, it was pretty dirty on the 5th. Let's talk about blood. Don't forget that Deputy Riley walked in that house and there was a candle burning by the basement door. Not a place for a candle to burn. And it smelled like bleach. We've got Gary's blood right there on that basement floor. The defense wants you to believe these are all different sources of different things. That's not reasonable. We've got a blood trail. And it goes from the top of those basement stairs, where that attempted cleanup is, down the stairs, into the basement. See that big bottom splotch? That's those stains right there on the left. That's blood. Those evidence markers that were Gary's blood, right along this trail. That's in the basement, in front of the bar. It is not reasonable to think that there is a legal justification for all of that. That's not reasonable. What's reasonable is that's a crime scene. Because we have a man who was shot twice, at least, burning in the burn pile behind this house. To think otherwise is to seek doubt. And that is not your duty. Means an opportunity. They had a lot of stuff. They had a lot of farm equipment. You know, this farm girl, Melody Farris. And she's, you know what? She gets it done. She's determined. She's self-sufficient. And you know what really motivates someone? Getting caught for murder. It wouldn't have been easy for anyone to move that body. Not Scott by himself, not Chris by himself. Anyone would have needed something. And you know what? It's okay if you all think different ways in which she moved his body. One of you could think she used the tractor. One of you could think she used the RTE. One of you could think she literally just got down and rolled him there. It was all downhill, you saw. One of you could think she tied him up like a deer to the back of the RTV and dragged him over there. But he ended up on that burn pile. And a ferry didn't put him there. A murder ferry didn't put him there. No one else. There is no evidence anyone else was on that property. And to think differently is to seek doubt.
That's a new one. The murder ferry. Oh boy. That's a new one. We need one of those. We need a redrum ferry. Not the tooth fairy. She said the murder fairy did not put him on the burn pile. Whoa. Go on, prosecutor lady.
She was in good shape, people. She had no choice.
She in good shape. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh yeah, Melody look like she been throwing some tennis balls, some rackets, like she going to Pilates, like she go to the gym. I can probably almost see a muscle over there. Oh yeah, she might have pulled them over there herself. Oh yeah, she look like she work out. Yeah, see, they got me over here looking at her over here on the side where she ain't got her lip fillers or something going on and looking like the Grinch just stole Christmas all day. I look at this photo, she look like she go play tennis, she work out, she getting it in. Yeah, she got it going on. SD, check her out. I had to stop this because they got me thinking we watching something else. Like I feel cheated. Yeah, she moved on. She be going to the gym every day. Oh man.
Or she would have been caught literally red-handed. She's not stupid. That's why we're here today.
She is stupid because she called a missing too soon. So she is stupid.
Now we're going to talk about guns. Scott doesn't have a pistol. We introduced that. She is a self-proclaimed not a bad shot. She told that to Terry. That means she's shot guns before. And remember, she's a farm girl. And a 38 revolver, pretty easy to shoot. Martha Jane. Ooh, they're mad about Martha Jane. She is, as Mr. Fogus said, God fearing. She needed to be right with God. She's not gonna lie to you. She noticed that gun was missing after Gary's murder. And it's reasonable for her to think that we can put a gun in her hand for this murder. It's reasonable for her to think that. But it wasn't until she realized we didn't have a murder weapon, and she was like, oh, they need my help. I gotta say something. And it was in a leather holster. You know who got his credibility to? Scott. We know he was shot at least 2 times. These were shot from the same gun. And no, they're not consistent with the 38 bullets found in Scott's apartment. They're just not. And they're not consistent with a 357 or whatever other gun they think maybe involved. No, it's consistent with 38 special revolvers, not 357. I'm gonna talk about Melody's lies. She was interviewed by Sergeant Hayes and Sergeant Paganol. And when she was told that her husband of almost 39 years was shot, do you remember what her question was? Do you know what kind of bullet? That would not have even crossed my mind to ask. No suspicion. What do you mean he was shot? What? I thought he just, what do you mean? He had health issues. She's not worthy of belief. She lied to them about Ted Wiley. She lied to them about her phone. She lied to them about Rusty Barton, her XO tattoo, going to Jamaica with Rusty, Gary going out to eat on the 3rd. She never mentioned that. Because you know what? She was waiting inside that house with her gun, ready to confront him. She lied about going to Walmart. She lied about how much money I spent nothing. Man, profligate spending. I had to look that word up. Chris booked it. She kept saying Chris booked a beach trip. No. She knew Gary booked that, but she wanted to blame Chris. Gary being on his deathbed, coughing out blood. Occam's razor, y'all. The simplest answer is the truth. The simplest answer in this case is where all this evidence points, and that is to Melody Walker Farris. It points to no one else. This is not a series of coincidences. She was not framed. She's not the unluckiest woman in the world. And again, there is not a series of justifiable reasons that explain her conduct. There's just not. And there aren't justifiable explanations to explain the evidence. July 24th, Rusty says, to law enforcement, she told me he's in the burn pile. She's arrested a year later, booked into Cherokee County. They have a jail call on June 24th, and whoop, on June 25th, he recants that statement. Y'all, there's Melody Farris for you. That manipulation. She knew Rusty was her Achilles heel in this case. She knew that. She had to shut it down. You know what she was really hoping? This is how she wanted it to go down. She knew the only way out of this marriage was murder. She knew that. I don't know why she thought that, but that is what she knew. Murdering the father of her children. She was hoping his body, being on that burn pile, would be chalked up to a health episode. She didn't think the sheriff's office would find that bullet in his rib. She just didn't. That's clear. She didn't think there would be blood left in her home. She didn't think anyone would be looking for it. She didn't think law enforcement would be all over that house. Well, we found it. And we kept digging. And we found more and more and more. We found out about your affairs, your disdain for your husband, your obsession with money and things and materialism. She never once encouraged law enforcement to find the person that actually did this. She didn't think this is how any of this would play out. She manipulated her own mother to have an affair with Ted Wiley. She manipulated Martha to have an affair with Rusty. She manipulated Amanda to go with her to continue her affairs with Rusty. She manipulated Emily. She would go to Nashville to see Emily and disappear to go see Rusty. She used all of the people in her life. She used Sherry Cooper to see Rusty. She used Rusty to try to get away with murder. She used Scott Farris to try to get away with murder. She used Chris Farris to try to get away with murder. And she used Gary throughout the entire marriage. She had the motive, she had the means, and she's the only one who had those. And she's the only one who had the opportunity. There is no evidence this was Scott. Mr. Focus told you in opening we had to shrink the world. That's what he meant. And that's what we did. There is no evidence that she had help. That would make our job a lot easier. Her help was on the phone. It was Rusty Barton. There is no evidence it was anyone else. This evidence demands a verdict of guilty. Do not reward this criminal behavior. Do not reward her for almost succeeding in burning up her husband's body, unrecognizable to the point where doctors and forensic anthropologists cannot determine if any organs in his body had trauma. And no, you cannot tell me that there were no injuries on bones. Half those bones were gone. What you know is there was a bullet in his body and a bullet found in the basement with his DNA on it, and a gun that went missing from Martha Barton, who she had access to. She knew where that gun was. Do not reward her for almost concealing successfully the death, the gruesome death of her husband. Hold her accountable. Melody was the only one who wanted him dead. She was the only one who would benefit from him being gone. She was the only one repeatedly betraying him. There are no games here. Murder is not a chess game. It is malicious. And Gary did not deserve this. The last thing he saw was staring down the barrel of a .38 revolver in the hands of his bitter wife, who was constantly betraying him. But this was the ultimate betrayal. Hold her accountable. You are the voice of Cherokee County in this case. You have the evidence to convict her beyond a reasonable doubt. We have proven it to you, and you have it. It's in the form of thousands of exhibits, testimony from the stand, audio, a lot of audio. If there is something you want to see or hear that you can't find back there, you send a note out to the judge. Do not reward her for being a smart criminal. You are the voice of Cherokee County that we do not tolerate this in this county. You do not get to shoot and mutilate your life partner. You don't get to take away the grandfather of your grandchildren. That is not your choice to make. The ultimate betrayal. Gary will not walk through that door. And that's because she took him off this planet. Find her guilty of all the counts in this indictment. The evidence and the law demand it.
All right, I want everyone in the audience to stay where you are. Jurors, y'all can take a 15-minute break, and then I'll give you the charge. That's going to be probably 40 to 50 minutes.
Conference, we have finished the closing statements and rebuttal. Let's see what we have here. Let me see what's on here next.
Before y'all leave the area, you're free to stay and talk to anyone you want to. You're also free to leave and not talk to anyone. There are many folks that would like to have an opportunity to talk to you.
Oh, that's him talking to the jurors. Well, I don't know what that's about. Did I miss something? Let me see. Oh, boy. I'm only going back to this for this part is because I would like to know what questions they were asking. That's not me. That's his microphone. It doesn't have any sound just yet. He reading the question, I think, Barb.
I'm not certain what this first word is. But
He can't read their crappy handwriting.
I believe it's calls with Melody and Rusty. Rusty asking for corroboration of Melody's statement.
Here we go with that call. That's that call that they played in the beginning of closing. I knew they weren't gonna be able to reconcile that. I knew it.
Second request is Rusty interview with Pope, original statement about comment on burn pile. And Pope's response, you know what this means.
Mm-hmm.
3, call played in closing argument with Melody and Rusty, full call. Then the either more difficult or easier to answer questions, because it's probably going to be you have the evidence and you're not going to hear any other evidence, and it's up for you to determine these things that you're requesting if there is any evidence of it. First, how far back were Gary's emails checked for straight talk charges? Were deleted emails checked for straight talk charges? Was a travel CPAP ever found? which device, phone or laptop, was the device picking up the Google pings?
They got a lot of questions.
Then a comment question after that, raw data, Google services raw data export for Gary, which I believe they have. And then 4 AT&T Verizon tower data. So I don't know I don't know if there's anything for me to tell them other than the evidence is closed. They have all the evidence that's been submitted, and it's for them to determine whether they have those things in the evidence. All right. As for the calls, do y'all have an idea? If you want to look at it and see if that helps you get a better idea.
The first one and the third one is the same call.
They should be the
August
same.
2nd, 2017. Third one would be the part that you allowed, which is only very, I pay for. Just the fire assistance statement. I only pay a really small portion of it.
Is that what can you figure out that first word is? Collier.
They're talking about the application, the recording is called call.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I had no idea what that meant.
Call with Melody and Rusty. Asking for corroboration of Melody's statement, and then call played and closing arguments of Melody and Rusty, full call.
I guess they want to hear that full call.
August the 2nd, full
I only
call.
played one call, right?
Yeah.
So that's the same call.
Maybe just play that whole.
We can play that call and then I'll ask them if that's what they wanted. Was there something else that they needed?
And then Rusty interviewed, yeah.
How long is that call?
It's an hour.
Yeah.
That's well.
We ain't doing a
that's
whole
what
hour.
And then
I wore a full sleeve shirt today. So hoping that wasn't going to be in my room for an hour.
as far as the second.
I will turn on my fan now.
I will say, for the digital requests, they do not have a printout of the tower dumps. The full tower dumps were admitted for Lindsay to be able to testify about them, but we did not print out the full tower dump. So we probably need to print those out if they want the full tower dump. I don't know if they're going to know how to read it.
Right.
But
So you gave them the report. We admitted the full records so that the witness could testify about them and give you the summary report with the
because
data.
tower dumps were not even in her PowerPoint. She
Right.
just testified about searching and the number not being found, or being found those 3 times other people called her. So
We can provide those to them, but they may not be able to decipher them.
well, and if they're printed, yeah, they won't be able to search for a phone number. They won't be able to do what, yeah.
Right.
So, and then everything else, yes, I agree that they just need to.
All right.
Yes.
Y'all have any objection to me telling them that we will give them the cell phone dump data if they want it?
How many pages is it?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
I mean, it's.
It's going to be lots and lots of pages.
We can show it to them on the screen and scroll through it and say, "You're welcome. I'll give it to you if you want it. It was admitted."
Was it?
In fact, we probably need. I mean, it needs to be part of the record. Really.
I think you could probably bring them out and just ask them, like, we get a, here's how many.
Before we print it out, I'll ask them.
Yeah.
And I'll let Ms. Frankish put it up on the screen if she'll show y'all what she has, and then we will show them this is what it looks like. And if you want it, we'll give it to you, but it's indecipherable. You played the full, and then I can ask if they want the full hour recording, which is fine.
It should also the interview with Hunter.
Rusty's interview with.
Right. How much of the interview?
Play it all.
Was it?
Yeah, the only part we played of the interview was
Oh, yeah, they just
the only part we played was when they came back in.
I just gotta find it.
Right, when they came back in with the.
Yes, I can cue that up, but I'll need to get the exact. Can I do that, Judge?
Yeah.
It is not showing me how many pages this in like a notes format?
Oh, good God. Yeah, put it on screen.
Yeah, we'll put it up on the screen and show them. I'll let you roll through it and let them, because maybe they just want to know that it exists and what it looks like.
Sure.
Um,
So this is gonna look really, really weird because it's in notepad. So, yeah.
Oh, is it text format?
It's in text format. That's the format I was sending.
You should be able to open that in Word. If you point Word to the file and say, open this file, that may make it a little bit easier to digest.
Just
not,
not get the.
not much.
It'll at least tell me how many pages it is.
Yeah.
Well, it's calculating, we're at 496.
Yeah. That's, I guess, if we don't have to print it out for the record, that does need to be attached as a digital file to the record.
2,885.
All right.
And that's just one tower.
And I think we went to.
Okay.
We went to the pregnant part.
But we'll let you push it up to the screen and just kind of roll through it so they can see what it looks like.
I'll open each one in Word.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think it was right. That's right. I think it was 141.
So I guess maybe that's right then.
Yeah. No, but it's not. It started when it starts.
Did y'all take good notes of when we played them portions of where we started and where we stopped?
I do, Judge. I can get there. I just got to make sure.
Yes.
Next one of these we're going to have a separate.
So
we're going to need a separate person just
So the
cataloging the evidence.
The Verizon tower reports are broken down by tower in Excel format.
Judge, I need to do something to get the volume here. Or is that?
Are you just plugging on the hard drive?
I'm just going off the
You got to switch it back here. I think I
Switch it to two.
See if that
Oh,
pulls it out.
Just get right there.
What's one?
One is when you plug in the computer.
Got it. Thank you. Maybe.
We talked and that 74-minute
That's where if we're here next week, I have court scheduled every day for other things that I need to hear that I haven't been able to hear for a month. And if they want to, I may try to find a courtroom somewhere else in the building for me to hold court on. I know, but I know that's an issue because the building's full, but we'll try to figure that out. But if we do, and they want to view something or listen to something that's going to be an hour or so, I may ask if we can do that without me being present. Me come in, us set it up, play it, me go take care of other work, and then if there's some issue that comes up, I'll come back and put it on the record. But hopefully we won't have to deal with that for various issues, but if we do, it may be that we don't have another location to do it, and so I may be holding court in here and then have to kick them out for us to deal with the jury if they're still here.
What kind of stuff you got?
I have court every day. I'm calling all of y'all's cases in. We have 1 day of motion for new trial status conferences on Zoom, so I can do those in the office. I have a Zoom. Evidence, you will not be receiving any additional evidence. If that evidence was provided for you or not, y'all have as much information as you're going to receive. As same thing with 3, except that information on the device and pings for Google should be in the information you have. Well, so if y'all want to write down a note to try to further ask that information, it may be
It may be that you can't tell because the ID hides the phone number or what the device is. I believe we took out that information outside your presence, and it may not have been explained to you, but you have what you have. As far as your question about the AT&T and Verizon tower data, there's a reason that has not been provided to you. It's somewhere around 2,400 pages of data. It was provided to the expert. It was admitted and tendered into evidence. It was not presented to you. I've asked Ms. Frankish to pull it up, and she's going to just kind of show you what it looks like on the screen. So for which one is this one, Ms. Frankish? So that's what an AT&T tower dump looks like, which is why it was given to an expert, and the expert provided analysis and gave that analysis to you. But that's what the raw data looks like.
Worksheets are Verizon towers.
So Verizon puts it in a format that you can decipher somewhat more.
And is broken down by their towers near the house.
So would you like to peruse that anymore, or do you have any other questions about it? It does exist, so it is on your evidence log, but you were not actually, I don't even know if you were actually shown the raw data, but it was provided to the expert testified about it. All right.
We talked about that.
Oh, they listening to that whole call again.
Stuff and I listened and
right.
It was kind of weird.
Wow. We're not going to listen to the whole call again. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take us into the verdict part. Wow, they listened to that whole damn call again. No, we won't do that here. Day 19. Okay, let me see. Day 20.
Maybe getting a verdict tonight, whether you do not anticipate getting a verdict tonight, whether you want to come back tomorrow if you're going to continue to work, or whether you want to come back on Monday. Is that somewhat clear? All right, if y'all could do that, and y'all can just give me a report.
So day 20, it looks like he asking the jury.
A circle that knows that y'all are in this case. Do not let them talk to you about the case at all. To the extent you can stay home and sleep and watch college football tomorrow. Don't have my.
Okay. So that day they didn't have a verdict. Wait a minute. So there was parts where they were deadlocked. Wait a minute, y'all.
Yeah. All right. And I've written up a little bit, but nothing significant. All right, bring them back in.
I didn't know that they were deadlocked at different points, y'all. It took them a while to get to a verdict. He bringing them back in for something else. I don't know what he bringing them back in for now. But it do say verdict, so.
Saying that you don't believe that you'll be able to come to a unanimous decision. I know that y'all are working hard. I know this was a long and complicated case. And here's what I have to say to y'all. When we talk about jury service, the phrase that comes up is the best and brightest. Y'all are the best and brightest of our community. Y'all have been selected to try this case. No one is more qualified than the 12 of you to make a decision in this case. In the instructions I gave you last week, you were instructed to reach a unanimous decision, and you should continue to deliberate and attempt to reach that conclusion. There is no set time for deliberations to cease. I'm going to instruct you to return back to the jury room and continue to deliberate until such time as you can reach a verdict. I have other court matters, as I told you, that I've been handling all morning. I'm going to be here all day. Just for y'all to know if something were to happen or you were to have a question or something along that nature. I have about an hour that I'm going to do another hearing on till about 12:30. Then we're going to break for lunch. I have a 2 o'clock appointment with the county manager and the consultants on the new building project. So
Okay, so they were hung there.
And then if my
And so then they came back 3 hours later.
that case back up and still be in.
Go back to what? I think this is verdict time. And guys, so they were hung and then they sent them back and then they came back. It looked like about 3 hours later.
Jury's been working diligently on this case for the last 4 weeks of trial and for the last several days of deliberation. I don't want any outbursts one way or the other. If you don't think you'll be able to restrain yourself one way or the other, then you need to step out. All right, anything else we need to take up before we bring the jurors in? All right, we have our 2 alternates. All right, go ahead and bring them. Well, we have 4, but only two are coming. All right, I understand y'all reached a verdict.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it signed by you as forum?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you'll hand it to the bailiff, then I'll review it and then I'll hand it back to you. All right, if you'll hand that back to the foreman. All right, sir, as foreman, I'm going to have you stand and publish your verdict. You can do that just by saying, "We, the jury," and then to each count, say, "We find the defendant guilty or not guilty," as to each count.
We, the jury, as to the count 5, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 4, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 3, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 2, find the defendant guilty. And we, the jury, as to count 1, find the defendant guilty.
All right, we'll hand it back to the bailiff. Madam Bailiff, you can show it to counsel. All right, anything y'all want to take up?
No, oh, we'd ask you to poll.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has asked that you be polled. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. We're going to run through each one of you. If you still remember your original jury number, if you don't, we'll give you some prompting. But if you'll stand up, we will then, I'll ask you a series of questions, and then I'll move to the next juror. After you see me do it twice, you'll understand what we're doing. All right, so Mr. Bailiff, Mr. Clerk, if you'll call the juror.
Number 3.
All right, ma'am, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 7.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next.
Number 14.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, what?
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated.
Number 28.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes. Number 40.
Ask me. All right. Sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. Number 41.
Ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
All right, next.
Number 48.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated. All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room? Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict? All right, next.
Number 60.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 65.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 71.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, sir. Number 79.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
It is.
All right, you may be seated. That's all for jurors. All right, anything else? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that ends your service in this case. I want to thank you for your service. You are now free to go about your day and your lives and look up anything you want to about the case, talk to anyone about the case, or not, as you choose. That is completely up to you and how you want to handle that. There are the media folks have reached out and want to talk to you. The way we're going to do that is I have some packets of information from them that I'm going to give you in just a moment. Before y'all leave the area, you are free to stay and talk to anyone you want to. You're also free to leave and not talk to anyone. There are many folks that would like to have an opportunity to talk to you. Again, that is completely up to you. And whether you want to talk to the lawyers, any of the family members, or the media is completely up to you. And they will make themselves available. I'm sure the media folks will be out the front door. If you want to talk to them, I'm going to direct them not to bother you if you want to go out the back door and go to your car and leave the premises. All right, so with that, y'all can be excused to the jury. Yeah, and if the alternates, y'all can step out. I'm going to give y'all that same information. So if y'all step out with the bailiffs, y'all can come through. They're going to want you to walk around. Y'all want to schedule sentencing?
Judge, let's go ahead and schedule it for sooner rather than later.
All right.
Due to the bill.
We can shoot for the first week of December, second week of December. I'll talk with Tracy. I have jury trials scheduled the week before Thanksgiving. I know I have a conference the first full week of December, so second week. So we will reach out to y'all and have a scheduling conference on when the best time to do sentencing would be. We'll try to get that scheduled for you. All right. But ma'am, you will be remanded into custody after you've been convicted. Your bond is deemed insufficient at this time. You'll be taken into custody to await sentencing. All right. All right. Y'all can take her in the back. If y'all need a chance to talk to her, y'all keep her here for a little bit so that the attorneys can talk to her if they need to.
Oh no, they cuffing her. She getting the jangling. Jangling. Oh shoot. Oh no.
All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm about to put in a sentencing so we can complete the full case of it. So in regards to our schedule for tomorrow, of course they don't have any live trials, and that's why I tried to poll y'all to see what we were going to watch after Melody, right? And we will be, of course, done with Melody today. So I know that the Apple River trial is the one that won the vote. And let me see. I don't even know which one was the second one. So if you lurking and you haven't voted, if you could vote in regards to if we're starting this trial tomorrow, just so you're aware that on let me find my notes. I think it was the Apple River one was number one, and then we have Murdoch, and then it was Crumbly. Yep. That's what I got in my notes. Apple River, Murdoch, and Crumbly. So that's for that part, just so y'all aware. So I'm just trying to get us something. And then as a filler buster, we will be we'll go back to our Holly Bubble because the post-conviction hearings will start up next week. And I do want to revisit all the post-conviction hearings that they have from May, I think it was May, June, or May, August. It's a couple months, a couple days that we need to cover, and that's going to lead us into what's going to be on the schedule for the 29th and 30th next week. The next trial that I actually think that I even have start in, and don't quote me on this, is January the 5th. But, you know, they may have some live trials or sentencing that we just don't know of just yet between now and January 5th. Murdoch, I think that may be too long for us during this period of time. Because I don't know. I think that trial was like 100 days. Crumbly, I'm not sure how long that trial was. So I don't know how long that, I can't remember how long that one was. Okay, let me find. What's this girl name? Melody, Ferris wheel girl. Yeah, she looked shocked. She looked shocked as shit. I can't believe they were hung. Like, I wonder how many people were holding out. They probably beat that person up back there in the back.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's too fast.
Oh, Cooper's cute. Cooper's cute. C-section baby. Cooper's a real cute.
Oh, look at her wobble wobble. She doing the wobble wobble. Shake it, shake it. Got on her arm.
All right, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. We are here on the state of Georgia versus Melody Farris in 23 CR 0715. This defendant was convicted on November 4th, 2024 of 5 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making false statements. We're here for sentencing on those 5 counts, which a jury convicted her and found guilty for. In regards to the sentencing, Judge, both the defense and I agree that under 1617, the court is going to sentence on count 1. Count 2 will be vacated as a matter of law. Count 3 will merge into count 1. And then the court will sentence on 4 and 5. And the range for 4 is 1 to 10, and that's 16-10-31. And the range for count 5 is 1 to 5 under 16-10-20.
All right, Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray, y'all in agreement with that?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
All right, you have evidence you want to present?
I have 1 exhibit to present, and then 2 exhibits to present, and then the family has a few impact statements.
All right.
Possibly just 1 that they would like me to read into the record, which I have already shown the defense.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
State's exhibit 1 is a video of Melody Farris with his granddaughter, Olivia.
that dress now off somehow.
Aren't you?
She's at that point. She wants to flip
You're
over
just a
on
square
her belly.
girl. That's how you is. You're just a square girl. You don't stand up for me. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I know.
She wasn't talking
You
to
had a
her.
rough day.
It was a child.
Olivia, his granddaughter, Emily Payne's daughter. And that was from May of 2018. And then Judge, this is just a photo, states the two that like took an evidence as well.
Right.
And at this time, I'm going to read into the record a statement written by Emily Payne on behalf of the family. Your Honor, since our father was taken from us, our lives have been filled with an unbearable void. Every day feels like a constant reminder of what we've lost. Gary was a father, grandfather, brother, uncle, friend, and colleague to many. We miss his laughter, his warmth, and his presence in our lives. It's a pain that will never go away. Gary was not just our beloved father, but our confidant and our rock. Now we are left to navigate life without his guidance and support. Every milestone, every happy moment is tainted by the thought that he will not be here to share it with us. There will be no more birthday parties, backyard gatherings, holiday celebrations, or other family activities to share together. Those opportunities to say I love you are forever gone. Our family is forever broken from this tragedy. This loss is only made worse by the betrayal of trust we feel for our mother. To know that the person who caused the suffering to our family was someone we relied on the most is a wound that may never heal. Our children are now growing up without their big daddy and grandma. The impact on their young lives is devastating. They ask questions we cannot answer, and we often find ourselves lost for words when they ask why they don't have a grandmother or grandfather. We ask this court to consider the gravity of this crime, the devastating impact it has had on our family, and to ensure that justice is served. No sentence can ever bring our father back, but a just punishment can offer a semblance of closure and prevent another family from experiencing this unimaginable pain. Your Honor, that's all of the statements and evidence the state has. I just have closing.
All right. What do we need? We need to do something with the other indictment.
Yes, Judge, I will be submitting an all to that.
All right.
I haven't done that.
Okay. You do that after sentencing. That's fine.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Sweet, Mr. Ray.
Judge, we have two witnesses, or actually, we have one, he's prepared a statement, we were just gonna call him and let him read the statement.
All right, that's fine.
Just call Mr. Dave Thomas.
Where do you want him, Judge?
He can just come up to the lectern's fine. All right, go ahead. No, just swear, man.
He's running for his testimony that before this court, the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, put your hand down. And you judge this for record purposes. Can you say your name?
David Thomas.
And have you prepared a statement to read to the court for purposes of sentencing?
I have.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, may I address the court and say a few things to you and the family?
All right.
First, I'd like to address the Farris family. I want each and every one of you to know how sorry I am for the loss of your dad, your brother, and Melody, for your husband, Gary. I understand what it's like to lose both parents. I buried both of mine in the pouring down rain in 29-degree weather on a Christmas Eve not too long ago. So I understand all the questions about death and why. Yours is even more complicated as to who and why. You are all in my prayers and in my thoughts as these years have gone by. No amount of money can ever replace a parent, a spouse, or brother, and no amount of money is ever worth anybody's life. Second, Melody, I am your friend. And I will stand up for you today because in this 8 months, 6 years ago that I came to know you, I witnessed what a true friend could be to another friend of ours who was fighting for his life, as he still is today. I saw what your heart was made of in spite of your own circumstances and problems, and that you wanted to help, not to hurt, but to help. I saw the kindness you showed myself along with other people around you. I know your story always remained the same, and it never changed. And in my heart of hearts, I believe in your innocence. For I would not be here today, along with our friend in spirit, Alan, who is fighting this horrible disease called cancer as we speak. Third, Your Honor, this is my friend Melody. Melody Walker Farris, whom I come before you today on her behalf as a friend to ask you for mercy. I ask you for grace. I ask you for leniency upon your decision of her sentencing. Gary's death was a horrible tragedy, and there is no excuse for murder on any level. But to convict someone and sentence them for life is even more of a tragedy in itself, especially if it is the wrong person, and especially if all of the evidence was not able to be presented to the jury as a complete investigation should have been brought forth. There were a lot of holes in this case and a lot of unanswered questions. I don't know who's responsible for Gary's death. I know the jury did the best they could with the information that they had to work with, Your Honor. But there were doubts, and there still are for many of us in this case today. I don't know who will have to live with that burden for the rest of their lives, but in coming to know Melody, I cannot believe she is the one responsible for her husband's death. And
Judge, I'm going to object. He cannot impeach the verdict. That's improper statement. We can talk about it affects him and the family, but he cannot impeach the verdict.
I'm gonna let him go ahead.
If I gave you a roadmap and tore it in half and expected you to reach a decision in this case without all of the information, that would not be fair to anyone, including Gary, if the wrong person was convicted. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Anyone got any questions?
No.
All right.
So we just have one more. If the court will recall, there was a gentleman that sat behind Ms. Farris during the entirety of the trial. That is Mr. Alan Wilson. He's suffering from cancer, as you're not referring to. He's unable to be here due to the sickness.
Okay.
So he's very sick.
All right. Y'all. All right. All right. Go ahead.
Judge, take a second because I got to zoom in. So, Mr. Alan Wilson writes, I've been Melody Walker Farris's friend for the past 30 years. I helped to build her and Gary's house at Hampton Hall, and that's where our friendship began. I have watched her children grow up over the years and become adults. Melody has always been an incredible friend to me. Melody always went the extra mile to make sure that I was okay in my life, even at times when things were not good in hers. I appreciate her more than you know, especially 6 years ago when I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. It took everything she had to help my friend Dave throw a surprise Christmas gathering for me, but she did, even when her world was falling apart. We have done things over the years like dinner, social events, and just plain hanging out, as Melody would give you the shirt off her back. She always loved her children, no matter what. She loved Gary from the beginning and stuck with him over the years, stating and trying to raise their 4 children as a mother should. She was there for Gary when he was sick. She was there for her children when they needed her, and next one. And she was there for all of us. Yeah, I believe we just will have some argument as the sentence, but Ms. Farris wanted to address the court whenever it's appropriate.
I'll generally let her go last, so long as she doesn't talk about the facts of the case. So y'all can go ahead and present.
I'm gonna reserve that, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Judges, has the argument. We've already addressed the murder issue. We agree with that. Aggravated assault should merge into the malice murder count based on the way that the indictment reads. So the court will only be sentencing on count 1, count 4, as well as count 5. The court knows you can sentence her to a minimum of life as to count 1, or a maximum of life without the possibility of parole. The court can also run consecutive to either one of those sentences, a maximum of 15 years. We will be asking the court to ask to count 1 sentence Ms. Farris to life with the possibility of parole, ask to count 4, 10 years concurrent, and ask to count 5 years concurrent, both to count 1.
Looking at the Department of Corrections inmate population, available online, you can see that once a person gets over the age of 65, their presence in the prison system dwindles dramatically. Melody is currently 63 years old. Any sentence really that this court gives, if it gives her life with the possibility of parole, with the current restrictions on parole eligibility being at 30 years for this sentence, is essentially a death sentence for mistakes. Before even being eligible and not guaranteed parole after 30 years, that would make her 93 years old before she's eligible for parole. And looking at the female population of the current Department of Corrections, there are currently, her age, only 11 females currently in custody in state of Georgia. If you go 10 years from that, you get to 74, there is one, and there are no females older than 74 currently housed within the Department of Corrections. Based on that, Judge, and the facts of the case, as the court heard them, there's a reason for this to be a trial and to be such a long trial. I think that there was some doubt, especially with the jury stating that at one point they were home and they coming back with a verdict. And we respect the jury's verdict, although we do not agree with it. So for those reasons, her age, her lack of criminal history, which the court has heard hundreds of times during all the bond hearings and that we had over the years, of which she had no history, that the appropriate sentence in this case would be the court sentence her to life on count 1, with counts 4 and 5, 5 and 10 to run concurrent. At least that will give her some possibility of being parole eligible at some point in the future.
Judge, a jury has already convicted Melody Farris of all of the crimes in this indictment. They did not find doubt in this case. They did not see the holes. They saw the picture as clearly as Mr. Fogus, Sergeant Hayes, and I did, and the family. I want to start by talking about the aggravation in this case. I think it's pretty clear the jury convicted her of concealment. And within that concealment, the facts were that she burned his body to 33 pounds of a 300-pound man. And the facts in this case also made it clear that she wanted him found. She watched Amanda and Scott both walk by the burn pile. Amanda even tossed something in there, waiting for someone to find his remains because she is not stupid. She knew a body needed to be found. So she points it out to Scott strategically. Her child. She made her children find this body. Their father burned up in a burn pile. The granddaughters were on the property looking for him. The fact that she used the children and Lake Lanier as an attempted alibi, it's deplorable. When you think about her statements to Rusty Barton, when she states that body should not have been burned up, she wanted her children to find their father. I say all this to say that the way Gary Farris was rolled out after being shot by his wife of 38 years to a burn pile on his own property, disposed of like trash, when he had just been blessed with a third granddaughter 6 months before, and now he will never meet the future grandchildren. He was robbed of a life as a grandfather, a father to his adult children to help them navigate the difficulties of life. That was supposed to be his best stage of life. Being a grandparent. And Judge, I just want to point out under 171030, which does not apply to this case, but a defendant has a depravity of mind who mutilates or seriously disfigures a victim's body after death may have been found to have a depraved mind. That's clear in this case. Melody Farris has a depraved mind. That's aggravation. And then throughout the investigation and the trial, continues to blame her children for this death, for this murder of their father and the grandfather of their grandchildren. She tainted and tarnished her children's relationships, not only with each other, but tried to drag their relationships with their father through the mud when they had nothing but love and respect for him. She successfully divided her family, isolating Amanda, and it's all for her own selfish motive. All of this. The motive evidence in this case was overwhelming. Blaming her own sons for a murder she committed is unthinkable as a mom and just as human. This sentence should not reflect the defendant where she is in life because she chose to commit this crime at that time. She chose to commit this crime 6 months after Olivia was born. But it should reflect the life that was lost and the way it was lost, the manner in which it was lost. At her hands, with her depraved heart and mind. Gary was a brilliant lawyer, a forgiving man, and a beloved father and grandfather. The sentence should reflect what this family and what the world has lost. And that deserves a sentence of imprisonment of life without the possibility of parole. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Harris, do you have a statement?
I did. I've written this so that I can get through the words.
Okay.
On July the 5th, 2018, 6 years, 5 months ago today, began the worst nightmare that I could have ever imagined. Not only my world, but my family's world was absolutely destroyed at the hands of one person. I've had 6+ years of being told not to talk. Don't say that. Take legal advice. I could walk out of this courtroom today and drop over dead. I want to make sure that my children, my grandchildren, and Gary's family, and to be honest, at this point in time, the entire world who has viewed this. I have waited for years to make this statement to everyone. I want the world to know who did this. I have always heard that the courtroom is the last place you're going to get the truth. And has that ever been proven to be the truth in this case? Not only did I not do this, I know who did. I know Scott killed his father. He took my husband, the father of Chris, Emily, and Amanda. He took Big Daddy from our grandchildren, Ella, Addison, Olivia, Jax, and James, 3 of them who never got to know Gary. Scott, this is unforgivable. Scott has spent an entire life of loving and protecting you, but this I refuse to cover for you. My mother, your mom, begged me to take the blame for this. She said after she talked to you, after Gary died, that she knew you had done it. Her exact words were, "You are his mother. You have to take blame for this." And I told her no, that I couldn't. I still have 3 other children, grandchildren, and this is not a stolen credit card, a check, or a diamond ring that you've pawned, all of which you have done. I saw you coming from that burn pile the morning of July the 5th in your truck. You told me that you were checking on the fire to make sure that it wasn't going to get the woods on fire. You told me it was okay. I asked you a few weeks later why you were at that burn pile in your truck. And you told me that your dad had told you to clean up the extra wood that was by the barn. I told Hayes that I had seen Scott that morning coming from the burn pile. So Hayes, where is that recording? I want to know. You told me there was multiple recorders. You did, but you sat here in this courtroom and you told this court that you didn't tell anybody about recorders, but you did. Where is that recording in the interview? You, Scott, immediately started saying that there was a gun missing, a gun that nobody knew about. You never mentioned before. I asked you more days than not where your dad was, and this was the first time you ever had that response. There's a gun missing. You should have you did start immediately spinning your story when you found out that Addison and Cameron were there the night before. You got so angry. Now I know why. When I went to feed the baby goat the morning that
Your Honor, I'm not objecting at this point. It's all about facts of the case. You, in fact, misstated. The statement needs to not be about facts.
Right. Well, Ms. Farris, really not supposed to go into the evidence of this phase of the case. And what I typically do is if the defendant wants to go into the facts of the case, I'm going to allow the state to cross-examine or ask questions, which I don't really anticipate you want to do.
I would just ask to
But
close, Judge.
your
That's it.
statements needs to be constrained to the punishment, and if there's things you want to talk about in relation to that and how I should sentence you, I don't have a problem if you want to continue to profess your innocence, but we're not going to go on for a significant period of time. You resuscitate your view of the case and your opinion as to what the evidence is without your prior testimony and without the state being able to cross-examine it. It's not proper. So I'm going to ask you to restrain your remarks to comply with those directions.
Judge, this needs to be known.
Well,
I'll just ask to respond, Judge.
all right, go ahead.
I went to feed the baby goat the morning of July the 5th before I left for the lake. I saw where you had washed out the barn. I later found that several bottles of house wash were missing after this all happened several weeks ago. Now I know why. The photos of your bathroom spotlessly clean. Now I know why. I know why you demanded me to move the tractor that you so were upset about it being in the place. Now I know why. Scott, you called me on July the 4th and asked me what my plans were for the day. And I told you I was going to the lake with Amanda, and you were so glad that I was going. I thought it odd then. Now I know why. I found copies of my birth certificate, your dad's birth certificate, our marriage license in your truck. Now I know why. Scott, I saw Gary going to that barn the night of July the 3rd, right after you got home. And then Scott is going, and I thought then Scott's going to be in trouble for staying at the lake and playing golf all the time. Never in a million years did I ever think that this nightmare was starting then. I told you, Detective Hayes, that I saw Scott going over there to the barn. Where is that in the recording? A bag. I know exactly where and when I was standing. Scott, you put antifreeze under my kitchen sink to set me up for this. That only you would have known where it was because it was for the Mercedes. When Amanda and I were putting that house back together, you sat in there and watched us like a hawk. Now I know why. You became so angry when the fire investigator came in July, weeks after this nightmare started. Now I know why you were so angry. Scott, you failed your polygraph test. You recorded meetings at the attorney's office and turned them over to the DA's office. We hired Manny to help us. Emily is the one who used her daddy's credit card to pay for that attorney. Scott, you got so angry that your sister Amanda was getting my personal clothes and my personal things to the point that Cherokee County had to be called. That is not the actions of the same person. Scott's anger issues have all been a huge issue. When he was in kindergarten and elementary school, Chris would.
I'm objecting. At this point, she's dragging Scott through the mud and scared her. This is not.
All right, Ms. Farris, I'm going to cut you off if you keep just wanting to resuscitate facts that aren't before the court. And Ms. Frankish, I will give you a chance to respond to the extent that you want to and give you closing statement.
I am the mother that was always there for my children, even though they had done things that were wrong. Chris, who took care of your girls and loved them if they were my own, who came and got them off the street when you were acting an absolute fool because they were scared to death, who drove down to Buckhead and got your children.
I will tell you. Okay, so just to kind of give you some direction. Things that are appropriate, you helping take care of your family, raise your family, those kind of things, what you've done throughout your life, and asking the court to exert some sort of mercy on you, things of that nature are appropriate. So you can talk about those kind of things, but let's don't go into the individual facts or things that haven't been previously presented to the court. Okay. All right, go ahead.
I love Ella and Addison more than life itself. and it was their life or mine, it would be mine in a heartbeat. Emily, who helped you move to and from an apartment and a house in 19-degree weather, even though I knew that you were trying to keep it from me. I was always there for you. I came back to you in Thompson Station after your husband was arrested to care for you and Olivia. I am so sorry that your children will never know their big daddy. Amanda and Chad, words cannot express my gratitude for everything that you've done for me. Thank you so very much. And I was fortunate enough to get to care for James every day since he was 3 weeks old. He is my pride and joy. Love for that little boy is unbelievable. I spent 18 plus months in the Cherokee County Jail over something that I did not do. The last thing, I thought that was the last thing I could do to Gary, for him, to get justice for him. I can remember thinking, it's okay that I sit here. I just want answers. That's all I want. And I still haven't gotten them. And I don't think that I ever will. And that scares me to death. Amanda was the only one of my children that got up here and told the truth. And I thank her for that every day. Judge Cannon, I had so many questions, so many whys. Why were so many things not their task? Why was the barn never checked? I think that would have given us so many answers. Why did they run out of Blue Star? They were on my property for days. I beg of you to get answers. Judge Cannon, I'm begging for justice for Gary, for my children, for my grandchildren, for Gary's family. And I am begging that you throw out this verdict. Be the 13th juror. Help us get justice. I did not do this. I promise you on my life, the 18 months that I did in Cherokee County was nothing compared to the last month that I spent in there. Now I know that Cherokee County did not do the job in the investigation. They took Scott's story and ran with it. I know that in my heart, body, and soul, who did this, and I'm begging for help. I'm begging you, Judge Cannon. Please do not send me to prison for something I didn't do. I did not do this. If I had done this, I would take this charge gladly. If it would bring Gary back, I would gladly go to prison. I do not want to wait years for an appeal. I've waited 6 years and 5 months for justice already, but here we are. Maybe I should have testified, but I listened to legal counsel. I wanted the truth out there, and this is why I am making the statement. I will talk to any and everyone who can help me and my family. I never wanted my family's life to be played out for the world to see. It is a mother's job to protect her children, and I cannot protect the person who did this. We can't replace Gary. That is unforgivable. I promise you to work hand in hand with the DA's office. But what scares me the most is that because of several individuals, so many others in this county that did not do their job, justice will never be done. For the last 6 years and 5 months, my every thought has been consumed with this. No matter what I do, it never leaves. And until you have lived this, nobody can understand. And I would not wish this on anybody. When I heard of the mother of the boy at that Appalachia school shooting, she called to tell that her own son was going to the school with a gun. My heart broke for her. This is a mother's worst nightmare. Judge Cannon, I beg of you for help. As one parent to another, help me get justice for Gary and my family. A mother, or at least not this mother, does not blame her child unless she knows he did it. Not thinks, knows. And I would never sit here and let the attorneys lay blame to him if I didn't know. You have no idea how heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching this is. John Luke says that I'm the most stoic person he's ever met. My response was, you never know. how strong you are until that's your only choice. So before it's said that the only reason I'm telling you this is because I got a guilty verdict. It's not, if it had come back as not guilty, I would have still been begging for justice, for help getting the right person convicted. As soon as I walked out of the courtroom, I promise you, I would have done that. Chris, Emily, Amanda, Ella, Allison, Olivia, Jack, and James, I'm doing this for you. Gary is gone, and trust me. When I say that he is in a better place, because this has been the worst nightmare it's been hell on earth. Knowing that your own son did this. And it's only been by the grace of God that I have survived this last 6 years and 5 months. If I could, I would gladly trade places with Gary. Judge Cannon, I am begging you for help. Please do this for Gary and my family. I have missed years with the people that I love dearly. Help me restore my family. Be the person in Cherokee County that it is their task. I do not want years. I do not want to wait years for justice, years that I may not have. I know this is something that you may never have seen before. And I plead with you to roll this verdict out. Help me get justice for the correct person. As bad as it sounds, I want to be there to watch him chained and shackled and brought to justice. I plead with you. This is something that I will never recover from. I don't know that my family will ever recover from. Please help me. I'm begging you to restore my faith in the judicial system. I'm begging you, not for me, but for Gary and my children and my grandchildren.
All right, Ms. Frankish, you want to respond to anything?
Very briefly, Judge. When the attorneys had the opportunity to give jurors, Your Honor was, I believe, present for that. For Scott's sake, they ruled him out in the very beginning of deliberations. Statement, I ask that you take note of his inconsistencies with the evidence, respect the jury's verdict, which I know you do, the verdict is spoken. And we ask, in addition to what we previously asked, Judge, as a condition that she never profit from this story, from this crime, I just ask that you include that into her sentence.
All right. All right, as we've indicated, jury have returned a verdict guilty to all counts. Count 1, the malice murder being the primary charge. Count 2 would be vacated as a matter of law based upon the conviction in count 1. Count 3, aggravated assault, would merge into the malice murder. I don't, without going into a lot of detail or my thoughts on it, jury's made a determination that Ms. Farris was responsible for her husband's death, and she was found guilty of all charges. I don't have much latitude in sentencing. The legislature has spoken, and the penalty for murder is life. The only determination I have is whether it would be with parole or without parole. I don't believe this is the case that justifies a life without parole sentence, so I'm going to sentence to life with parole, or life with the possibility of parole. I don't have any control over parole. That's up to the parole board. Under the current guidelines and sentencing structure with them, a life sentence is a minimum 30 years before you'd be considered for parole at this point. I recognize that that is likely a life sentence for you, but you'll have a hope and possibility of parole. As to count 4, which has a maximum of 10 years, I'm not, as I said, I wasn't going to sentence life without parole. However, I do feel like there's some additional consideration that needs to be taken as to count 4, the concealing the death of another. Presumably, the point of that was so you were found guilty of discarding and burning body of Gary Wayne Farris, hindering discovery of whether the person was unlawfully killed. That definitely hindered the investigation and shows additional level of criminal intent. I'm going to sentence to 5 years consecutive on the life sentence as to count 4, concealing the death of another. The false statements, that being the lying to law enforcement about the relationship with Mr. Barton. I believe if law enforcement didn't know about it at the time, they knew about it shortly thereafter. It was well known. Didn't take a lot of effort to make that determination. I don't really find that that's anything additional that needs additional punishment. So I'll run to 5 years concurrent as to count 5. So that would be a life plus 5 with the possibility of parole. And that'll be sentenced.
Count 5 would be concurrent.
Count 5 would be concurrent with count 4 and the other counts. She'd be eligible for the credit for the time that she's served in the Cherokee County Jail, subject to the jailer's affidavit from the sheriff's office. To the extent that that gives her credit for her sentence, she would receive that. With it being a life sentence and her being in control of the Department of Corrections, are there anything that you want me to put as a condition of her sentence?
No contact with family judge.
All right.
And not profiting from her conviction.
I will provision that she may not have direct communication with, well, I mean, she may have some of the family that wants to reach out to her. So what I would say is she's not to have any contact with family members. I don't know who they would even notify other than the prison. So any members of the family that want to have contact with you may contact you. They'll need to reach out to the warden's office first and let them know that they want to allow you to have contact with them, so you can call out to whoever has given approval to the warden. As far as the other provision, I'm not going to make any condition as to that. That will be something that would be left to a civil court if there is a lawsuit down the road and judgment, et cetera. So, all right, that means it's court. Yes. All right. Execute the non-pros on the other indictment based upon the conviction on this case.
Yes.
Let's see. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay.
I was just being nosy.
I got another sentencing, but it's not for another 35 minutes.
He's like, I can't believe she did that. She is something else. I mean, something else. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so I don't know if you guys voted. I put the Apple River trial and the Jennifer trial up there. to see which one y'all wanted to do first. The murder case will be a little bit probably too long for us at this point in time. That was our third runner-up. If you guys, let's see who's online. I'm gonna go check and see who's out here in these streets. And I will get us set up for tomorrow for our Apple River redrum trial. Let's see. I'm looking to see who online right now. Who might be fun to chat bomb or chat raid, as you may say. Some of you may say. I don't know. No, I'm not really seeing anything that's like that super exciting out here. Yeah. I don't know. I may have to put y'all out on your own. Kat, she's gonna be going live, but she's gonna be covering the Young Thug forfeiture portion. I don't know if y'all would really be into that or not. You know, that YSL stuff. But you said Murdoch just ended in March. Good night, Tanya. Thanks for hanging today. Hopefully you'll be able to hang out with us tomorrow. So I don't think I have anywhere. You say I'm 14 for whatever. I don't think I got nothing. I don't think you want to be redirected over there. She's not even live yet. I can't even send you over there because she's not live yet. Dang it. She's not even live yet. My bad. Yeah, she'll be live soon, but she's not live yet. Let me make sure. Yeah. Yeah, she's not live yet. You say you down for whatever? Yeah, I'm trying to see if she gonna go live. Let's see. She got it scheduled for 6:45. But if she anything like me, I'd be late to all types of stuff. I don't know. Do any of y'all watch Real Talk Boogie? She doing Nesto jail call reaction. I don't know anything about Nesto, so I couldn't really tell you about that. I don't have much to say on that. I don't even know who Nesto is. I don't know. Y'all gonna have to just figure it out on these YouTube streets tonight. You say yes, what? Yes to what question, SD? I was on the back screen looking at the thing. You know about Nesto? I don't know nothing about no Nesto. I know about Real Talk Boogie. Now I do like Real Talk Boogie. You say you down? Look at SD gonna be up all damn night. Oh Lord. It sounds like she about to try to pull an all-nighter. Are you trying to pull an all-nighter, SD? Just FYI, guys, tomorrow we will start a little later. I think we're going to start at like 9. We'll start about 9. We're allowed to take a break since we're not doing the things. You said, I'm cooking and I'm going to bed. Yeah, I'm about to get ready to cook. I'm about to do some grilled chicken sandwiches. Yeah, so I'm about to grill some chicken sandwiches and
Exactly.
these kids that you hear her talk about exactly. Yeah, you sound like you got to pull an all-nighter. Let me see how long she been live. Okay. Therapist, are you able to redirect us over there to Real Talk Boogie? She ain't got with Kathy a lot. I have no clue what they're talking about over there, but I guess it's better than sending y'all with farm animals. Moses, that. Thank you so much. We'll go over there and hang out for a minute. And I know, Lynn, you heard her. Like, yeah, I gotta go do a mommy duty. Jeez. I'm gonna put on our song. We'll go over there and we'll chat Ray, because then that way I can cook and I can still be in the chat kind of with y'all. Stop that thing. Oh gosh, we got all types of stuff. Fire. No, I was telling them, okay, so I am going to put on our outro song, and then we are going to head over there to Real Talk Boogie and see what these Nesto Carls is about. Let's see here. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does do that sometimes. It's because it's an indoor grill. Remember, I'm grilling inside the house, so it's an indoor grill. I'm not going outside. No. All right, guys. See you in the morning. Or, well, no, I'll see you over there at Real Talk Boogie, because I'm going to come over there too. I have no clue what Nesto about, but I like to hear people talk, so I'm going to go over there and listen to people talk. And it look like they listen to a jail call. Woo!
When SweetP taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mods on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen, holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A Courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To SweetP and the moms in the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
Hey guys, I'll see y'all over there in Real Talk Boogie's chat. Make sure y'all hit that like button. I don't know. I've subscribed to her. I got her from Kathy. And that's what Gossip, Rumor, Innuendo, guys. So if you guys like our content, yeah, absolutely subscribe. A lot of different things we cross path on. I don't know if she does real live trial coverage. Don't quote me on that part, but I do see a lot of her recaps. All right, I'm ending the stream and we will be dropped over there. See you over there, guys.